Ladies and gentlemen, tonight AEW makes their second announcement
Of the original announcement.
of the original announcement. Um, I thought it was interesting. Name of the stream tonight is Ask the Master. Feel free to ask any type of question, and I will answer. I will say this. If CM Punk is not on Collision, Collision will become Rampage pretty quick. Or, in the same area. As for a brand split, you're not good enough creatively or ready for that type of thing. Just put some guns over there for now, slide certain people back and forth. Time for the Hobbses and the Wardlows start to get their shine. All right, we don't need to see Dark Order over there. What did he say? He said my name. My bad. Hello, enthusiastic channel. I had somebody stop in here real quick. LeBron James tried to steal the headlines by faking like he's going to retire to kind of kick the Lakers into gear to making some moves. Hold on, cover me, Punch. Yeah, just for now. Okay, 2 seconds, Punch. Only tried doing a Wednesday show. Oh, shit. Can you hear me, Punch?
Oh shit. Yeah, I heard you. You was talking about bowling. Are you still reading off the block list or what?
No, they're getting ready to end because they didn't hit their thing, and then Bowen said I'll stay 5 minutes to try to get $12.
You know, 5 minutes in Kentucky,
I'll stay
that's like
5 more minutes to try to get $5.
an hour. That's like another hour in Kentucky.
Are you gonna help us with
Uh,
commentary tonight, Fatal?
For AEW? Sure.
I bet you CM Punk's gonna return tonight though. That's
uh,
why he didn't come in
he's
last
gonna
week.
come back June 17th.
Yeah, I guess I guess. Well, I
I'm
mean,
begging up.
they didn't reveal it, the
Any
location
news
last
on
week
him is usually
because
half fake because he don't talk to no dirt sheet.
Well, I mean, Fightful Select is the one that reported that story.
but that wasn't true. That they
I
didn't.
don't know if it's true or not, but that's who reported it, and that's the only report so far. So it just all depends on how much you trust Fightful.
Thank you, Asa, for renewing your membership earlier. Beautiful. Thank you so much. What was I gonna say?
Bowling is the king.
No, if AEW, I think for Collision to survive, they're going to need somebody other than Tony Khan kind of running it creatively. You need a different view, I think. And if Punk doesn't show up, I think morale. I mean, obviously the show must go on, but if Punk doesn't show up for Collision, I think morale will be down big time for fans.
Well, apparently they came to an agreement where Punk has to show up for Collision now. I guess he has to
That's
fulfill his contract.
that's sad. You got to go to court just for him to appear.
I think Tony Khan would look silly not doing a
Well,
Collision with him at this
AEW
point.
AEW was going to file a lawsuit against him if he didn't show.
It's kind of obvious the guy he draws stories, he draws attention.
Yeah,
You
not
know,
to mention that AEW, they signed an ironclad contract with him where they have to pay him no matter what. So, and they paid him a lot of money. So they want their fucking product. They want that return. They signed him on the premise that he would sell enough merchandise and shit and draw enough of a crowd to
and I
make
think
that
Tony Khan
contract
and
money
Punk
plus some.
actually get along fine. They always look like they did at the media scrums. Remember when Punk was like, "We're both learning." He was talking to Tony right before he didn't even know he was getting into one of the biggest fights in his life that night. I mean, biggest fights when I'm saying like
I
that's gonna
think
be.
Tony gives them a little bit more leeway than he should when it comes to talking points like that. And I think a lot of the time Tony just sits back and shuts up. And his facial expressions can tell a whole story
Well,
other
yeah, he
than
brought up a
what.
good point though. When Punk said that Hangman almost screwed up $1 million gate and shit
Yeah.
because you want to be selfish. I mean, when you look at it from that aspect, it's like, hey, buddy, you can't be doing that kind of shit, Paige, because that money's what keeps you guys going.
But then in the same sentence, he turned around right after that and caused a problem between, him and a bunch of other backstage people, which resulted in probably a loss of a multi-million-dollar storyline between him and MJF for that AEW title.
I saw a preview of the game with Steve Regal as the guy that's on the tutorial part. That game's like,
Well,
you're going to be playing that game thinking you're on a retro.
well, they got retro graphics.
You're going to be playing that game.
It's
Miro's
supposed
going
to
to have the
be.
belt.
It's supposed to look like an arcade style wrestling game.
Thank you, Heaven's Vlog. Team
Yeah,
Liao in the building.
it's supposed to be No Mercy 2.0.
Yeah.
So just look at it as a No Mercy 2.0. But they got Regal and all the other.
Now, I'm not saying they wouldn't be able to do the show without Punk, but I just think morale will be down and the show will just become mediocre quicker than
They'll
not.
just pick somewhere else to do the show. That's why they said they didn't announce it last week because Punk wasn't there or he didn't show up. That's why they didn't announce location of the
Who
first.
knows what's real at this point? Because even Tony Khan probably doesn't want to piss Punk off by releasing info. They're probably releasing just enough.
And yeah, and like Punch said, I don't think either side knew exactly what the fuck was happening at that point. They never came to an actual decision and really talked it out and figured out their differences.
And when I mean just enough information, meaning Tony Khan hasn't shot down the CM Punk rumors. And, yeah. And people are kind of reporting it, so obviously there's
And it's
been
funny
talks
because
with the guy.
after that report, you have Eric Bischoff on his next podcast on 83 Weeks say that the Collision logo looks like just a knockoff of the WCW Nitro, and if that's what they're
Well,
going with, they need to they need to scrap that. It's going to go bad.
yeah, no, but see, to be fair though, yeah, it's like, why are they copying Nitro? To be
The
fair, they were on.
whole
It
thing.
was a TBS show, so it's
And
like,
when you actually put them up next to each other, as Bischoff did in his podcast, like when you put the two logos up next to each other, they have so many
oh, I agree.
similarities.
I believe that was probably what they were going for. I think Tony's a big nostalgia guy.
You know, the fact that it's on TNT and everything, like,
You know, I strongly believe that even if AEW broke even yearly, I think Tony Khan would keep it going. Because
oh
remember,
yeah,
even
Uh,
Ted Turner had some losing money years. But I bet
oh,
you
oh,
if Tony
100%.
Khan
During
just
the
broke
final
even,
years,
he'd keep
during
it
the
going.
final years of WCW, Ted Turner did nothing but lose money on WCW.
Yeah, yeah.
With the amount of stars that he had on the roster and the amount of money that they were demanding that he was paying, and Eric Bischoff was pushing the payments too.
And the
Like,
creative wasn't panning out, meaning they had no storylines and they're
I
paying all
think
that money
Bischoff
out.
said that one year they were paying out like $120 million just in salary pay for their roster and only making back like 90.
Hello, Susanna. Yeah,
So
no,
that's
I
like
know.
$30 million coming out of the network's pocket, you know, on the promise that, okay, we're going to make money one day, you know?
I don't know if Tony Khan has to release his profits like Vince does.
Well, I think to be a business like he does, like
gotta
he
be public.
is, you have to be public. There's
Yeah.
some kind of publicity there that says, "Oh, Tony Khan makes this amount of money off of wrestling," you
The
know.
one
But
unprofessional thing.
now if he packages it in with the whole football and shit and just packages it all in as sports profit, it's going to be harder to find that bottom dollar of what he's making off of AEW.
That's what I'm saying. AEW is just, I don't think it's a separate
I don't
IP
think
or
it is
whatever
right now
like
too, and that's why there's no like separate public anything for AEW's profits is because he's packaging it in
Right.
with all the other sports that he's already doing. So that way nobody has to say anything, you know?
I just think
so
Tony
it's
Khan, if anything, but I mean, we don't know. He probably is getting helped in the back. I just think he needs, like, a little bit of help.
He's getting a ton of help in the back. I mean, he's got fucking Jerry Lynn back there. He's got fucking Arn Anderson back
No,
there.
I know he does, but it doesn't always translate out in the ring.
It doesn't, but I don't know.
I mean, everything looks good on paper, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right,
Until you
exactly.
go out there.
And with the
I know
wrestling
you got
business
Dean
like
Malenko
that,
and all those guys,
everything can
but
look like, you know, these guys are all probably sitting on a table and they're like, oh, this match is going to be great. This is going to be gold. And then sometimes it just doesn't always pan out.
the
You know, the
rumor
crowd
is a lot
doesn't
of these
receive it.
newer wrestlers don't like the old school wrestlers, like telling them, critiquing them, and shit like that. They're kind of like a little bit rebel when it comes to, you know,
And that's just the ignorance in some of them.
yeah. And remember, Adam Page goes, it was Adam Page who said the one comment, he goes, I don't think I should, I forgot what the exact comment was, but it was something along the lines was, I don't think I should have to take advice from that person or so what. I've got to this point by doing stuff my own way.
Well, up to that point, you weren't a
It was something
champion.
about Harley Race or something. Like he just said, I don't need to take whatever advice or something. And I'm not against them thinking about that because they really did come from nothing to get that company off the ground. But the reality is, if Tony wasn't a billionaire, I don't know if they probably would have made it too far. They had a chance, I believe, to lock in at least a 1 million average and over with the free agents he signed at one point over there. But the way they were booked, along with injuries that came, it's like if you book somebody bad and then they also get hurt, that's like a
Oh
double
shit,
whammy.
AEW is on right now.
No, I know. I'm a couple seconds behind you because I got it playing on my computer. Here we go. We got Dynamite. But yeah, we'll see. I'm very interested to see the presentation of Collision. Who will be there? Like I said, sometimes with AEW, it's like making mistakes is cool, but sometimes they make the obvious mistake you shouldn't make.
Right.
With the Will Hobbses and some of the bookings of Jungle Boy and Guevaro in the beginning.
Well, apparently,
Guys
Will
caught
Hobbs
fire
is
like
going to get another
Miro.
push.
Miro
He's
catches
going to get another
fire,
push in
and then
Collision.
they extinguished his fire.
Or like Bischoff said, as long as the fans get their blood, they be all right.
I got no problem. The one thing somebody actually brought this up. Orange Cassidy is a good wrestler and everything, but they need to actually get him in an angle with a story connected to it instead of just walking him out in a non-match with no build.
Well, I thought y'all said he was a Dolph Ziggler.
I like him better than Dolph. What I'm saying is, I would like a little bit of a story with him. He's kind of a character. Dolph also at the same time has been with that company for so long, he's a much older wrestler at this point. Dolph just probably likes working for WWE because he probably gets a shitload of pussy. And the way they probably pay people is how many years you've been with the company, so he probably gets paid very nice to a halftime not be on TV. Well, speaking of the devil, ladies and gentlemen, AEW is opening up with freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy. Punch, do you want me to put it in Discord?
Right. Right now, no. Well, you can. I mean, anyway, you never know, boss man. Someone might come in.
No big deal. I'll wait till they get in then. Well, here we go. Speaking of, like I said, a no build, freshly squeezed coming out again. Now, what's funny is Tony did what he did with Orange Cassidy. There was probably some other wrestlers he could have did this along the lines with too, like a Ricky Starks. How come Ricky Starks will wrestle every 2 Dynamites when Orange Cassidy will wrestle every Dynamite? Ricky Starks has proven with momentum he could be a microphone guy. And here we go. First up from King of Sports, New Japan Pro. Here is Aussie Open's Kyle Fletcher. Here's what I mean with the Orange Cassidy matches. What's funny is, last week they said 20 people showed up at Tony Khan's office looking to have a match with Cassidy. Fast forward to this week, the guy that is wrestling Orange Cassidy is this guy that we didn't even know was in AEW. Time to get him in an angle. Time to get him out of the best friends. Chicago Sun. Hello. Okay. Orange Cassidy with the tape on his back going against Aussie Open. I mean, like I said.
But I mean, Kyle Fletcher is not even signed with AEW. He's signed with New Japan.
But did you hear what I said, though, Fatal, about the last week? They said 20 people showed up at Tony Khan's office looking for a match with Orange Cassidy. Apparently, this is one of the 20.
Well, when it comes to All Atlantic Championship, that is known to be a title that can be defended across promotions.
All right. No, that's fair. I wish maybe they would try to maybe at least get him in an angle then with one of these foreigners then.
I mean, that might be what they're going with. Remember, John Moxley was in an angle with Ospreay there for a long time for the New Japan United States Championship.
And I don't mind guys like this getting a match here and there, but this is kicking off Dynamite. We're going into Collision. A match, with some meaning would be real nice here.
So it's rumored that one of the titles are going to switch over from whether it be the international title or the TNT title. Which would you rather see go to Collision?
Contract signing tonight. Wow. How original. The Adam Cole, Chris Jericho contract signing, folks.
Contract signing. Yikes.
Two WWE guys contract signing.
Might as well have opened up with that. Because then you would have heard Adam Cole's music. I'm saying Orange Cassidy isn't over to a certain degree.
Oh, Orange Cassidy is very over. But he needs to face more top AEW talent as well.
That's what I'm saying. Get him in some kind of angle.
Like, I don't know why we're not setting more angles up with him and Wardlow. Why aren't him and Wardlow going at each other more?
Because they don't want either two of those guys losing right now.
Yeah. Wardlow.
I remember when they had Wardlow go against Orange Cassidy. It wasn't a bad match, but you could tell they didn't want to pin either of them there.
They've been jobbing Wardlow this whole year, bro.
My thing is with Orange Cassidy, I some of his stuff, they got him coming out weekly. Some of his stuff's starting to get stale. It's not as, fresh. You kind of know all of his stuff. That's why he needs an angle. For instance, Usos do the same shit all the time in their matches. But since they're in a good angle, we're able to look past that shit.
It said
This
earlier,
week,
Jay Uso has a stalker. Someone's stalking Jay Uso.
Thank you, Susanna. Shout out to Pinier. I do like some Orange Cassidy stuff, jumping out of the. But a few things, and that's only because he's been wrestling every week. It's not his fault. Some of his stuff's becoming repetitive. Oh, whatever his name is, the Aussie Open kid.
Kyle Fletcher.
Kyle Fletcher. I'm still thinking of that clip of the video game, and it showed William Regal going, "Welcome to AEW, fight forever." And Tony Khan loves it because he just loves everybody that is a wrestler.
Oh, yeah.
Will we see Miro tonight? Will we see Reverend Robbins tonight? And for you WWE fans, it's looking like Roman will have his belts. As far as the guy running the place is concerned, as long as Roman will have them.
Roman will win the tag team titles this Saturday.
I hope they do. You know what I
They're going to
said?
continue it even after Night of Champions. Even if the champion is mainly a Raw guy, they're still going to continue the thing where SmackDown competitors can still have like battle royals and number one contenderships for that title.
A new set of belts should already been made for the tag team champions. One belt. You know,
Oh, I agree.
once that, I'll tell you what was. Damn, I forgot. I just lost my train of thought. Hold on, let me think what I was gonna say. What wrestler was I just about to bring up?
I was thinking about going down on Giggle Pickers.
No, I was gonna ask Fatal something about a wrestler. Oh yeah, this is what I want. I remember what I was gonna say, Fatal. So look, here's my Sami Zayn problem. When Sami Zayn was doing that heel run, people were getting into him as a heel. Now that he's turned the corner and went babyface, I just feel like maybe some of the stuff that made him interesting, we're not seeing as much because he's
I mean,
babyface. So I
yeah.
don't know if this babyface run is going to be okay for Sammy, but I remember thinking about this the other day. I liked when he was the heel, coming out wearing the Bloodline shirt, being a jerk off.
Yeah, that heel Sammy was fun. I
Yeah,
didn't like conspiracy Sammy.
no, 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 exactly. You know, it was like now he's like giving advice. Now he's like the Godfather. And I'm not saying we're not going to still like him, but the question is, at first character he played was, I think, a lot better, a lot more.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with that.
What's up, gentlemen?
All
Hello.
right, boss
What
man.
up?
I got carpal tunnel syndrome.
Oh shit.
Told you about masturbating all those times, man.
Oh,
Bad for
dude,
you.
there were so many misspellings in the chat I had to correct. Man,
I
that
thought
was
you were
crazy.
masturbating. I thought Diva sent you a
The
pic.
messenger. Uh, no,
Ah.
just so many misspellings on that messenger. Drive me
Part two
crazy.
of Tony Khan's announcement
Hey.
tonight.
Well, you know, most of them, their English isn't their first language. So
No,
I
not the
think they.
chat. The messenger, not the chat. The messenger.
Ah, okay.
And this match a little long for me too. We're about 13 minutes into the show. I don't think super long matches do anything for Orange Cassidy, to be honest.
Nah, I don't think
I
so.
could be
No, they
wrong,
really don't.
but I don't think, yeah. Because he's got, the intrigue is how's this guy going to wrestle with his hands in his pocket? But now you see he has a certain core moves he does with it, and then for the most part he has his hands out. I know he's been with the best friends forever, but I don't think the best friends have gotten any better as the years have gone on.
I thought it just started this year.
No, it's been around since day one, actually.
Best friend.
WWE or AW doesn't. They let some shit stay around. Dark Order. I just never understood the logic. Like I would ask Tony this, I'd be like, my problem with Dark Order was, you turned them babyface after Brody died. How is something dark supposed to be a babyface? I
Yeah.
don't understand the transition there.
Somebody else should have stepped in and kind of took charge of it, you know what I'm saying? Like been the leader of the Dark Order and still been that dark character.
It would have been like if my
That's when
wrestling
they should
name
have reached
is.
out and signed Bray Wyatt when his contract was about to go up.
That would have been like if my wrestling name was Psycho and I came out dressed as like a librarian.
Right, right, exactly.
They damn sure wouldn't have known what to do with Bray.
Oh no,
Well,
but
I think the
I
problem
don't
is
know though.
WWE owns so much of Bray. I don't even think Bray would know how to follow
Be anything
rules over here.
else?
You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
can't do a lot. WWE owns probably all that shit.
Yeah, I'm not so sure he would know how to do anything else.
And some wrestlers actually do respect to keep certain shit at the company they're at. Like Daniel Bryan, he didn't bring the yes thing over here, and that was his thing. It wasn't like WWE owns that. I remember when they said "We the People" when what's his name first came around when AEW first started, and Jericho goes, "Don't ever say that again. That was a stupid gimmick." The "We the People" with Jack Swagger.
Oh yeah. That was a stab at fucking old dude too. Whatever his name was that used to travel around behind Jack Swagger.
I mean, think about how many weeks Jay White's been around. You would think it'd be. He hasn't really left an impression on me.
Not yet. But I think you still got to give him a little bit more time to get, adjusted to the AEW crowd. AEW crowd's a lot different than New Japan, and that's where he's used to fighting at.
Yeah.
New Japan, they'll pretty much cheer for anything.
And I think the route they have gone. I mean, I know Starks had a lot of injuries many times in the beginning and shit, but I think at times they've really just took him for granted. I think he's could have been in bigger angles. He
Yeah.
could be just as big as Guevara
Yep.
at this point. And even those guys could be elevated a little bit more than they are.
Oh shit, Alan Wake 2 coming out. Oh, okay.
You know, as good as Jungle Boy is in the ring, when he left Jurassic Express, it just has not been a great transition.
Shout out to Alan Wake 2.
And I had no problem with Margot Stunt as him as a manager. I just hated when they kind of made him like an on-roster wrestler. Nothing wrong to make him the squash guy on Dark. And I used to think it was cool when Jungle Boy would come out on, what's his name, shoulders. But like I said, where AEW, what happened was when they started getting all them free agents, they had a chance to really take off. Yeah, the CM Punk thing didn't work out the way they wanted it with that, and not doing well with the free agents they brought in, hitting homers. It's cost them.
Boss man, my
And
motherfucking word was right. So I don't know.
AEW's
you say?
infatuated with throwing
I'm
great
about to
solo
show you right
wrestlers in factions as well. Like Keith Lee has been in so many tag teams. Goddamn, you would have never knew he was a solo competitor at one
But
point.
I mean, you can't discount the fact that obviously that they're doing something right for Discovery Warner to just hand them $900 million to start a new project.
I'll give you an
You
example of a
said
big
you
fuck
talking about boning?
Yeah.
Boney.
No, boning is
Someone's calling.
B-O-N-I-N-G.
Hello?
That motherfucker came
What
from
up?
Cambridge.
Yeah, I'm live on YouTube, but you could stop by if you need to.
See.
All right.
You're like a boning knife?
Here's a. So AEW.
We was talking about that
What
video,
wrestler was I thinking about?
that Ponce video on YouTube.
Yeah, but
That's what we was
boning is B-O-N-I-N-G.
Oh. Orange Cassidy
Well-
with another
Motherfucker, you arguing the dictionary?
random pin victory.
I'm looking in the dictionaries. B-O-N-I-N-G. To have sex with someone. Cambridge Dictionary.
Oh God.
2 weeks in a row, he's won with that pin.
Yeah, and left the opponent just shocked, like, what the fuck? Damn it.
Yeah, you always drop the E and add I-N-G, punch. Like smoking.
That's different.
Like for instance, as soon as you brought Miro in, when you first brought Miro in, you kind of screwed up with the Chris Sabian shit, have him wrestling Sonny Kiss and shit as his first thing, and making him a video gamer. That's when he goes, "I am the best gamer." Promo. I'll never forget that because me and Schmidt always bring it up. But then when Miro started to get momentum, all of a sudden he was just taken off TV. Same with Ricky Starks. Every time he gained. Oh, I'll give you an example of a big fuck up I thought. Eddie Kingston was getting over big time with his heel promos when he first came in. Huge. He was getting over. They all of a sudden decided to make him a babyface with Moxley. Remember that explosion match where he had to sell the explosion that didn't explode?
Yeah.
I don't think he's been the same since then, to be honest. Because they tried to make him a babyface, and it's like, guy's doing his best work as a heel, and you're flip-flopping. Because the fans are starting to like him. That doesn't mean flip-flop.
Right.
So there was just, a lot of, with AEW, I mean, like I said, I'll always watch the product. They just had a lot of missed opportunities that really are going to be hard to bounce back from at this point. Because even if you do bring in a free agent, there's not too many hot free agents. You guys kind of did that. Punk, Daniel Bryan, Adam Cole.
Well, stand by for July
Now it's time
1st
to
or June 1st.
use those top free agents that you all have signed, you know?
Yeah, get them in solo matches. Every time Swerve was getting something going, all of a sudden he's gone. Or he's in
Ring
a
of
new
Honor.
faction. Or this. Keith Lee has been in so many tag teams, you almost think they're hiding something. Why is this guy always in a tag team now? Well, there's Jay White finally. Jay White looks like Jacob Waters. It's crazy. The real question is, how long can you run a mediocre wrestling company if you're Tony Khan?
Well, WCW did it for decades.
Turner owned the television, though. That went a long way.
You don't like Ricky Starks, but the Bullet Club is irritating? Damn. Says Chels from chat. Bullet Club is irritating.
I don't know nobody from Bullet Club except for Cody, and I didn't know Finn Balor was in the Bullet Club. Bear Baseball 2206. That's motherfucker level 17. He's my partner. Oh shit, I'm dead.
And I wonder what kind like the Warner or whoever signed the AEW to run him on Turner. So how does it work? If Ted Turner doesn't own it no more, does he get a for life check? Or is he just completely
I'm
out of
sure
the
he's
loop?
collecting, royalties from TNT and TBS both, After Discovery purchased it all, I'm sure they're paying him some kind of royalties
We
that
just
will
one
carry over
buyout.
even after he dies, and it'll be given to his family.
All that money that motherfucker got, I thought he had that already.
He's got plenty of money. He's probably one of the most wealthiest men in the world, but all money runs out eventually, right?
I'll tell you this, the strongest person on AEW's roster is Tony Khan. Because his money.
So you think all of AEW's problems are based or are caused by Tony Khan?
Well, no, I
This
can't.
is-
I can't say that for sure. But the problem is Tony's makes people very aware. Final creative is me. He like really makes it aware. I was watching Vince Russo do a review of Tony Khan's press conferences. They have like a compilation. It's actually kind of funny where it shows him giving hugs to people and shit he said. There was a press conference where CM Punk's like, all right, like Tony was just spilling his beans, and Punk goes, all right, Tony, we're on to the next question. And the questions were for Punk because the question was CM Punk the biggest financial flop? And Tony fucking completely backed him up like, no, he's far from that. He helped us win the war and the blah, blah, blah. I can't believe Tony actually used the word Friday Night War. When WWE was fucking on FS1 for those 2 days and AEW was running, some writer wrote that they won in a demo that night, and Tony Khan took
Yeah.
that as they won the war. We won the Friday Night War because of him. What do you mean you won the war? There's no war there. WWE had to go on FS1 because of some sports or something. They're not in a, like JR said, you shouldn't be looking to surpass WWE. You should just be looking to do your own thing.
Yeah.
Because WWE is making profits off of mediocre wrestling at times. A lot.
And Frank party invite, see if he joins.
And I think Endeavor will only make Vince McMahon more quick to bring in the people they got to bring in. Like, let me ask you this, Fatal. Since Claudio has come aboard, wouldn't you have liked to have seen some more with him? Don't you think he maybe should have had a one-on-one match somewhere in there that, you kind of remember? I don't remember too many of his matches. At least the ones they showed, and now they got him hidden away on Ring of Honor. And this guy is supposed to be your top-tier Dynamite guy. This guy shouldn't be on the Ring of Honor show.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it's kind of like bringing top tier stars to NXT.
If you're and now, if he has to be your Ring of Honor championship, then you need to have him on Dynamite.
I mean,
There's
he
no
has
there's
been
no
on Dynamite a
excuse for him
lot.
not being on Dynamite. People refer to
He
this
has
guy
been on
as,
Dynamite a lot.
but not in no good angle. He's always running with the Bullet Club, or he'll be in a tag match, or occasionally a one-on-one Ring of Honor match that we don't even get to see the build for. Briscoe, we were hoping to see him in some more shit. I don't mind this feud with FTR and Jericho, but it's not as good as these guys could have did.
I want Sting versus Goldberg.
Nothing's better than what's his name with the shirt off now.
Sting
talk
versus
about
Goldberg.
FTR.
You're going to talk about who
Yeah,
has the
one.
coolest job in the world, Satnam Singh. Okay? I would trade places with Satnam Singh all day of the week.
I thought Sting had how often does he go on? He gets paid more money than a lot of people. You guys
And
that
I
Roman
know,
Reigns
I know the
contract.
Acclaimed has been wrestling on Rampage, but you made them tag champions just to beat them by the Gun Boys, and they
Oh,
haven't
dude,
been
the
on anything
Hitman.
meaningful on Dynamite.
Badass. Look like there's a Hitman skin. That's badass.
I don't know if AEW is afraid of when people get hot and they just don't know how to handle the goods.
Warlow.
And this is a team that Cornette really likes.
Yeah, and I got no problem with them either. I like them a lot. What I'm saying is, since they've come back, it was awesome that they gave them the belts, but then this angle with Jericho it hasn't hit as much, meaning has the potential to be a good angle, but it just hasn't delivered great.
Yeah.
Part of it is, why Vince McMahon wasn't a big fan of FTR. He said he'll be, even though this was a good compliment, that Dax Harwood said Vince McMahon, oh, hold on, cover me. Fuck.
Giggle Pills came over. Man, tell that bitch I'll be home later, man.
What up?
Frank, if you're out there, send your invite, bro. I won't charge you this time for my expertise
who is this
in
guy?
Fortnite.
Who's this guy that's in the ring?
Billy Bob Floyd.
Who?
That's Dax Harwood, FTR.
The guy in the hat?
Guy in the hat. What wrestling are you watching?
AEW. The guy with the baseball hat on backwards.
Oh, that's Mark Briscoe.
Okay.
The fuck is this dude a 190? He get the first one that gets killed on the map. Dude, garbage. Why do they put me with these garbage ass players?
Oh.
Oh, we're live. We're doing wrestling watch along. See if you see all those squares right there. Those are the other people that are online with me now. I'm conversating back and forth with the people that are. Here, I'll show you. Love it. See this right here?
Yep.
These are the people that are commenting.
Okay, this is your background.
Yeah.
Green screen. Ah, that's sweet.
Pablo.
That's fucking badass, dude.
Yeah. I didn't
All right,
look
brother.
when people comment. It goes right there. What up, Mike?
Yeah, it's fucking pretty sweet, man. I'll let you tomorrow.
All right, later.
Fucking gonna get that floor done still too. So
Oh, I'm taking my truck up tomorrow.
yeah.
Yeah.
Picking it up.
Huh?
Said picking it up.
No, getting it fixed.
Okay, nice.
You think we'll have some licks this year?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Even with you not fucking with that guy anymore?
Yep.
Did you ever get that taken care of?
What with Joe?
You
Doing
get
that?
your money and shit?
Oh, I got my money.
Okay.
Sure, 100%.
Well, I know that. That
Motherfucking
would've been-
name is
You already know they don't want this
Mr.
one.
Macaroni.
Thanks, man.
Bro.
Hey, so the guy that just came to my house, dude's a fucking badass, literally. Fight, like, beat the fuck out of a bunch of people. This guy fucking, got shafted on some money on a job. He showed up at the guy's house, and his wife was there. And he goes, "Sir, I want my $1,600, or I'm gonna hit you in front of your wife and you're gonna cry."
They get his money?
What was funny was, got the money, the guy also called the police.
Hmm.
Guy's a good worker. He's the guy who did my roof, does all the shit here. I've known him for years. But he had a guy that was gonna get me dump truck this work, but him and that guy fell out, and that's why I just asked him, we're gonna still have licks for the dump truck. Licks is slang for jobs.
Oh shit.
Boss man don't know that.
Boss man hood enough to know that. Boss man, you knew that?
You what?
Oh, never mind.
About the dump truck?
No. You know what the word licks means when someone says, I gotta hit a few licks? You know what that means?
Probably, but
Well,
I
that's
mean,
why. No, I explained it, and Punch goes, duh. And I'm like, no, I'm explaining it so Boss Man knows what it is.
oh,
Wait a minute. Why the fuck do I have 400 gold? And the other games I had like 1,600. That made no fucking sense, bro. Do I lose gold every time I die? Uh-oh, someone's raising the damn thing.
Reverend must be eating subs tonight. Thank you, Mike Alpha, Team Best Cure.
I'm surprised.
What up, Frank?
Frank, I seen you in Fortnite, bro. I was gonna say you didn't have to. I wasn't gonna charge you to play with you. I know you're trying to get good, and you came to the right man to level up your Fortnite expertise.
Hello, Blue Eyed Diva. I'm doing well.
Uh-oh, your girl in the chat, Boston. Go ahead, get your freak on.
Almost tried trios. They don't have trios no more.
No,
What
they
up,
only
Alvin?
have it in competitions. Trios right now is only used in the competition.
And you know what I just realized? If you go to the stat part where you look up your stats and shit, what's crazy is there's not
Where's
a
that at?
stat for
Career?
yeah, but there's not a stat for trios. So I wonder all those kills I got when it was just me, you, and Rev and trios. I wonder where those kills went. You could look up your kills in duos, solos. They keep track of them all. But me, you, and Rev are doing trios for a while, and they don't have that.
Yeah, I know. Oh, what the fuck is this score shit? How do you get scores on this bitch?
Fatal, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's your thought of the trios championship? You think AEW's plan has been good on that, or you think it's been kind of lackluster and
They've been
minuscule?
lacking for the past couple weeks, ever since they put the titles around the House of Black. They're making House of Black look really dominant, but only in like singles competition and regular tag competition. They put the
That's my
titles
only
on
issue with
what,
House of
one
Black. I
time
think
since they've had them?
I don't mind House of Black with belts, but my thing is, I would like to see all three of those guys in a solos match here and there. They could still be in House of Black, but I think always putting them in tag teams is really watering some of those
I mean,
guys
you
down.
just
And we
had
saw how good
Brody
Buddy Murphy
King
is.
versus one of them, another one. Like,
Cornette fucking praised the shit out of Buddy Murphy. He said that guy could, Like, for instance, look at this guy. I'm a little bit behind you, but look at this Chinese looking dude they got coming out right now with this beard. Who the fuck is this guy? Blake Christian?
yeah.
It could be Japanese though.
Well, this is my example. They're always throwing something new at you when they need to be building what they already have. Like maybe this could have been a part for Jungle or Ricky Starks. Obviously, that's the guy from, I think, Lucha House Party. But you got him in this faction where it just looks like an out-of-place faction. Like, you guys got enough luchas to put him in, like, a lucha thing. You got him in with these two goofy-looking white dudes. Obviously, this is going to be a squash. A little beat. Well, there he is, former Lucha House Party member.
Dax Harwood.
I just think, I don't know. I'd like to see Malachi and Buddy in some solo matches, but doesn't look like they got any plans to solo these guys up.
I want to do the squads, the trios.
Well, you got to look at it like this. What was the match they just did right before this, Fatal?
So,
I'm trying to
who are
remember
these
what
three
match.
guys, and why are they facing for the trios titles?
That's what
the
I
fuck?
said. I'm like, come on. I would rather see Aleister Black or Buddy Murphy in a solos match with a small build to it. Oh, wow. That's already a count, the obvious five.
I don't know.
I
I
heard
feel like you
Bolin
could have
mention
put
that.
the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn against them right now.
Well, this is an example of them just kind of just not doing anything when you could do something. Because the bottom line is they made trios belts and they don't know how to really just have them on TV weekly.
Yeah. I mean, unless they're planning on moving them to the Collision when it opens up.
There'll be a Tony Khan announcement next.
And the wrong guys got the trios right now. Because all these guys can be making you money in solos matches. All three of them. And you can keep them together. For an occasional tag match, obviously. Another guy I had high hopes on and I actually liked was Lance Storm. And true story, he actually had a match where people were calling it like his breakout match, and then they took him off television. And then he got hurt. And then he got hurt because he botched a move. So it's like, wow. And Jake Snake in limited shit was actually kind of entertaining. It was kind of hard to watch walk around the ring, but when they would go to one of those back shots and have him talk, that was interesting. Shout out to Jake the Snake. But yeah, this is called, we want to get our trios guy a win, and we want to get the Lucha House Party guy on television.
Right.
If I'm the Lucha House Party guy, I'm like, damn, from Lucha House Party to this. I don't forget his name. I don't know if that was Grandmaster League or whatever.
That was his name in WWE too, Metalik.
We may never see this trio pairing again with Metalik and shit. So it's like...
Yeah, but this is an obvious squash, right? You know,
Without
these
a
guys
doubt.
may put up a good showing, but they're about to lose.
They need to try to make that trios thing like an attraction belt of some sort. Meaning it's there, but we don't have to have a trios match every week because it's like, how do you become a trios #1 contender? What's crazy is, after AEW made the trios belts, what's kind of funny is they started doing less trios matches.
Yeah.
That was kind of weird. Then they went to more tag matches. I don't know, man. They confuse me at times.
They confuse me at times too.
I mean, it's obvious what WWE's plan is. They always want to build to the big show. So they're not really putting too much emphasis on the
But we should be
SmackDown
preaching to
matches
the
and
heavens
the Raw
about
matches.
AEW right now and praising them for their booking and their choices right now. It's so much better than anything else. That's what I hear.
Yeah, no one ever. That's Dave Meltzer for you.
And it's going to be interesting because WWE has some potentials. Like, I think Grayson Waller could do some things on SmackDown. We'll see. You know, I think the Bray Wyatt thing for WWE, I think that kind of, when WWE was getting real hot there and Bray came back, his whole thing not working, I think really brought down that run.
Oh, he's coming back. They're waiting for him to come back now.
I'm not against it. Fuck it. I don't know how you're going to answer for not doing the Uncle Howdy thing. I'm pissed at that. We never got to see who Uncle Howdy is. So WWE will do that. Remember when during COVID, they ran out 20 people dressed in black suits? And then they eventually became a faction of 4 people. But at first you're like, damn, who are these 20 people? And then when they had to reveal themselves, somehow those 20 people got shrank down to 4.
Uh-huh.
They got you all excited for that. Mia Ying was in that for like 4 days. And sure, the Young Bucks are the Young Bucks. You know, give them credit for everything they've done up to this point. But also, I think their stock hasn't raised any. Like, let me give you an example of people I think have raised in stock. Rouge. His stock is rising in my book. I'm starting to like Rouge. You know, you already got Hobbs. I like Hobbs. I actually like Claudio. I just don't like any of his angles. What's funny is when they broke the Elite up for the first time, when Paige and them all split up, they biffed that whole angle. That had no value, and that could have been like a Jimmy Uso storyline. Because it was pretty damn real, their friendship. I think somebody's here. Pablo. And sometimes the Young Bucks' size could be a little bit bothersome. Daniel Bryan didn't need the Backpole Combat Club. He was cutting home run promos when he first came in AEW by himself. Hello. All right, I'll let you in. What's going on? I was checking out this girl. Which one of them?
Just a cord.
Okay. There you go.
I've never had nothing like this.
What happened?
I've never bought nothing this small in my life.
What happened? Oh, I thought something
Just,
happened.
no. Just trying to stay up with my bills. So, how much is it?
Just give me 35, man. That's 45.
Okay. Now,
no, I was just.
I know.
MJF.
Or something. I got fucked on my electric bill, so
You should
I
tell
was
me.
just behind. No, it's good. It's all right. No, I figured it out.
Listen.
Shit's been slow with.
That's the same thing going on with me. My bills.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like crazy bills, dude. It's like, that's that's the whole thing. I'm like, dude, my electric bill, and then my car.
That's why I don't go out anymore.
Yeah, me neither. Dude, the moment you go out, you spend money, dude. It's over. You
Yeah.
gotta spend some kind of money the moment you walk out the goddamn door. And that's why I know.
And shit's double the money now.
Yeah. All right.
There. All right, I'm back. Shit, I didn't even hear anybody talking the whole time. You guys there?
Yeah.
Figured you guys would have said hello to all those girls in the chat.
MJF was pretty good. He came out and grabbed Shivani's cup, took a drink, and then threw it on Shivani.
We're gonna have to teach Punch how to be a co-pilot again. Thank you, ladies.
God, and then the stream
My
froze
apologies for
when
Boss
MJ.
Man's manners. I think we'll have an idea where this company is as soon as they have that Wembley event. I want to see what they do until that point.
Oh shit! I said them up for failure.
Who?
My player, my worker. I mean my worker, my partner and shit.
I can't see my mouse anywhere.
Fuck it, I'll go up there.
I can't.
What? Field, do you know when? What date Wembley is? Got yourself a gun. I'm living in a city where I got yourself. ESPN may cancel Max Kellerman's show to make room for Pat McAfee. Don't be surprised. I mean, Disney, ESPN is owned by Disney, folks. Have we forgotten? Well, the fucking Pirates own ESPN. Pirates of the Caribbean, the real ones. Disney. The wokest of the woke. The definition of woke. Criminals.
The damn feed keeps freezing up on me.
Franchise ruiners. Whose feed? Helderman said facts, Pat over Matt. Yeah. I mean, I've seen Max Kellerman. I'm not saying he doesn't know sports, but I've seen him wrong a bunch of times. I've seen shit. I've heard opinions of his on sports takes that I'm just like, damn, I'm cool on all that. The real question with the McAfee show is, how's it going to operate under ESPN? I like how Pat McAfee goes, well, obviously we can't say no more F-bombs. Well, no shit, jerk off. But I don't think you realize you work for Disney at the end of the day. They might have told you what they needed to tell you to get you in the door. But you best believe if you have fucking Aaron Rodgers on your show like you guys normally do, he isn't going to be able to talk about the virus and all that shit and Epstein like he used to on your guys' show. Disney ain't going to allow that shit. He acts like nothing's going to change. There ain't nothing wrong with taking the payout. But the question is, how different will his show be? I mean, I know some fans are mad that they took Disney's money, but it wasn't like they weren't getting no money by FanDuel. They turned down FanDuel's $120 million. He goes, don't worry, nothing's going to change, but no F-bombs. Come on. I know he's good. He probably believes, I believe Pat believes that. But I also believe Disney will always be Disney. And at the end of the day, Pat McAfee ain't fucking Mickey Mouse. He don't make the kind of money that they make from fucking the toys, the Alice in Wonderlands, the fucking Jimmy Crickets. As I said, Disney always they didn't start bothering me until they started buying the superhero franchises. Because see, for many years, you know, their bread and butter is making kids' cartoon movies, right? So the thing is, if a kid's cartoon movie is bad, parents don't care because they're just taking their kid there. They don't got no investment. Now when you start buying Star Wars and Marvel, you might have some grown-ups in there. And I do have a Brutal Breakdowns episode being released this week. Hello. See, perfect. I'm back. I'm back. Everyone can hear me. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Let me set Discord up. Sorry, guys, for the delay.
You got when you do shit with your microphone and your all that shit, bro. You can't buy no bullshit cables. Like me, I fucked up because I have to use XLR cables. But there's some they're like
I have
80
no idea
fucking
what the fuck
dollars.
happened. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Shit.
everyone can hear you.
And I was cussing all y'all motherfuckers out in the chat. Gotta sub to my what you call it to hear what I said.
Well, like I was saying before I guess I was on mute the whole time. The true grade for AEW will be how they build the matches for Wembley. That'll be my true grade for them. So what they do from here to Wembley, how they build, and who they have. Thank you, Kimmy. Miss you.
Well, I think Willow and Jay Cargill match is gonna be fire. That'll be her first what's it called. Cause if she could beat Mercedes Monet, I don't know. She might be the one to break the streak.
I'm back in the saddle again. Shout to the
Willow for the
glorious
win.
looking RA and to Kimmy, two of the prettiest women in the Philippines.
Shout out to all the ladies in the chat with no kids tonight.
Cherry
Love
Grace
y'all.
says hello.
I'm
I love
back
y'all.
in the bowling again.
Al, you know that motherfucker all over the place.
Tonight,
Checking
that
shit.
was funny listening to Bob read all the fake accounts, and every one of them have been to this show.
In Barkley, I didn't hear my name one motherfucking time. So
There was an
I
account
told you.
called Wolf Rice,
I remember that one. I remember that.
something
That's
like that.
Told
funny.
you.
Wolf.
He ain't gonna find my shit because I'm not relevant enough. I gotta send him a 25 cent. Don't know. Maybe he would then.
I'm back in the bowling again.
Raising money tonight
Bob
because
Hazelwood just messaged me.
Eunice needs a limo driver. She's never
No.
had one, so we need to raise money tonight for that.
Wouldn't that be funny? Well, I mean, we don't want her walking, for Christ's sakes.
We ain't damn sure don't want to take a bus.
You know what I'd tell them? I'd be like, what happened to the needy? Thought we had families to feed.
The obvious five says you might need a producer, Pesci. I hear JJ is looking for a job.
We know what that is.
I'll tell you this off jump. Mango's a close friend of mine. I know she never needed rice. He claims she did. She didn't need no rice. Okay?
I had a close Filipino friend, Jelly Bean, but she thought she could play me. I said, baby, look, I'm not Bob Hazelwood. I'm not Kenny. You know, I live at the shelter. What the fuck you
Problem
want me
with
to
her
do?
is she's too much of a snitch. They
Yeah,
always run back to bowling.
you damn right. You think I'm gonna believe anything you fucking tell me?
I'm
Nah, boo.
back in the bowling again.
I blocked on Facebook and YouTube.
Bob said there was over 50 accounts made with my name. The sad part is it was all the same person. It'd be one thing if it was a million different people.
Barkley said he blocked Punch a Hole. I didn't hear my name once, Barkley. Chalk it up. La la la.
I don't think Kenny blocked you because you never really went back over there after me and him didn't talk.
That's what I'm saying. So for him to say that Kenny blocked me, I'm like, bruh, that's impossible. There's no fucking way that
What's
motherfucker
crazy,
blocked me.
I've told this story before. If Puncho wouldn't have already had a YouTube account, there's a good chance that Kenny would have tried to block that account. But I remember I'm like, Kenny, no, it's a real account. Because Rob Sampson always does the Hawaii gimmick. So we saw Hawaiian Punch-A-Ho. We thought it was, oh boy, I didn't care. But he could easily been blocked because Kenny just was blocking anything that he couldn't put a face to at some points.
The obvious five says this week Mango's kids need shoes.
Well, that's a
Well,
luxury. I don't blame Mango for cashing in. My
all
thing
they
is, she
gotta
hasn't
do,
dealt with him for a while. All of a sudden, Bolin just.
kids got small feet. All they gotta do is wrap them around a plant leaf, and they can walk to school like that. You know what I'm saying? And like tie it up with some bamboo string, some bamboo straw string.
But what's really
Oh,
kind of crazy is, I almost wonder myself is, I definitely think the girls get less than he makes it out to be only because of this reason. I got to imagine they would be spamming the shit out of his chat if he gave the amount of money he said he gives. I couldn't imagine them being selectively there. Now, in all reality, Kenny's not doing anything wrong except he uses words like this. This is what makes him look bad. Instead of saying, my girls need shit, he'll use words like families and
We
terms like
are
that.
family.
Not, I need to get my girls some shit. He would have got a lot more if he would say, look, I'm not getting no titty pics or nothing, but these are my girls. I'm sugar daddy. Let's get them some shit. He would
I'm
have been
telling
fine
you
with
right
that. We even told him that in the beginning. Because he had the crowd that wouldn't have looked down on that at that point.
I wouldn't have been fine with that.
I didn't
Yeah,
think
so-
Juan Peso says, hold my beer. I got blocked for saying hello.
Yeah, well, because
that's
your last
different
name's
right there.
Peso, and he raises pesos. They don't even have a chance to let an account breathe. Kenny was members only so long. He even took time to message me. Tomorrow I go to members only. It doesn't entice me to get a badge, Ken. Hello, Meds.
Okay. Members only shows, but the ASMR is free.
But Kenny would have got a lot more money in the beginning if he would have just said, man, I'm a sugar daddy.
The obvious five says Bolin has every streaming service known to man. Not bad for a guy who hasn't had a job in 22 years.
What do you mean by streaming service?
I don't know.
Man, because he got YouTube, Twitter,
He ain't on
Facebook.
Twitch no more. I remember when Jake Hudson had control of Bolin's account. Those were the good old days. And there was this
Damn.
day where Jake was pretending to be Bolin in front of female wrestlers.
Shit, I forgot. I gotta send money to Harry's books. Put money on Harry's books, and Bolin said Harry's been arrested, charged. Fucking Harry Barnett. You're in jail for fucking stalking Kenny again. Damn.
Adam Cole cutting a promo on Barkley's boy Jericho.
Told you, leave him alone, bro. He's bad news.
People are wondering where the obvious 5 name came from. It came from Boland's chat tonight. Boland made a comment saying, well, don't block the obvious 5. I'm kind of curious who the obvious 5 are. If I was going to guess, it would be Doyle,
And
Harry,
Taz's about to lose his shit. He's about to shit himself. Sabu just came
Servap,
out.
6 Killer, same guy.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Bob even read off his wife's name. I'm surprised he even read that off. At least he's able to do that kind of shit.
Oh, someone made an account with his wife's name.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe my eyes. Sabu is here.
Doesn't look like he's aged a day either.
Ladies and
Man's
gentlemen,
found the fountain of youth.
ECW legend, former WCW wrestler,
Throwing chairs.
5-time Afghan Superstar of the Year. Wait, what did I just call him? I just forgot the guy's name.
Sabu.
What name did I just say?
You said Afghan champion or something.
Hello? Boss Man? Punch?
Sabu?
Fatal?
Oh no.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Boss Man?
We hear you, Pesci.
What the fuck is going on here?
Can you hear us?
Oh, did my speaker go out again? I can see my thing moving. Can you guys can't hear me?
Can you hear
We
us?
can hear you.
Oh, damn, it's moving, but I can't hear him. Wow. What the fuck is happening?
Pesci has no audio for us.
Yeah.
What up, Timer?
Can you hear us, Pesci? It's weird. The chat can hear me, but we can't hear Pesci on Discord. Pesci, we hear you, but you can't hear us for some reason. Oh, you can hear me now? All right.
I was calling y'all everything in the book.
All right, we're back. Brad's in the
Yeah, you should.
chat. I'm back.
Yeah, Brad's blocking people already.
He doesn't play nice. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the saddle again. Shout out to Don Kanich. Lordwa. Shout out to Fiasco at the Bay.
Alvin says Mountain Timer returns and audio issues. Coincidence? I think not.
Shout out to Riki Tiki Bobby Wobbin.
Brad says he's packing for Idaho.
Are you
He
excited,
needs
Brad?
sleep.
You probably
I've
have some
heard.
good stories this time. No, the problem is my audio issues. If I reset my computer, they probably would have fixed right away. My stream would have ended. Don't even ask me why only certain speakers are connecting at the moment.
Mountain Timer says, shut the F up, boss lady.
Warranted.
Be careful, Brad. I might have left some extra sour cream on potato. I was there, so.
He was there fucking listening to her breathe. Couldn't get it up, so he said, I just want to listen to you breathe all night.
Nah, Bossman used one of those gas station pills.
He's really into their children because they got acne on their face.
Wow.
They're of age. Boss man.
Oh,
That's the only
okay.
reason I said that. They're not like kids. We're talking 20, 30, I think.
I was like, damn, I thought this wasn't the boat. I thought I was on the bowling alley for a minute.
No,
Like,
when I'm saying her kids, they're like adults, I thought.
All right.
Yeah, you dumb. As I said, right over your head.
The
Not the
obvious
sharpest
five
knife.
says. The obvious five says Doyle, Sands, Harry, Jake, Phil.
Sad part is, what's crazy is this. I like how Sands lists his own name.
By the way, Pesci, Saddle spelled Saddle,
Yeah.
not TT. DD.
Like I said, I was probably the worst student ever when I was in school and been to prison a couple of times. Spelling's not usually my thing. Shout out to Joanna Hanna.
Marvin Robbins, we think he's eating sub sandwiches tonight. BC.
My queen! I was just thinking about you.
I'm still looking for my childless queen.
Shout out to R.A.
RA is definitely someone who I
Glad
would
you're
like
here,
to take
Queen.
to Olive Garden. I'll definitely take RA to Olive Garden.
I'd take RA to a place where they got open doors for your ass. I remember the one time we
Uh,
tried to go to a place like that, and they made Roman leave because of what he was wearing.
probably
Meaning they were
had on
expecting
a
it. He knew it. You had to wear a little bit nicer. He tried to get in there with some half-ass button-up. This was like a suit and tie place called Delmonico Steakhouse.
he could have worn a shirt that was
Definitely not a
tuxedo.
joke, Raquel. She said, if you think about me, King, you must be crazy about me. No, I don't have to be crazy about you guys to think about you.
I was just thinking about you, sweetie.
Shorty. I think about Shorty a lot, too. Not the only one on that list, Queen. Shout out to the Queen. Shout out to RA.
Jordy and RA are two females I would take to Whataburger. You just can't add extra cheese.
See,
Unless you're
unfortunately,
serious.
Queen, there's a few of you I love. You probably know which ones that is. But at least you get to be Queen. Thank you, Shorty. Miss you, dear. Hope you go live again. Shorty, of course, is one of the first ladies I met, along with Raquel. I think when I met Shorty, I had about 500 subs at the time. What's crazy is I'm going to have to get punch hip to these Filipino shorts they put up. Not by the ones we know, Punch. They put these shorts up from the Philippines. They got some girls out there.
Yeah, I see some of them. They be using those challenges, like eating the food without using their hands and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck going on here?
Shout out to Donna, Kimmy. Good to have you back, Kimmy. She was gone forever.
That was some giggle pickle shit. Wow.
Thank you, Shorty. I can always count on you.
Hey man,
And
y'all
your
super
English is
chat
the
them
best.
questions. Y'all super chat them questions. I got bad shit to do if y'all don't start donating.
That's the only reason why I wanted to bring Ken on. Just so we could have like a wave of that come in, and then I'd be able to throw jabs at him. Like I'd be like, damn, Ken, I'm surprised your shit don't light up like this. Shout out to all the lovely ladies. It's main event time. Pizza Mike. Welcome. What game you playing right now, Pizza Mike? When you do game. Shorty, you gonna go live? When you going live again, Shorty? I'll even tell you this. Next time you go live, I'll come on. We'll give Jake message of the day. Jake says, you got what I want, and I got what you want. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
I don't know. That's some sexual innuendo shit right
He said new people.
there.
Oh, you been
Fuck
replaying
off.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag? Yeah, I did that.
Fuck off,
One day,
Jake.
sir, please join me. I will, Shorty. I'll join you.
Good game,
even
Mike.
if I'm live, I'll join you.
Good game, piece of Mike. Game, brother.
Well, here we go. Apparently, our Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions coming to the ring. The Lucha Bros. Ray Phoenix, and of course Pentagon, who I was a fan of in Lucha Underground when he was Pentagon Dark. Interesting side note about Pentagon, he also is close with Vampiro. And we actually heard Jay Walks' name read off under Kenny's blacklist. And what was funny was Bob, with the wrong comment of the night, said anybody would have named that long, it's fake. And it was Jay Walks' account.
A lot of people seem to forget that Pentagon is also a former Impact World Champion.
He's a what?
He's not just a tag team competitor. He's a former Impact World Champion as well.
Yeah, see, I'm not good with the Impact history.
Pentagon is a former Impact World Champion. He held that title for like 3 months.
Damn. I followed him in Lucha Underground, I watched. Because that's how I knew about Marty the Moth. And then finally met him on Jake's show. Shout out to Jake.
Fuck off, Jake.
He said, but does Impact mean anything? Well, they're still around. What did Jeff Jarrett call it when he owned it? Did he call it Impact too, or didn't he have some other little name with it?
It was just TNA, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, Jeff Jarrett tried to rename it to Global Force Impact when he tried to merge Global Force Wrestling into Impact, and it didn't work. So they ended up just keeping Impact Wrestling.
He said, I'm ready for, Pizza Mike has breaking news. He says, I'm ready for the new AEW wrestling video game. Hope it's good.
Man, don't get your hopes up there, piece of
That's
meat.
coming June 29th.
I hope it's good. I really do. It'll be the biggest story if it ain't. Problem is, a lot of video games at launch day nowadays don't have a great launch day. Launch day when it used to be. Ask Cyberpunk. Schmidt looked like a tool on the Tards video. I don't follow them. He went on the Tards on Deck people's show. God damn, that's a reach, Schmidt. Even for you, Schmidt. That's like going on that's like going on a Ku Klux Klan podcast. My favorite thing they ever said, though, and it actually did make me laugh, was the one time when Tards goes, according to Jake Hudson, he bought all of his followers. That was comment of the night. Wait, do I get somebody coming here? He said, Pesci, you're a lot funnier on gummies. Glad to see what takes control of you. So you're in prison. Somebody makes a comment like that, you're funnier on gummies. That shows you that Mountain Timer's influenced by gummies. If you ever had to get what you need from the guy, why don't you just load him up with gummies? He's got a weakness. Oh, it is. Tards on Deck is like going on the Clan show. They're actually like racist. I didn't even know some of the words they say. I didn't even know you could actually say that on YouTube. I mean, when you only got 200 followers, I mean, it's probably hard to find them. But I remember one time I put a Macho Man clip up when I only had a few hundred, and they took my shit down. That was macho. These motherfuckers are dropping N-bombs, and I'm not talking the punch-a-hole one. No, it's good. Yeah, gummies are good, Brad. They're they're fun. They're gonna make you lazy and lethargic when you sleep. I don't ever eat them. I got them. I just don't eat them. It's funny. One time I was court ordered. We had to go to AA. When you're on part of like a probation in lieu of jail. I don't know if it was in lieu of jail, but I know I was on my way to jail. But one time I went to an AA meeting. And they have you tell some stories, right? And the guy, I don't know if you want to call him the leader or whoever was talking that night, goes, "Why are you here?" And I go, "Sir, I got to be honest with you. I know this, you're looking for someone to be honest, and I like being honest. But the honest answer I'm going to give you, no one's going to like it, and it's a very disrespectful answer in this setting." The guy goes, "Try me." And I go, "To be honest, sir, only reason why I'm here is to get my goddamn court paper signed. I don't believe I had the same problems as you guys do. Yeah, if you read my record, it would look like I'm a fucking piece of shit drug addict. But if I had to stop, I could stop." I remember the guy went in this huge lecture on, he really thought like I had some serious problems. He's like, "I remember being there." I'm like, "Being where?" He goes, "Where you're at." I'm like, "Buddy, I'd be honest if I had a serious problem." I go, "If you want to know what my real bad addiction is, I got two of them. One's gambling, and one of them's like unnecessary spendings. And let me give you an example. One time I used to collect pins, sports pins. And in 1 week I bought $1,000 worth. Or I'll used to collect figures and then spend a few thousand on them. Sometimes it's almost like my hobbies become addictions that lose me a lot of money. But gambling was always something, it was a lot harder to stop when I was younger. It was like more intriguing to do. It's crazy nowadays, I'm not intrigued to do it. And I have more money to gamble. That's what's sad. I'm actually more financially ready to gamble, and I don't have that urge. Like when me and Roman go, I might gamble for like an hour. I used to gamble for hours. When they first opened that casino, I was a fucking diamond member. You had to pretty much give your soul to get one of them cards. I just was able to retain it real quick because I played craps. It's the best point game in there, next to roulette. I remember the day I don't want to say stop going, but I remember I put an end to the high gambling. This is a true story. I used to drink, but the beer I liked, I didn't do Bud Light or any of that funny shit. I used to like these gold, like, they're up here, they're special beers. Great Lakes is the name of the lakes around here. So they got a lake, Great Lakes Brewing. And they got something called Christmas Ale. I don't know how to describe the beer. Every state's got one, but they're all just called something different. And every time I would eat lunch, that was like the first meal I'd have a day. But when I would go eat lunch, I'd have one beer with it. And usually it was a Christmas ale if they had them. Sometimes you're like, "How's Christmas ale? Isn't it only Christmas?" Christmas ale was so popular, they find ways of serving that during the off season. That's how fucking good this beer is. And you don't got to drink a lot. You know what I mean? I've been walked out of casinos under the influence of this beer, not because I was a drunk idiot, but because sometimes I'll get a little loud when I drink, and they automatically assume, even though I'm loud to begin with, they automatically assume it's the beer. I called the dealer out one night. I remember the guy's like, "Is there a problem over here?" The floor guy. And dealer goes, "Yeah, he's intoxicated." And I said, "Motherfucker, you don't know shit." And I was pissed because I wasn't intoxicated. But those Christmas ales, you drink 2 of them, and they smell like you fucking been drinking for a week. And this ain't even far from a joke. You know what I mean? Unlike some of the people we have on this show, I got witnesses. But the thing that made me quit drinking, this is a true story. Some people say, "What, did you lose big one night?" Wasn't even off a losing night. I'll tell you when I put gambling and drinking aside. So, drinking was only something I did with activities. I'm not a solo drinker, meaning I never went home and killed a 6-pack. If I was drinking at home, that means we were playing cards or, I had some kind of company of some sort. But when I played poker, if there was a drink that be had, I usually like to drink when I'm gambling. It just came hand in hand. So I was at the casino one day. I think I was there for 8 hours, right? And it was the morning. And I remember it wasn't just I was there for the 8 hours. This was like at the end of a 7-day, I don't want to say a 7-day binge, but I remember I did this for like 7 days straight. Just woke up casino until 4, just so I could go home and sell weed until it was time to go back the next morning. Because I didn't want to stay up there all day because I couldn't smoke weed. But I remember 8 hours passed. I looked at my money. I made $114. And I had a fucking headache already from drinking. I remember like, "Damn, hon, I'm fucking hungover. I haven't even finished drinking yet." So I remember I looked down at the money and I'm like, think of if you would have just went and did the car thing and did all the shit you always do, instead of trying to do the gambling thing, you probably would have made a shitload more. And it was like after that day, I drank all that. I remember I was like, I'm done drinking. If I'm going to put the gambling aside, I had to quit drinking. I can't drink at lunch. And that was the last time I drank. It wasn't because I had some bad story. It was because drinking was like I wouldn't do, if I was drinking right now, I don't do podcasts. I'd be like, "Roman, Racino, let's go." You know what I mean? Shit like that. What up, Sel? Hello, CR. And it wasn't hard to quit drinking. Like, for instance, nowadays, I mean, if I drank, it would be like a margarita or something like that. That doesn't even, in my ability, it don't even count for shit unless you got like a double. But like, if I was at some kind of shindig and they were serving colorful drinks, I might sip on one. But when I quit drinking, I didn't look back. It was like, once you go like as long as I did, it was like, damn, why start now? I remember I was at a birthday party. Someone was like, "You want to drink?" And I was like, "You know what? You go as long as I have. Why even drink again?" And I think part of why I'm not want to gamble anymore is because I'm not drinking. Because I used to always say, "Damn, if I'm drinking, let's go play cards." I quit smoking and drinking since starting green. It's working for me. Liar! Now, some people have stories of like losing their ass at casinos. Roman could tell you, I never lost my ass. I've lost, but I never lost my ass. Like, there's some guys who, like Roman, he can't stop. Now, he usually doesn't put up the kind of money I do when we gamble, but Roman will keep going. You know what I mean? It took me to drag him out that one day we made that $2,000. Punch-a-hole was there as a witness on Discord.
And I was there too.
Oh, and Boss Man was there, yeah. Made a shitload of money off of slot machines. That's not normally my thing. But Roman has a very addictive personality. One time he called me and said, "Come pick up the 30 I owe you." I went to the casino. He's lucky I'm his best friend. Well, by the time I got to the casino and got to where he was at, he looked at me and goes, "I got bad news. I gambled that 30 on your way up here. He goes, "I had a hunch. I went with it, and I didn't get it, man. You know how it is." I'm like, "Actually, I don't, because I never do that with somebody else's money. But I guess I'll live with it."
Is AEW still on?
Nah, it's off.
So what was the announcement?
That Collision was going to be debuting in Chicago.
Ah, CM Punk, CM Punk. If CM Punk ain't there and it's in Chicago,
That's
we'll
why
Oh,
be
it's
they're gonna
there.
be
talking
blowing
about
the
that
roof
for a
off the
long,
place.
long time, gentlemen. That's all I know.
That's why it's there.
Huh?
I said that's why it's there. That's why he
Yeah,
didn't announce it last week because
right.
Punk.
Because they were still in negotiations. They didn't know if it was actually because if CM Punk wasn't going to come to the show, wasn't going to show up, they were going
Had
to
to
have to
go
choose a
somewhere else.
different venue.
They fucking need Punk. I hate to
There,
say it. They need him.
there wasn't no way that they were going to be able to show up in Chicago and the whole entire crowd not chant for CM Punk.
$30, BC, not 30 grand. You kidding me? I wouldn't even have let him go to the casino. He would have drove straight to my house if he owed me that.
Man would have been hunted down.
But to be
30
fair, though,
grand.
Roman's good at paying debts. Excellent guy to loan money to. I do it all the time. Excellent guy. Can be trusted. Sometimes he'll give you interest. His problem is he likes to party. Like he came over to my house last night. Him and Chimsy just got back from Windsor. He sounded like he was all Adderalled up, laughing
Damn.
loud as fuck.
Straight added up.
I mean, nothing wrong with that, but he overdoes it sometimes. Doesn't realize how annoying he is.
I used to take Adderall when I was younger to play
But
video games all night.
oh, I just take it all. No, I take it. If I could still get him, I would still take him. What I'm saying is, he's like somebody that just, when they're on something, they're on something.
Yeah. You can just tell.
And he's not like me. Like me, I'd come straight out. He'll try to hide it, even though there's nothing to hide. And that's, it's where my whole life, when I scream out liar, those are the things that made me do that kind of shit to begin with. People lie about small shit. I remember when I was fucking 25, or I think it was under 25. So 26 when I went to prison the first time. See, what's funny was this. I sell coke at once upon a time. And we went to prison. I'll tell you how the day I said I'd never do coke ever again. I never liked it to begin with doing it, but because for some reason it had the opposite effect of what it was supposed to do, But I went to prison, and shit they put you in, some of the, I don't want to call them hospitals, but the little AA meetings, they show you mad
Right.
videos of addictions, people that were all fucked up, blah, blah, blah. But they showed a video, and I remember, I'll never forget this video, because here I am talking about it to this day. They showed a video of what coke does to your, nose, and they showed, some pictures. Fuck what it does, the other shit does, just what it does to your bone structure. And this picture was so frightening. I told myself I would never put anything up my nose again, ever.
Right.
And I wasn't one of those assholes that had a problem with it. Like I said, I was a distributor at one point, so I was known to party at times with chicks and fucking other people. Sometimes you had to be the life of the party to be able to sell drugs at their house.
Yeah, it's fucking wild.
Well, yeah, it was fun. Like I said, the only reason why I ever stopped selling it, because it was easy not to do it. But the problem is I never knew what cutting meant. And the reality was we were getting some cut up shit. I wasn't no expert. I just knew that whatever the guy was giving me, because I was his, we were boys, still are. But when he was giving it to us, they were buying it. But I found out what they were cutting that shit with, and it's like, damn, was there even any coke in that shit?
Right. Damn.
I remember I was 20 years old. I didn't know shit about crack at this time. I just knew what it was. But I never sold it at this point. And I didn't really, I didn't know, like people were like, how did you not know it came from coke? I didn't really understand it at that point. I was still very
Right.
young. And I wasn't educated. But I'll tell you a story. I sold coke to a guy, 8 Ball, biker guy. He calls me a couple hours later. Hey, motherfucker. I tried to cook that shit, it didn't come back. I go, you tried to cook that shit? What the fuck you trying to cook that shit for? Because I didn't realize you could turn the coke into crack, because I was never a crack guy. You know what I mean? I knew guys that were on crack, but I just never was I just thought it was its own drug.
They're saying Sabu, seriously? Why would he be in the
Oh,
corner of Adam
Sabu is the
Cole?
guy's name.
He can't even walk properly.
Well, I hope to God he's not wrestling. I mean, the guy looked like fucking the guy that just got a sack an hour ago that was over here at my house. But yeah, that was my coke story. Those were fun days. You know what I mean? Got told on by sad part is I got told on by a kid for a small amount of weed. That's the sad part. For an amount that in today's world you could technically have a marijuana card for. So I tell you one of the things you learn early on, which I didn't do and I regret it. You guys all know Ohio man who comes to the house here. He was one of the first guys to sell weed for me. He was selling weed to a kid. This kid pulled up in his driveway. Clark went inside the house. That's Ohio man's real name. Went inside the house, and I remember I gave the guy's number and said, hey, if you can't ever get a hold of him, call me. It was a shady thing to do at that time. I wasn't as faithful to people when I first started slanging as I became. But what was funny was that guy ended up setting me up. Meaning, I sold weed to him for a long time, but he caught some trouble. At this point, Ohio man wasn't his dealer anymore. I was. Thank God he didn't hit me up for anything but weed, but he called me for a half pound of weed. I was with my girlfriend Kelly at the time. Went up to Arby's, and I remember the cops came as soon as I sold him the bag. They didn't even do a good job hiding him as a snitch. It was obvious. It was only for a half pound of weed. We're talking, at this time, it was a pound of regular weed. Think about how old school that was. It was like $700, and the kid wasn't even facing any serious time. This is how scared cops would get kids. See, I never knew what was going to happen when I got caught selling weed. But I didn't let that shit scare me. Because I knew deep down, look, man, you're in the system now. You got to fucking do your time, because if you don't do your time, no one's going to respect you, and you're going to get out, and you don't want to stop selling dope. So I knew I had to fucking always protect the people that I was around. That's why I said I went to fucking weed for something that petty. And in Lake County, where my mom lives, they would send anybody to prison because they made a shitload of money. Picture a $1 billion enterprise. That was prisons in Lake County. Meaning you could be anybody and go, it wasn't like, oh shit, you're going to be in there with the worst of the worst, the gruesome of the gruesome. No, they said I'd turn prison into a goddamn hustle. Meaning, yeah, you get fucked up in there, but they weren't letting people die. Warden don't want to lose that payout. So they were making sure people stay alive. Yeah, you might get fucked up in a fight, but usually split up, whole. Thank God I never went to the hole. I never started no fights either. Thank God I wasn't put in that situation. I know who to talk to when I was in there. Did quite well. For what you could do. And Ohio man is always at my house. If you ever want to ask him how I was in there, you can just ask him. I always played chess. That's how I stole my nickname. That's why Sam Kenny show him the nickname stealing. The guy I played chess with in Lorraine, the best chess player in the barrack, his name was, well, obviously his name wasn't, but he called himself Future. Lorraine is where they class you to go to your prison where you're going to be for the rest of your time. But first you go to Lorraine, where you're with all the criminals. Meaning, Ohio man asked the guy, I always told him, don't ask people what they did, especially not in Lorraine. Motherfucker started conversating with a guy, asked the guy what he did. The guy didn't get mad, but the guy said he shot his dad in the back of the head. So now with knowing that, how do you have a normal conversation with a guy that shot his dad back in the head?
Right.
But now you have to figure out how to do it, Clark. That's why it's best not to ask why some of these guys are in here. The prison that they ride you out to, it's like a level. It's picture this. They put in Fortnite, they take all the good players and they put them with the good players, and they take all the bad players and put them with the bad players. Meaning if you're a
Right.
big time criminal, they're going to send you to a prison. The odds of you being locked up with the higher grade criminals are very unlikely unless you A, cause trouble in jail, which that could be a whole slew of things. Selling shit, which I did at one point. I would sell shit for people, meaning my job was to go from, there would be inmates that would be watched, meaning cops knew what they were doing and they would have their eye on them without even knowing they had their eye on them. So one of my jobs was running. A runner would run, basically you have two barracks. And a guy would give you pills, whatever it was. I never asked half time. I didn't give a shit. But they would give you a package, and you basically had to get on the other side and get it to that person without the cops shaking you down. And some people that were involved in those runner jobs, eventually I started getting shook down all the time because they got hip to me. What happened was I didn't listen to my bunkie. My bunkie told me not to play poker. There was this one cop we never gambled around. Meaning when this cop was on staff, two things you never did. You associated with your own kind, meaning you just talked to white dudes. You didn't talk to a black dude when this cop was working. For this reason, why? Anytime this cop saw a white dude interacting with a black circle of any type, this cop would shake you down. Meaning, a shakedown is this. They come to your bunk, you and your bunkie had to start emptying out all your shit, your clothes, taking off sheets, blankets, everything. It's a fucking pain in the ass. You know what I mean? And they're going through all your shit that you just kind of like all set up. And who knows if you already had something being hidden. They check all your items and make sure you have a receipt. So if you were a gambler or a runner and you don't have a receipt with some of those items on it, they'll just take your shit. So one day my dumb ass was dying to play cards. But the only guys that sometimes had played cards at certain times of the day and gambled were black dudes. So, and those were the games I wanted to get in. So my dumb ass, that cop was working. I go, hey guys, I want to get in. They're like, man, you know not to associate us with that guy in there. I'm like, I'm not worried about it. I was cocky because I haven't seen that cop fuck with anyone for a while. So we went and played spades. My dumb ass, I remember my bunkie was pissed. He goes, what'd I tell you about that? Because that cop is a fucking piece of shit. And my bunkie was selling a bunch of shit. But we knew when that happened, we don't hide it at the bunk, obviously. Those guys have smart ways of hiding out there in Youngstown. But anyway, long story short, he saw me playing at that table. This guy's never shook me down, never did shit, never had a cross word with this guy. You just knew he was the asshole cop. You avoided him at all costs. Like, anytime you could avoid him, you avoid him. Because this guy just loved to use his power. He loved to fuck with you. He loved to take everything you had. And a lot of the items I had, I worked for, whether it was doing runs or whatever. He saw me playing cards with 3 black fellows. Next day, he shook all my shit down. Took most of my shit because I never see for it. What's funny was, the shit that he took, I actually, and this is where I don't want to say I got tested, but there was this guy we rode in with. His name was Red. It's funny, it was a black guy named Red. He had a lot of money. So guys that didn't go to the store, I didn't go to the store in there because I didn't talk to the outside. I didn't call my parents or anything like that. Occasionally I'd call my girl to have her relay messages, or the chick I was talking to at the time, or give me a clothes box or something I really needed. But yeah, so that guy kicked my box in, and the guy Red, all his shit was in there, meaning he would pay you if you had box space. Some guys bought a shitload at the store, and their box would fill up. So they'd find guys, and they were guys that ran a store. And when I mean run a store, this was one of the coolest hustles in the joint. My bunkie did it, but Red did it at kind of a higher level to where he could pay other guys to work for him. Since my box was always, had just my items I need, I didn't fill up a box. I was a gambler most of the time, so most of my shit would be gambled right away, or I'd have other people hold my shit. He would say, can I fill your box up, get items out of there when I please, just so I had space. And, you know, in return, you get paid. I was able to gamble. But the cop took all that shit, and I thought this guy Red was going to be pissed. He wasn't the violent type. But I thought he was going to be pissed, and I enjoyed the little hustle and the shit I would get for just helping him out. And he goes, man, I got to be honest. He goes, I trust you even more now, because I didn't say anything. I said it was all my shit. You know what I mean? I was like, to the T. You know what I mean? I was like, this is all mine. And they were trying to, like, you know, get me to insinuate who you doing a store for or whatever. And I didn't break. And Red got wind of that. And I was, what's funny was, he's the one that lost money, and I was embarrassed for that whole thing, for just not mentioning shit. Because they know if he would have got mentioned, they would have went and kicked his shit down. So I learned a valuable lesson is when fucking, I forgot the cop's name. But if he was on the staff, he didn't do anything interracially. Because he didn't know how to handle that shit. He thought you were up to no good. And I was, to be fair. Hello, R.A. But yeah, prisons in Lake County, like I was saying, it's just money. It's a goddamn money fight. I remember, I don't know if it's the numbers change, but Lake Erie was a private prison. And I remember the inmates, you know, they're always complaining about something, the ones in the laundry room. And they're like, man, that's another 75 or 100,000 they get per inmate that comes on. So the judges own these prisons, right? This is guaranteed money, folks. Meaning the chances of them giving you a second chance, like I remember when I got in trouble for the second time in Lake County. If I was in Cleveland, they wouldn't have sent me to prison. Especially that first time. I mean, it wouldn't have added up. They would have found some other way to punish me. Lake County, trust me, they might say they want a clean city, but if them motherfuckers in Lake County had a clean city, how would they survive? They made a living off that goddamn jail. And what's funny is the Lake County jail, the one you go to, you know, before you go to prison, the county jail, is federal holding. So you don't eat normal food there. You eat the good shit. For whatever reason, federal inmates get better food. I never understood it, but they get better food. And
Well, the ones
Bryce
that
was
go
telling
to
us the
federal
story.
prison are usually spending like the rest of their life there. They don't have a chance for parole. Like, they're literally there, or they're on death row.
Well, I think it was because, like you said, I think it's higher money cases, so
Yeah.
you get the higher money food.
Yep.
But yeah, Lake County Jail, like I always said, Lake County Jail, great food, you don't get enough. Smallest portions, but it's good. It's not like Cleveland County. Cleveland County is the equivalent of shit. Almost what they give you in prison. Problem in prison is nothing has flavor. So you got to buy, you know, condiments and shit. If you work in the kitchen, you can eat whatever you want. Some people are so baller in jail, they don't even got to go eat. They just eat shit straight out of their box, have people cook shit. There's always somebody who does something. Some people cook their own shit, or they'll hire a chef. There's guys that cook in there. Hey man, you put together this, I'll make it. Guys put together, for what they got to work with in there, they put together some tasty shit. You know, shit that wouldn't be tasty to probably people that are outside of jail, obviously. But when you're in jail and you don't eat much. I remember I was down
It always like intrigued me, like the concoctions that they come up with like that. I've seen it.
But some things I would get hooked to. Like, for instance, I wasn't eating a lot of bread because I used to sell my bread because it was actually worth selling. I could always get it when I worked in the kitchen, but I stopped eating carbs. And what's funny was when I left prison, I was 140 pounds. I was fucking light as fuck. And I remember I could do pull-ups and all that shit and lift my body weight. And it was like in 1 year from when I left prison, it was like you put on all this crazy weight.
Damn.
I also had a gambling problem. They always said, what was your biggest problem? It was definitely gambling, because sometimes when I had a snack to eat, I'd say, fuck it, I need to play cards. Because I'll tell you this, anybody that's been to prison knows time flies when you're gambling. It's a crazy thing. Prison gambling's like no other because you can't go get money if you lose. And if you win, you get to kill more time. It's not just about winning snacks and shit and chips. You get to kill more time by gambling. I remember we would play cards sometimes. We'd go sit down at 4 o'clock. I swear to God, bedtime felt like it would just be boom. I remember time did fly a little bit, but it was usually when you're on that gambling table.
All right, fellas. Well, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go and get these kids showered and shit so they get ready for school.
Have a good night.
All
All
right,
right. Y'all have a good one.
we lost Punch.
Yeah, he fell asleep.
Yeah.
Bolin would actually would actually do fine in prison.
You think so?
Yeah,
How do you
he
figure?
just Bolin would have been at his believe it or not, at his age. People would have probably been a little bit I could imagine him making smart ass comments that would have been kind of an entertaining thing. He would have got a bottom rack because he's too big to get on the top one. And he could just talk for hours. And he likes sports. I think he would have did fine. I don't think he would act the way he does.
That's kind of surprising to me.
But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But some people like Kenny saying the crazy things about news shit. That's all they do is watch news in there. And there's a crew, I don't want to say a crew, but there's a small circle of people that are like the guys that are talking politics, believe it or not. You have this circle of people arguing about almost like they're on the outs. And I think Kenny would have fell in line with one of them and he would have got a kitchen job. So he would have ate like a king for the most part. And he's a storyteller. Sometimes the guy that can tell a good story in there, you don't give a fuck what he looks like. Go ahead, man. Tell that story. I want to hear it.
Yeah, I can see that.
And for instance,
if you're good at telling
he's been
stories,
fans of Lawler and all them for years. So he knows how to get along with people on the right.
Yeah.
Oh, look who's back. He's not better
Punch
than
is
ever.
back. We thought you went over to see GP.
Well, it's funny. Schmidt put the line from Goodfellas. I gotta be dead honest. When it came to snitching, I just couldn't imagine. For me, that felt like a lifeless thing to do. When you think about I think about what happened in my life after I was snitched on. How it just started a roller coaster of you never were gonna live a normal life again, and it was true. Because I knew once I went to prison, when I got back out again, I knew I was selling dope again. Because the place didn't scare me. We were like, man, I can't never go back there again. I was back in 2 years. I remember the judge goes, well, up here we don't like to, because I was like, come on, man, we could avoid prison this time. Why don't you just let me do some county time, blah, blah, blah. He's like, no, I'm sending you down for a year. I think you'll learn. I'm like, and I remember I told this to the judge. And my lawyer, first of all, gave me the heads up. But I go, Your Honor, I'll be honest. After my first number, I can't live in... I go, prison altered my life to where if I wanted to live normal, I don't even see how it could happen. Because I never, when I got in trouble, it wasn't like I called my parents. Some people will call their parents, I need help, I need you to do all this. I was more ashamed. I let my mom know. But I didn't call my dad and go, look, Dad, I'm going to prison. I need your help. Need a place to stay. Like when I got out of prison, I felt like, all right, well now you're a grown up. It's not time to call your parents anymore. Yeah, your mom would have let you come back, but you know you don't want to live a normal life, so you know I'll always be butting heads with my stepdad. And he's the type of motherfucker
Yeah.
who starts searching me anyway. He used to search my car all the time. I remember I had to outsmart him by sometimes I'd hide the drugs on the neighbor's property in certain bushes where I wouldn't have to worry about water damage and shit.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, because he would take the shit, and what he didn't realize was, see, I didn't have the guts to tell him what was going on. But I remember the first time he took my weed. Of course, he was a smoker, but he claimed he took my weed because he said he knew I was selling it. Because it was, it was a lot more, it was a bigger bag than his weed was. Yeah, I mean, I remember the first weed he ever took from me was 6 ounces. And I was quick. I remember I was out of the house before I know. I was like, this isn't going to work. Because the weed was going up. I remember our pagers were still. I was just about to get a cell phone. They were starting to trickle in, but it was not an everyday phone. So the pager was a thing I used a lot. But my dad came home. This is when I was not smart yet, because I would have knew he would have been able to smell it. For some reason, I thought if I hid it in a certain spot in my room, he wouldn't be able to smell it. My, very new to weed ass at this time, 16, 15, new to big amounts, put it there. Apparently, I mean, this has had to what happened. I guess it probably made the whole house smell like weed. Or at least make my room. And my stepdad probably walked past the room, smelled the weed, and the motherfucker was in there like the feds, searching that shit. What was funny was, this is interesting. When I got home, I think he was waiting for me to say something. When I saw that shit was gone, well, I knew it wasn't a burglar. I knew who stole it. I didn't say a goddamn word. But the truth was, I wanted to tell him, yo, man, that weed you threw, I owe somebody for that. So the reality is, Dad, I might work a job, but now I got to get this guy money. And this is drugs. I can't exactly tell this guy, hey, my dad threw away my dope sack. I remember I called my dope dealer and said, look, this happened, but don't worry, I got your money. What's funny was, this guy always respected me because I was honest when shit got fucked up, because when I first started hustling, I had a lot of fuck ups in the beginning. Got robbed a few times because you got to learn how to protect yourself in that game, in those era, from the people that you could sell to, and then there's people that, for whatever reason, want to rob you in the end. So I was very, like I said, I was very new. I wasn't fresh. Eventually, I put an end to that robbing shit. Put together a goon squad. At the time, I called it the A-Team. I still have hats made in the other room. I don't know why I called it the A-Team, but we used to call it the A-Team for the PWO. And that was usually guys that rolled around with me, and we usually went out drinking, selling dope or whatever. But I knew eventually there was guys I wanted to sell to, but I can't trust these guys. And I used to tell people, if you want to deal with me, I know this is a thing about trust, but you're going to have to do things my way. Because here's the reality.
Yeah.
I've had too many people try to get over on me. And then the other guy sometimes would go, well, how do I know you're not trying to get over on me? I'd be like, well, listen, my reputation speaks for itself. And if you're calling me, you already know what the deal is. There was a couple times I got robbed for small shit. And it wasn't like, here, give me your shit. It was like somebody'd be like, hey, man, can I get a 100 sack until Friday? And they just, for whatever reason, would never get the money back. And I wasn't trying to be some fucking violent drug dealer that was in the business of roughing people up. Not saying I was a strong guy, but I knew that some of these guys would fuck up and you could potentially sell to them again. You just got to kind of learn their patterns. Some guys you can't fuck with. Like, there'd be some guys that I'd learn, okay, you can't front them, but you could, when they got the cash, you could deal with them. There were some guys you could go where they requested you to go. There were some guys you had to watch make them go to you. Yeah, there was my share of people eventually I wouldn't fuck with. Well, usually, by the time shit started to take off for me around that time, before my first prison number, like I said, I had a nice little team together. We were living on a house in Burridge, in suburbia. I was surprised the house never got kicked in. And the idea of somebody coming in, yeah, I was definitely, somebody walked in there with Uzis. Yeah, here's the shit. But they weren't really doing those kind of robberies out there. So for the most part, I was able to stay out of that after my first year. Like I said, I got drugged by that one stripper. I fronted the wrong people at times. Some people actually were trustworthy for a while, and then for whatever reason, they fucked up because they had their own problems. You'd see them go to jail, and some guys, you know, I'd reconnect with.
Yep.
And there were some guys I wouldn't. Now you fast forward 20 years later, now the government's trying to take weed away. That's why I'm like, Jesus Christ. You guys fucking locked me up in prison, loaded my record up to where, who knows, if I had to fucking get some kind of serious job, if somebody looked up my record, what their thoughts would be if they looked up my record. Because even though it's just weed, the way they word felonies isn't, he got caught with weed. They're like, no, he got charged with a felony, blah, 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 possession, you know, whatever it is. Distributing, selling. Judge always uses different words. And I told myself,
Now
my
we got some.
biggest regret was when I started slinging and I moved out of my parents. I didn't move to Cleveland right away. Because I live in the west side right now. And I haven't been in trouble in 13 years. And people used to always tell me, you need to get down in Cleveland, certain parts. Now, I live in the hood, but it's a hood that I'm capable of living in. It's not like I had to worry about.
There.
Used to be a little bit more rougher down here, don't get it wrong. But I've always traveled with dogs. You know what I mean? Taz was my last dog before Pablo. And Taz was a Cane Corso. And he was close to 275 when he passed away. He was a large dog. He was so big that I would have to have, people always had to come to the back door. They were afraid of just the sight of this dog. Because I'd always had to gate him off. Because eventually he got old. And sometimes he might nip at somebody that he doesn't know. He could be walked. But if Taz got a hold of you, you were dead. I mean, these dogs were, I don't want to say they were bred to kill, but the lineage of these dogs were, manhunters, the Cane Corso or whatever they are, lion hunters, fighters. I remember when Taz I didn't have from a puppy. I took care of him for my buddy. When I moved to the hood, I was moving in a very skeptical neighborhood, and I'm not a gun guy. He needed somebody to take care of Taz because Taz wasn't doing well with strangers. And Stu wasn't trying to put in the work with Taz, especially when he wasn't breeding with them no more, which is some bitch shit if you ask me. But whatever, Greg was my dude. He got me out of prison and picked me up, put me on my feet. I said, hey, if I'm going to live in the hood, I need the dog. I go, because the fact of the matter was this dog, and I got pictures of him, I'll put them in Discord. This dog looked like a goddamn fucking, first of all, you looked at him, you're like, this is the coolest dog you ever seen. He was huge. You felt like you owned a fucking Bengal tiger. He was the biggest dog ever. I remember the first time I saw him, and I think I showed this on stream. I was on an iPad, not even had an iPhone yet. I had an iPad camera. I was just my girls. I put them on film because I was showing people, this is my dog, you come to my house, blah, blah, blah. Because I knew the neighborhood had a lot of people in it that were suspect, but I knew once they saw that dog running around, the only time they would have thought coming into my house is if they knew they had a score in there that they couldn't resist. But my thing is, I didn't talk to locals. So they would have never knew what I had if they knew I had something. So they just saw that dog. And from my experiences, people, if they're going to do a robbery they don't know about, they're going to probably stay away from that dog. Because you would have had to have killed Taz. I remember I used to put my money in his cage. Not saying he was in a cage when I wasn't home. He had a cage where he'd lay in, I left the door open. That dog was free to roam. He was no joke. I remember when he went after my buddy Graz, because what would happen is, if he didn't know who you were, initially if you came to the front door, when he got older, I don't know what it was, he would start to attack. And he tried to attack my friend Graz. My friend Graz thought I set him up. Meaning, this is what this dog did. We're on 58th. I'm with Sarah at the time. I got Cheech, a Chihuahua, Taz, Cane Corso, and I'm just getting ready to get Daisy. So my buddy comes and knocks at the door. I just got Taz back because sometimes I'd let Stu get him back because it technically wasn't my dog. $5,000 Cane Corso. Obviously, I wouldn't spend that kind of money on a dog, but they were breeding him. And Taz got cherry eye, so they stopped breeding him. And Stu was, I don't want to say he's an asshole, but he was an asshole because as soon as fucking Taz couldn't make him no more money fucking, he was quick to get rid of him because Taz couldn't be around people as much and he couldn't be around other dogs because he would try to kill them if they were a certain size. Females, yeah, he could be around when time was right and the ones he knew. But my buddy Graz was knocking at the front door. And this when his dog did something I didn't even know dogs were capable of doing. We were, it was my lawyer owned the house, but he actually had his partner living in the top, Dub, and he let me live on the bottom. They were buying up the houses in Ohio City because shit was going up in value. Meaning, yeah, it was in the hood, but it was cleaning up a little bit, and Brandon always lived down there. But so picture a duplex house. I'm on the bottom, and there's a porch. My buddy knocks at the door. The door that I am opening opens inside, not outward. So I'm opening inside, and the guy's going to come in. And I'd never seen this behavior with Taz, so it was the craziest thing ever. So as I'm opening the door, Taz, without, you would never think an animal this big could move the speeds he could move. It was nuts how quick Taz was. You know what I mean? And he would scare me because I'd be like, man, this dog is one bite from killing somebody and I'm going to have to answer for shit. But anyway,
Yeah.
I'm opening the door. Taz literally takes his paw. I didn't even know an animal did a stance like this. He took the door. I'm opening the door. To get around me, he kind of shoved the door to the wall. Now, I don't think he was deliberately closing me in. But when he did that, I'm in a hallway and I'm closed into the door in the wall like a goddamn cartoon. Not for a long time, but it was long enough like I felt the push, meaning his first maneuver was paw to the door, and he went for the guy, and he didn't go for a bite. He went for a scratch. And my buddy flipped over the balcony, meaning it was the lower level, thank God, because I didn't have a chance to grab Taz until I went around. I'm like, what the fuck? My dude's like, holy shit. And I remember Taz swiped him, meaning swiped him with his paw. The guy had to go get 7 stitches in his leg. His name's Adam Graziano.
geez.
You can talk to him on Facebook. He doesn't talk to me anymore because somehow I was Instagram friends with his ex-wife. I didn't even know this. And he just messaged me one day, anybody that's friends with my ex-wife, I got to block. And I'm like, whoa, I didn't even know you. And what's funny was I didn't even know his wife's real name. So it was probably just some random chick I followed. But anyway, that's how I stopped talking to him. But he thought I set him up because I haven't seen it, and I don't know why I'd ever do that. But I opened the door, and Taz just ran out like a goddamn psycho. And I remember I called Stu, the guy who was, the guy whose dog it was. I go, what's happened to Taz? Because he used to be able to be around strangers. Meaning you could walk him, and he would never. What's crazy is you walk that dog on a leash and take him to the sidewalk, he was the most well-behaved dog in the world. Because they used to be, he was a blue ribbon show dog when they were breeding him. Or whatever those ribbons were. I wasn't the guy doing it, but they were. And fucking, yeah, but dude, I love that dog. But yeah, he fucking tagged Graz. Graz thought I set him up. Taz was huge. A swipe was 7 stitches. This wasn't even a bite. And, but oh yeah, like I said, he could be walked. It was fun walking him. You could walk him in the most dangerous part of town. People walk to the opposite side of the street every time they saw him. Maybe some people would say, hey man, what kind of dog that was? And nobody ever tried to come pet Taz. And it wasn't like Taz would look at you and start barking. If he was on the sidewalk, he was chill. You came to my front porch and he didn't he didn't see who you were. Like I remember one of the saddest times was Stu, the owner, was gone for a while. He was out in Cali or whatever the fuck he was doing. Not Cali, Colorado. He was in Colorado doing whatever hustle he had. he came back after a while. Taz was starting to lose his eyesight at this time. He was getting older. And I remember Stu came in the door, and Taz, like, for a quick second went after him. And then quickly smelled him, but he quickly went after him because his eyesight was gone. So he didn't even know what he was dealing with. Then he got smell calmed down. But I remember my buddy goes, "What the fuck did you do to my dog?" I'm like, "I didn't do shit." And I remember after that, nobody ever wanted to take Taz back, but I didn't want anyone to take him. I said, "Bro, you can't take this dog from me. This dog is the only reason why people ain't fucking with me down in this neighborhood." Now, what's funny is my lawyer cleaned up in that neighborhood. Those houses all skyrocketed and went for big money. See, the thing is, they cleaned up all that Ohio City. And don't get me wrong, there's still some sites of the hood in there. But man, did they clean it up. And it's still surrounded by the hood, but they got a lot of new people in there. But when I was living there, it was like on the building side of things. And it was, you either got to have a gun down there, usually, or you got to have a dog like I had.
Yeah. Well, we have some questions in the chat regarding Taz. Make fake account, troll, get blocked, repeat. Wants to know if you fed Taz rice.
What's Taz rice?
No, if you fed rice to Taz. Did you feed the dog rice?
Hold on. You know what?
He's asking.
I'm actually going to pull up a picture of Taz. I think I can pull it up. What's
DJ
funny is I
Eric
You know what,
says-
Taz?
I
DJ
actually
Eric says,
never look up these pictures because it makes me too sad.
DJ Eric says, "What's up, Pesci and PWO Elite?"
Like, this is the kind of dog Taz was. And this ain't even a joke.
I
I
thought
leave
you
my
meant the
door
wrestler.
unlocked. Meaning the only person that would have tried to steal from me when I had Taz would have been like somebody that was close to me. Like Taz got along with a few of my friends. So I always knew if I ever did get anything stolen, these weren't the friends that would steal. Like Eric Roman couldn't even come to my house during this time because I got along with Taz so much. I'd have to put Taz in the room when people were there, and I didn't like doing that because he was my, the dog was my dog. He was my boy. But yeah, I used to leave my door open. It would be, you wouldn't have a shot to steal from that home. You'd have to shoot the dog. And I just did a good job when I lived in the hood. My neighbors didn't know what I had or what I did. And even if they did think I was dealing in weed, I didn't look like no big dealer by no means.
Yeah.
And that dog would have killed me.
So,
Oh yeah, let me get this picture of him. Cane Corsos, they have so much problem with their feet and shit when they get older. I said I couldn't get another Cane Corso. I can't watch another one go through that. And Pablo was more of me saving. I was almost ready to stop getting dogs because I was dealing with so many different losses of dogs. It was getting too much for my psyche.
Alvin says if Bolin was in prison, we'd have to donate to his Drop the Soap Foundation.
Oh yeah, Bolin would do the dog program in prison. You could do a dog program and get a dog.
Make fake account, troll, get blocked, repeat, says Bolin would try and scam the wrong person.
Where?
In prison.
All right, I'm gonna pull this picture up of Taz on YouTube. This dog was no joke. Wait, how do I share this with you guys? Why is it showing it at that angle like that? Hold on, let me try something.
You see that name in the chat, Punch?
All right, there he
I'm
goes. If you guys
playing basketball.
look at the TV, that's Taz. That dog was a monster. Meaning you'd hear every movement, every shift. If
Oh,
he
wow.
would look at some of my friends, even though when they'd come over, they'd be freaked out.
Is that a boxer?
He'd put the fear of God in you.
Is
What
he a
up,
boxer?
Kimmy? What?
Is he a boxer? Is that what kind of dog?
No, man, you didn't hear the story. I said a Cane Corso, boxer.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I'm not even sure what kind of dog that is. Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
everything else.
That's Taz.
King
I'm gonna show you
Corso.
guys-
I never heard of that.
I'm gonna show you guys Cheech. Cheech was Taz's best friend. He was. Wait till you guys see this dog. This was one of my favorite dogs I ever had too. Chihuahua. Most vicious dog. Problem is their teeth aren't big enough to do anything serious damage. Taz and Cheech, they were a duo. Daisy liked Taz, don't get it twisted. Daisy liked Taz, but for some reason, Cheech was a boy and Taz would try to hump him. Weirdest thing you'd ever see. And I got it on video. Taz trying to hump Cheech.
My female dog would hump the rabbit.
I think
crazy.
what would happen is Taz would get a scent of a dog in heat and he would just start humping.
Yeah, but to have a female dog humping, that was a trip. My dog used to do that all the time.
Yeah, Daisy does it. I got Daisy trying to hump Pablo. She used to hump Taz. Yeah, it's my old dog. My chick took, Ringo was the first Doberman I had. She took it. It was her dog technically, but I raised the dog. You should have saw how smart this Doberman was. This dog was way different than Pablo because he could be around other animals and he could be around people a little bit. Pablo's a fucking asshole. Pablo I saved from a fucking Amish fucking shithole. Meaning, I didn't even want to get the dog originally because they kind of lied to me. They said the dogs were brothers. I bought 2 of them, and I had to split them up early because they might have been brothers, but they weren't getting along. Pablo at 6 months tried to kill him. Picture a Doberman that's just getting out of puppy stage. He fucking tried. I remember he lunged at the dog. I jumped in front of the one dog. He hit my leg with the lunge. I'm like, dude, his jaws are this strong at 6 months? I gotta split these dogs up. I remember I screamed in pain when the dog bit me. See, and that was when I was like, these dogs were out of control. See, Taz never did no shit like that. Once I grabbed Taz by the back of the neck, he usually calmed down. And I mean back of the neck, it was his fucking collar. Because if Taz wanted to, he could fucking drag me around the neighborhood. But for some reason, he did listen to me. That's why I was like, damn, be lucky. Because as he got older, he started to lose his mind. I believe that's a thing in dogs. I learned that from watching that dog.
I had a Doberman. She was really smart. Oh, man.
Yeah,
Too
Ringo.
smart.
Ringo was fucking smart as fuck. My girl took it, and she wasn't even good at taking care of dogs. I remember one day I had to go there to see the dog or whatever and let it out or something. And there was stains from apparently the dog shit and piss in the house. But that dog was full potty trained. Meaning this stupid ass bitch was leaving the dog in there longer than he's supposed to be because she liked to party and drink and all this other shit. My thing was, yeah, I might have did all that shit, but the dogs were always first priority. That's why I don't leave town to this day. I haven't gone out of town since the last time I went out of town. All I thought about was fucking Taz and Daisy the whole time and what the fuck was going on with them. So I said, I can't even go out of town anymore because I can't concentrate. And watching my house isn't like watching your grandmother's house.
So it's the dog's fault that we can't all meet up together.
Shit, go to Ohio.
Vacation in Cleveland, huh?
And Fabio will be the caterer.
Oh, that'd be funny. We all go to Fabio's.
Only thing there is to do up here is Cedar Point.
Yeah.
Like when people would say, "Oh, like players don't want to play here because there's nothing there's nothing here." I don't blame them. I mean, if you were a legitimate millionaire, you wouldn't hang out downtown. There's nothing for a millionaire there. There might be one or two spots that are high class, but it's a shithole down there. If we're talking high class shit, as I said, even when they fix that shit up, Cleveland's very boring unless you do illegal shit or gamble.
Well, how you think Oklahoma Thunder players are?
What do you,
Oh yeah, that's
Oklahoma
gotta
City
suck
players?
living there.
I'm like, you talking about Cleveland? I've been bored in Oklahoma.
No, I'm not denying that. But what's crazy is the moral of that story was I moved to the west side, which was no near the neighborhood that I grew, like when I lived in Lake County, which is the county my parents lived in, and I always lived in Lake County. Biggest mistake of my life. Moved to the west side, never gotten in trouble again. The way I was getting in trouble when I lived in suburbia, you would have thought I was never going to live normal. Because down here on the west side, the reality was when it came to weed, certain crimes, don't get me wrong, the cops are out there bloodthirsty. But I wasn't in the thirsty crowds. You know what I mean? There's different sides of hustling. I might be in a ghetto, yes. But that doesn't mean I'm dealing in the ghetto. But just know, if you get a sack from me, Pablo's usually at my side.
Well, I would talk about my dog, but she's over there at Hardy's right now pulling a double. Nah, I'm good tonight, BC. I done played enough.
So Tony Khan didn't have an announcement, or he did make it?
It's gonna be in Chicago.
What a piece of shit he is that he took 2 weeks for. He literally did 2 weeks to announce it.
Well, he had to make sure that Punk was gonna be there. They just finished the agreement yesterday or today.
Hello, Sal. Yeah, but moving to the west side was definitely the best decision for me. Because everything down here that they would highlight in Lake County isn't highlighted. And I knew from the second time I got out of prison, they were already starting to loosen weed laws. But like I said, fucking Lake County, they got a chance to call you a drug dealer and get a felony on you, you best believe they're not saying in their heads, let's give this guy an opportunity. They know how much money's on the line. More people got to go to prison, Jack, than not go in Lake County.
You better watch out for it.
I was next to a guy. Man, I got along with this guy so well, so I'm trying to think what his goddamn name was. He had really like...
Bowling.
No, so picture a guy, a white guy, that lived a perfect family life. Was the number one father, had a great job. These are some of the good stories. I don't want to say good stories, but they were fun to listen to. So,
Definitely not both.
so I remember this guy comes in. He was a new guy or whatever. He's on top. I'm usually somebody that's pretty talkative in there. So I'm always talking to the new people. So I'm talking to this guy, and I kind of realize he's a very normal guy. I'm like, damn, man, you just seem like the most normalest guy you could ever, be. And I didn't want to ask him what he was in there for. But I was like, I just kind of said, man, a guy like you shouldn't be in here. And he goes, you want to hear why I'm here? I go, yeah. So I used, like I said, people ask me, I don't give a fuck. I wasn't one of those guys. But they tell you shouldn't do that. Hey, don't ask people what they got. Because sometimes a guy might have a shitload of time. And you're sitting there with no time. You know what I mean? Sometimes they just take that personal. When they call them short timers, what I was. You heard a mountain timer? I was a short timer. Sometimes they won't even, some inmates won't even use your name if you got less than a year. But yeah, that was one of the things I didn't care, but some people.
What was he in for?
Huh?
You never told us. You never told us what he was in for.
Which one? I just lost the guy I was talking about. See, I always bounce around too much.
Yeah, the one you were talking about, you said he told you won't believe why I'm here, and then you never told us why he was there. The father guy, the father of the year.
Oh, Father of the Year. I'm sorry. Krenzel. And I just remembered his name. Krenzel. Okay, my bad, dude. That's the weed right there. All right, Krenzel. I was like, yeah, who was just. So this is what Krenzel did. Father of the Year, right? Picture this. You wake up every morning thinking your wife is goddamn a saint. Not like you thought this girl, like, you're with a girl and you're like, it's only a matter of time before she starts fucking somebody else. I always knew that. That's why I wouldn't call a lot of girls my girlfriend. I just keep it sex or whatever. You know what I mean? Because then when they start fucking your dude, you can't get made fun of because you'd be like, well, I wasn't serious with the chick. But anyway, this is what this guy did. So this guy literally was like a Father of the Year, Boy Scouts, all that shit. He has to work at a certain time every day. He was like clockwork. He always came home at this time, right? He even said, even on days off, they were always denounced to have meaning, like his wife knew when he was off or blah, blah, blah. But if he wasn't off, he always came home at this certain time. Long story short, this guy decided to plan a little trip for him and, the kid and the wife and do whatever, marriage shit. Like, I don't know if he said he was renewing his vows, but it was something tacky. He's like, it was our blah, blah, blah year. I'm like, I don't know what that means, bro. I never been married. I'm a goddamn convict. I'm the 5-time. But he goes, we were going to do something special. So I wanted to surprise her. And I wanted to surprise my kid. So for the first time, and he said, I don't know, I think he said ever. Since they got married, he came home early, right? So what was funny was his kid, I don't want to say had like stuff he couldn't do, but basically what he said was the shit that he thought that his kid wasn't doing, she would let him do just to get him to be out of the house. And he was a younger kid, meaning, hey, here's $20, go fucking blah, 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 do this, go eat all the shit you don't eat. So anyway, Krenzel shows up there. He goes inside. He notices the kid ain't there. He's pretty surprised. He says these were his words. I hear a little ruffling going on upstairs. A little ruffling. He said, yeah, he sounded like, he said at first, the example he used was kind of sad when he goes, sounded like my kid was running around upstairs. So I went up there to find my wife with my brother.
Oh, crap.
Moral of the story is this, though. It gets better. Oh, this gets better. And then I'll tell you what he did, how he ended up in jail. his brother is not liked by him. Meaning, his brother fucked him out of a large amount of money when they were pretty much, doing family things. So apparently she must have developed, a liking for him or something, or was attractive. But this was his enemy. Like, he wasn't allowed at the house. There was blood there. Sometimes families get like that. And he didn't just fuck the guy on money. He did some shit to the family as well. Somehow, the wife goes around all that, and he doesn't know exactly when they started fucking, because what was funny was he said this beef with his brother was already in year 3. So he hasn't seen, talked, anything. His brother was a no mention. And not even a no mention, his exact words were, man, I don't even think there was a dollar amount that you could have put on it that would have made me forgive this guy. You know what I mean? I was like, they only say that because you were a rich guy. But Krenzel, believe it or not, actually had a past. He had 2 DUIs on his record, meaning when he was younger. He got 2 DUIs for like something, like just 2 stupid DUIs. Mm-hmm. But he got drunk. Basically didn't do anything at first. Saw his brother, tried to attack him or whatever. She's like, she started screaming, I'm going to call the police, whatever. Krenzel wasn't drunk at this time. He left the house because I think he was like, something about the kid. I forgot his exact reason. But he left the house because he was like, I'm going after the kid or whatever. When he went after to do his thing with the kid, he went and drank. And this is a guy who shouldn't be drinking behind the wheel. Not only did he go drink, he decided he already had a plan. He said he already had a plan what he was going to do to his brother. But he knew his brother was meaning when he attacked his brother and the wife tried to even almost get into the center of it or whatever, and he said his brother kind of just took off. He goes, I already knew I was going to handle it. So what's funny was he goes, I didn't flip the script the way I would have. He goes, I would have ran after him. I knew exactly how I was going to get him. So this guy has a girlfriend. Old Krenzel boy, hammered. Claimed he made sure he knew his kid was all right, right? I go, did you tell him that he's fucking the brother? He goes, not then. He goes, we'll get to that. Krenzel snuck back to his house. What was funny was, I guess him and his girl got into a big fight, and he trashed a bunch of shit, and she kind of told him to leave, cool off, or whatever. He was gonna call, or she was gonna call the police. He snuck back to the house to get some fucking weapons from the tool shed. He described them as golf clubs. He goes, they weren't golf clubs, but they were golf club-like weapons. I went to my brother's house, knocked at the door. His wife answered. He goes, I had 2 plans. I had one plan if the wife answered. I was going to say, I caught your brother with my wife. Because not only was I going to fuck his brother, because his brother was going to have to pay a shitload, because whatever relationship he had with this lady or whatever. But he told the lady, hey, he's fucking my wife, and then went in the other room where the guy was watching TV and with his golf clubs. And he said, I came with 2 of them. And he goes, I started smashing the whole house up. And then when I was done with the house, I fucked him up. And then that's when the cops came to that house. I drove back. He drove back to the wife's to get not into an abusive altercation, just a verbal one. So the cops are getting wind of the story here. They know he took off in a car. Bam, you're got right there. They're going to get you for that Dewey. But not only you got a Dewey, your brother's pressing charges. They're pressing full charges, and your wife is pressing charges. And because it was his 3rd DUI, and usually the 3rd DUI held up to, it could face up to prison, because of how he handled the whole situation with the violence and the weapons and the shit he did. They gave him 2 years. This is Father of the Year. He said the job he lost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, they've labeled him a psycho. I guess one of the things he kicked was the drinking, but the seeing his brother with the wife sparked up his drinking. And there was other shit he was doing when he was drinking. He said it felt like the longest 6-7 hours of his life after he started drinking that liquor. And he said, I remember I started drinking it. And I go, do you regret it? And he goes, I don't regret fucking my brother up at all. He goes, I regret the way I handled myself at my house, because he trashed that place. And he did some damage there. And basically where the wife was going to get a divorce, and you know the wife's come after that money. But he was on his way to prison because of the DUIs. But not only did he get the DUIs, he got the DUIs and he had violence. And they don't like violence. Not only did he have violence,
Yeah.
when they're reading his story off, they're not even saying, hey man, this guy caught his brother in the room with a wife. No, they might have mentioned that. But they weren't feeling sorrow. They mentioned how heavy the weapon he was that he hit the guy with, you know, what they had to do to get him off. And I go, what would you do if you saw him again? And he goes, when I get out of prison, if I could get a job again, I'm still going to go fuck him up. Meaning he said he wants, when he gets out of prison, he wants to go fuck him up one more time.
Yeah.
They were able to add up all those DUIs on him from doing that. They were just kind of, I mean, picture having the worst day of your life when it was supposed to be the best day. You're on your way to give, hey, we're going out of town and shit. Meanwhile, the kid's been spending all this time at this arcade that you never knew he was going to. But he was keeping his mouth shut because he knew you didn't like him going there. Unless he had, like, you know, shit done and shit like that. She was spending a crazy amount of money. And, like, you know, I always said when I was younger, I don't want to say this was the reason I never got married. But I was with enough married chicks to go, I think every chick has a thought of cheating at some point.
Yeah.
Says this show's much better when you are telling stories instead of playing video games. Well, no shit, man.
I think so. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, married women, man, they just want to have fun, and then that's it. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not saying I'm proud of it, but they don't want a
So can you
relationship.
tell the story of training Pablo with the Mexicans? I didn't train Pablo. What happened was they were going through I live in a Puerto Rican neighborhood. Puerto Rican, Mexican, whatever is over here. Spanish neighborhood. You know, it's not all Spanish, but I'm saying there's a lot. During, you know, one of the hustles is getting guys from Mexico up here. Always has been. Doesn't bother me at all. But sometimes they'll bring in these, you know, guys that are younger. And sometimes in this neighborhood, they'll go get themselves into trouble. And long story short, this is when I was just met Bolin. It was on WrestleMania Night 2 night. I have, like everybody knows, I sell cars. So I have random cars in my driveway. For whatever reason, it's not like you get a shitload of money. And Bossman probably knows about this. People steal Cadillac converters. Drug addicts. Shit like that. Whatever. But these guys were fresh off the boat guys. And, I mean, I didn't know that until, like, you know, eventually I'm speaking. But that's just, if you came into my neighborhood, you were a stranger. I was known as, I remember the guy who used to cut my grass referred to me as the dog guy. Okay? I mean, these guys weren't the biggest fans of dogs. And I always said, if I'm going to live in the hood, I'm getting a scary-looking dog. I mean, you hear how Pablo sounds. He ain't no joke. But anyway, I had like 3 cars that were probably the cars that, boom, Cadillac converter was a 1, 2, 3, you know, 1, 2, 3 thing. I don't know if these guys were drug addicts because it wasn't that they looked like drug addicts. They looked like they were, you know, going by their English, they were fresh up or like that because, A, they weren't from the neighborhood, because they wouldn't have chose my house to go after those cars. So, like I said, I'm not a fighter guy. My only thing is I carry a can of mace and a taser. I've just always owned one. Do I ever use them? No. In this situation was the first time I was ready to do it because of how trained Pablo was. So let me tell you how trained Pablo is. Told this story on Boland's show as well. My dog could smile on command. Meaning, if you ask Eric Roman, if Eric Roman tries to tell my dog to smile, or anybody else, I have people do it all the time, he won't. He'll bark at you. I'll bet you every last dollar in my pocket. He'll bark at you. I could get him to smile and do a whole bunch of shit. Pablo's the second Doberman I trained. A Doberman's like this. Some Dobermans, if not trained well, and even if they are trained well, will attack somebody and go full in attack. Some Dobermans, if they know they're one up on somebody, they're pinchers. So they'll kind of like bully their target. Meaning if they know, if Pablo knows, like Ohio Man, he's so comfortable with Ohio Man coming here and working, he'll bully Ohio Man around. He'll like bark at him, tell him to go get him a bone, shit like that. Because that's how Dobermans are. So Pablo was the type of guy that if you were an intruder, if you were an animal, you were probably done. There really wasn't a word I could get for him for some reason. I couldn't get him to get off animals. But if you were an intruder, he'd probably run up to you, knock you down, hit the Doberman stack from behind. So run up to you and kind of just hit you down. Probably would run circles around you and wait for me to say whatever. Or he would grab your jeans or something to where almost like he knew he wasn't inflicting pain on the person he was de-arming. And when I mean de-arming, let me tell you the story. There was 3 guys in my backyard. I had no idea at this point. Okay? I had no idea they were thieves. At first, I thought it was the neighborhood kids. And my thought was I was going to run out there with Pablo and we were going to just scare the shit out of him. Okay? Because Pablo will run at you or whatever, but his first instinct's not attack. Same with Ringo. For some reason, their first instincts aren't attack. Pablo on animals, yes. So, I go outside. I notice one guy. Like I told Schmidt, I had the mace and the taser. I didn't really know what to expect. Like I said, I ain't a confrontal guy. Usually my dogs do enough to where I don't even have to go that far. You know what I mean? But like I always said, mace does the job. I've seen guys in a situation outnumbered by guys. You hit a guy you hit 5 guys with mace, you'll at least be able to make a move of some sort. So I ran outside thinking it was going to be like kids, maybe 1 guy or something crazy like that. It was 3 guys. But what was funny was the guys all reacted to the dog. They weren't scared of me. Because like I said, at the time, and if you go on the stream, you could see it when I told Boland's story, I ran after the 1 guy and I completely biffed. Meaning I tried to run out there in fucking sandals. And I biffed to where I fell on the ground. This is before the guy hit me. I fell on the ground, accidentally maced myself a little bit. Got back up. The guy had a bar, which I wonder if it's still in the other room, but I did show it on the Kenny Show. He had a bar of something. I think it was some kind of tool they were using to work on the car. See, there was 3 of them. So it was so distracting because me and Daisy ran after the first guy. Daisy can't inflict no pain. But if you're a stranger, she could be distracting with her leg grabs. So Daisy went after the guy. I didn't even have my fucking mace. I had the taser. I'm awkward as fuck trying to hit this guy. This guy's able to get a nice swing with his bar on my head. So I'm going to go on to what Pablo was doing in the meantime, but let me tell you what happened with me first. So I get hit, and it was a nice enough swing where it felt like it knocked the wind out of me, but I was on the ground, on my knees. But what was funny was when I was getting into that first confrontation, the 1 person was already gone. There was 2 in the yard. Pablo went after the other guy to where all I could hear was the guy going, ah, screaming, like from running or whatever. So I didn't know what Pablo did to the guy at the time because I was distracted by the guy. When I came to, and I don't want to say I was out long, but when I came to, Pablo was already when I was on the ground, he was already en route to me. Meaning, I didn't realize what he did to the other guy. He ran to the other guy. Pablo at full speed, ask anybody, it's a fucking scary ass sight. He ran after the guy, did a circle around him, knocked him on his ground. Now, this is where I told you Pablo doesn't attack. He'll declothe you. Pablo's guy had jeans on or something. Pablo ripped this guy's jeans off. I remember the guy was like, ah! You know, just screaming something in some foreign language, screaming like, ah! Whatever he was screaming, you know what I mean? I remember Daisy was trying to do her thing. Not that her bites were doing anything, but Daisy gets vicious from watching Pablo. So what was funny is, I remember I got up at this point. I went over and I grabbed the bar. I didn't know what I was going to do at this point. I saw the other guy. The other guy's clothes were already half ripped off. Meaning the first guy that tried to jump the fence, Pablo had that guy spooked to where he pulled him down. And the guy kind of like curled by the car and he was screaming. Pablo took time to circle to me, knock the guy down, de-gene him. Not only de-gene him, I remember, I'll admit I said some very, maybe borderline racist things, but I remember I had blood on me, and I was covered. I didn't know what the fuck to do. The dog had the one guy down, the other guy had the other guy down. And I remember I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna torture these guys now. So when Pablo stripped the one guy, I remember, and I rarely did this with Pablo because I was always afraid, once if he just kind of goes for the guy's throat. I go, Pablo will get him. This guy's already half declothed. He's shaking like a crap game in the driveway. He was so scared, he couldn't even figure out how to run like the other guy did. He was like, you know, in a ball. I'm in blood. I remember I walk over to the guy that he first declothed. That guy starts choking me. I'm like, like when I went down or whatever, I remember I was trying to grab whatever he had on him or whatever, and I was like, oh, you guys, like all their shit. I'm like, you guys are about to walk home naked. And what's funny was they were in my fence yard now. Pablo was not going to let you go until I called him off. He was fucking mean mugging these motherfuckers like a motherfucker. I'm fucking in blood, and the guy starts choking me, right? I start to notice the blood all over the shit. I don't want to say choking on it, but I just see it going all over. I'm like, Pablo, right? Pablo without hesitation. He's running over, grabs the guy by his ankle, and just starts shaking his ankle. And now here's the kicker of the story. The third guy, right? These guys are full naked. I told the first guy, whether he understood me or not, don't move. You know what I mean? I wasn't even planning on the cops. What was funny was I went back and got good old Mr. Mace. And I was about to start macing these motherfuckers because a couple of them had open wounds from Pablo, meaning some of his bites did crack skin. So what was funny was I didn't even expect this out of left field. His boy, I don't know what his boy was thinking because he probably heard the screams or whatever. This guy heard the screams. He decided he was going to come back and play the hero. Right? I see this guy with, I don't want to say it was a weapon, but he had something in his hand. And I remember I saw him hop the fence back and he goes, you know, something. Like I said, these guys were foreign. They were screaming something at me or whatever. He came back to get his dude. He had something, weapon in his hand. He was getting ready to hit that dog. And I remember I was like, fuck that. He hit Daisy, kind of, because Daisy goes for the ankles. I was trying to get her out of there, but she was actually a good distraction. Her teeth marks were just enough distraction. I get over to the guy, right? Now, this guy, I want to say, wasn't looking at me the whole time, because what was funny was, as I'm walking over to the guy, Pablo was already running at him. And Pablo does like this half a dart, stop, shoulder push. If he thinks you're a friend, which means almost like he didn't, when I got Pablo as a younger dog, if I turn my back to a Doberman will run up and lick your ear or bite it. As an owner, not physically. But if you're an enemy, they attack from behind, they go for the ear or the throat or whatever. So both times when these guys ran from the side of the dog, they turned their back twice on Pablo. So this guy who's coming back in to be the hero with that weapon or whatever he hit Daisy with, I don't even know what the fuck that was. You know what I mean? It looked like it was a part of the car.
Yeah.
And I remember I'm red as fuck. Like it felt like I just did a shitload of drugs. Like nothing's really happened to me other than I got roughed up, choked up a couple times. So like I said, I wasn't the strong guy. But when that guy started running for the thing, I sent Pablo after him. So story gets better. The cops part is coming up soon. So neighbors get wind, obviously, by this time. There's screams, there's everything. You know what I mean? Neighbors didn't even move. They're just watching from the porch. They're not like, is everybody okay? When Pablo went and bit the guy on the ankle, the third guy that tried to come in, the guy, I don't know what triggers somebody when they get bit in certain spots. They kind of just fall instantly. I went over to the guy, and this is where I could have almost got in trouble. And because it was on film, but also at this point, he was off the property a little bit. So this guy was kind of like borderline property. And I just started unloading the mace on him. The dog had him, boom, boom. Whether he understood my don't move comment, the dog had them all three shook. Every time somebody got up, Pablo's speed, he was able to get up. It was almost like he was toying with him. And I was so pissed. I'm originally planning to have a little fun with these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Because I was kind of pissed off. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I was off the handle that night. So, cops are coming. What's funny is the cops were already there, but they were on another thing. It was almost like they just had to go, hey man, you got a thing going on right there. So what's funny was, I'm Mason the dude, right? All of a sudden I heard, freeze, down motherfucker, down, or something. Like they were screaming swear words. I'm like, sir, I'm being robbed. These motherfucking cops did like a shoulder move. What's funny was when the cops started screaming freeze, for starters, you're thinking, well, what about the dog? Well, here's where Pablo's training comes into mind. When I saw the police were on the street and I knew they were coming and blah, 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 I knew I had to get the dog out of there. That was the first thing I did, was whistle Pablo off. What was funny was, I did a double whistle. What was funny was, he went in treat formation, meaning he ran to the goddamn porch and he was looking for a goddamn treat. He didn't even realize he just declothed three guys, had them spooked, fucked up a couple ankles. These cops were running at me because they didn't know what was going on, and they literally tackled me. They fucking got me under, not arrest, but they got me under whatever that is, wraps. They got me calmed down first. I'm so in a crazy weird mood at this point. I'm screaming shit like, you dumb motherfuckers. I was like, these Mexicans are trying to rob me. I was like, these guys broke in my house. All the cops saw me was me macing them and the dog fucking doing the Cujo look. Barking, running in circles. You know what I mean? I remember eventually I got to tell the cops story. They still weren't even on my side after that. They're like, you could get blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, these motherfuckers were in my yard. And they were trying to say, get my dog taken away because Pablo bit them like on the border when they were on the fence because I wasn't done with them. They were all limping. And Dobermans, when trained, you could say, hey, for instance, police are trying to use Dobermans as police dogs because they're easier to calm down than a St. Bernard, German Shepherd. Meaning, German Shepherd's the majority drug dog, but a high number of cops have switched to Doberman. I asked about that. For starters, you need a smart enough dog. That helped. And Dobermans, at a certain training level, sometimes will let up. Not all the time, but let up without a fight. Sometimes the German Shepherds, they're so trained on those drugs. Meaning they're fiends in their own way. They get them hooked on the drugs. It's actually sad in a way, but they're very smart dogs. But they're fiends. Yeah. Meaning they hit that car, we're after that dope, because we get snacks. I always wondered if they fed the dogs dope, because they know they get something when they get that dope.
Yeah.
So they use those Dobermans. So when I had these guys, you know, on the wraps, the cop thought he was looking at a domestic thing. He's like, he didn't know what the fuck was going on. Eventually, when they got me in the car, I was screaming for so long, they weren't listening to me for like the first 30 minutes. I was even in a car. What's funny was, as the guys were crawling out of my yard, the best image was Pablo went to the back porch, and because I did the Pablo go inside, he let them go. Because I knew I couldn't have that dog doing crazy shit in case the cops might do some funny shit and put a bullet in him. And he would have scared them. I mean, he would have ran up on them, and they probably, out of reaction, might have reacted. Pablo's first instinct ain't to bite. A lot of dogs are. But Pablo likes to tease the fuck out of you. He'll go for a bite in your neck or go for the leg. You heard him yesterday when those dogs were in my front yard.
Yeah.
He wanted to kill that dog. See, that's what's the problem with Pablo. He doesn't get along with other dogs, and something's in him. Like I saw, and I only saw this because he went after his own goddamn brother. Well, that's what the Amish people said, but he wasn't no fucking brother.
Yeah.
I mean, they had these dogs, the way they were hustling dogs, the Amish. It's funny, I pulled up to a farm. I remember I go, well, I'm pulling up to a farm where I'm about to be showing some dogs. The first thing I said, the criminal in me goes, wasn't there no dogs running around? This looks like a goddamn front. Oh, it was their farm. But these dogs were in these like kennels they made. They were like friends with these dogs or, you know, had them out in the farm and they got some farm time. I remember the first time I saw Pablo, he looked like when you put somebody in the hole in prison and they come out for the first time, they're sitting there blinking their eyes and shit. Because they can't fucking, because they just seeing life for the first time. That's how Pablo and the dog they called his brother. I hated it. I bought 2 Dobermans at first. I had to give one away because I already lived a long life of splitting up Ringo and Taz, and it was hard to do that in a house. But I had to do it for a long time because for some reason Taz couldn't get along with Ringo after Ringo started growing up. Ringo was my other Doberman that the chick stole. But Pablo and his brother came home. Pablo tried to kill his brother. He got along with my dogs, probably because they're small. One's a female. Cheech was alive then. But he tried to kill his brother. And I don't mean attack. Some dogs fight. Pablo was going after him in 6 months. And I remember I looked at that Pablo and I'm like, so that's why they couldn't sell you, huh, buddy? Because they couldn't sell this dog. Because this is why I knew it. I thought I was going to look at a puppy. When they brought Pablo out, I'm like, damn, this ain't no puppy, sir. This ain't about a 6, maybe like a 4 or 5 months. Don't get it wrong.
Yeah.
He was a puppy, but he was on that stage where I had Ringo as a full puppy. That was a lot different. And I think not having Pablo as a puppy, whatever they were doing to him, he didn't get along with animals. So any animal that was of his size, after his initial meeting with Daisy and Cheech, he tried to kill. So I at least got a home for his brother. His brother actually, rest in peace, only made it 6 years. So that was sad to see. But Pablo is he's almost as smart as Ringo. Meaning Ringo it was weird. Ringo wasn't as smart as Pablo, but Ringo wouldn't attack animals off jump. Either will Daisy. Some instinct, Pablo wants to attack animals. It's crazy. It actually makes me pissed off. Because I didn't raise him like that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he was pretty much a save. I saw how they were treating those dogs, and I was like, man, I can't tell them to put these dogs back in. I go, I'll take both dogs. I'll give you 1,000. Meaning they wanted 800 apiece. They were both full-bred Dobermans. I knew I'd have, what's funny, I'll tell you how I potty trained Pablo. First week I had Pablo. Every time I went out, pretend, unless I was shitting, I went and pissed outside. Every time I had to take a piss, I went outside. And I brought Pablo with me. And I'd walk to the back of the yard, and I would take a piss on the tree. I did that for a month. I'll tell you something interesting about Pablo. He's never gone to the bathroom in my house, ever.
Wow.
And that's usually highly unlikely for a dog not to have one. Same with Daisy. Only time Daisy ever went to the bathroom in the house is when Sarah was watching her and I was out of town. Because Sarah doesn't know how to wake up at 3 a.m. to let Daisy out. Hello, Kimmy.
Hey, I got to make a phone call, Pesci. I'll be back.
All right. Hello, Sal.
There's some questions in the chat there for you.
Is there?
Somebody wants to know if you ever donated sperm. Yeah.
Have I ever donated sperm? No. And I knew, and my thing is why I never had kids. And I always said, I'm not even afraid to tell the story because it's the truth. I knew when I was 23, because of the road I was on, I knew I was going to be selling drugs for a while. And I knew I didn't want to be no fucking dad. Because I wasn't about to be no, I might have been able to take care of the kid, but I wasn't about to be, I didn't want to do what no dad has to do. I wasn't about to put that work in, nor did I want to. You know what I mean? That's why I said, knock on wood, I don't know how. I mean, a girl once or twice said she was pregnant. I used to always call him a liar initially. I know that's mean, but I'd always say liar. But I'd always end up being right. But I never wanted to have kids because I knew I wasn't living in a kid world. I remember my buddy used to bring his kid down here, and he would refer to me in front of his kid, and I'd tell him stop this shit. He referred to me in front of his kid. He goes, look, this is Uncle Mike. Fucking, I'm not this, as I'm giving his dad a fucking dope sack. So you're going to tell him I'm Uncle Mike, so when this kid's with his mom or whatever, who you don't get along with, he's going to say, yeah, we go to Uncle Mike to get the drugs and shit. You already know my dogs don't like kids. Meaning my dogs don't like kids. I think Pablo thinks kids are animals. I swear to God. Like, he barks at a grown man one way. If you're a kid on a bicycle and he barks at you like an animal. Meaning, like, if there was a dog in my front yard, that's how he barks at children. That's why I was like, damn, I can't have this dog around no kids. And Daisy don't like kids, but she won't bite. I remember she tackled my little brother when I went to Christmas one year. And she's a miniature dog. For some reason, she liked kids. The kid was running around, and she did a tackle on him. Meaning smart enough not to bite, just fucking wanted to set the kid down. But anyway, what was I just talking about, boss man? Oh, here he left. Fuck. Forgot what part of the story I was on. Damn, I forgot what part of the story I was on again. What the fuck was I just talking about? All right, Kimmy. The cops had turned up. What part of the story was I on? I kept bouncing around. I don't know if I was on the fucking... Fuck. Now that's a stoner moment. What part was I talking about? Is my chat now? Gonzalez! I just sent you a money. Oh, why I don't like kids. Oh, okay, thank you. That's right. Yeah, so, thank you. I was like, what the fuck was I talking about? But anyway, long story short, my dude used to bring his kid here. I told him stop bringing his kid here. I was like, bro. And what's funny is this dude was a hustler from way back in the day. For some reason, he went on a drug binge, and he was never the same anymore. All the hustling etiquette he fucking developed when we were growing up, he just kind of lost. I was like, dude, I understand your kid and all that, but you got to come, when you come down here, I don't want no kids here. I got Dobermans, I got sketchy neighborhoods, and we're not exactly fucking, I don't want to be known as Uncle Mike. Uncle Mike. You know what I mean? And I think what's funny is I have action figures here. This guy was a pillhead, right? Quick story about this guy. He was on my show once upon a time. Remember my dude Biggie I had on? And he was telling stories, came on late night. Anyway, Biggie had a problem with pills. Anybody that's got a pill problem knows some pills will make you zonk out. You know what I mean? You could just be fucking sitting on, I mean, not standing. He was sitting on the couch. This dude was at my house, brought his kid, sat down. When I went in the other room to make sure the dogs couldn't get in there and the kid wasn't fucking up my, expensive figures, I was showing him which ones he could fuck with. This motherfucker passes out. I don't know what I did with this video because it was so long ago, but I know it exists. I went outside to put the dogs out there. I come back. His kid is shaking him on the couch, saying, "Daddy, wake up." I'm laughing my ass off. Meanwhile, his dad tries to lie to me, liar, and say he was just high off weed. Oh, I was high off weed. High off weed, you were able to pass out to where your kid is shaking you, saying, "Daddy, wake up." I'm laughing because of how pathetic it is. Because I got a 4-minute video and I know who I was showing it to. I mean, Biggie might love his kid. Yeah, he's not a bad dad. But Jesus Christ, man. Bringing the kid to the dope dealer's house, calling him Uncle Mike. I'm not into kids. My life isn't a kid-involved life. Like I said, it would be irresponsible for me to be a father.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, and I respect you for recognizing that too.
And I haven't, like I said, I've been with a shalloo of chicks in my day, just from the drug addicts to the non-drug addicts to whoever, and none of them I really ever wanted to have a kid with. You know what I mean? And like I said, I always said, being with married women, meaning a couple times I had some one-night stands with a couple married chicks. And I remember I go, this is a learning experience for you. I was with Sarah at the time, but I met this really cool chick. And I remember what's funny. So look, this chick that I met, she was married, no kids at the time, right? No kids. The husband wasn't even a drug addict at this point. It's funny, if you want to talk about a roller coaster, it was this chick's life. This chick smoked weed, he did it. A friend of mine, John Demonic, knew her. She always used to call him for weed. He used to call me. He goes, "I'm going to hook you two up." So he hooked us up. I remember when I first met this chick, I mean, I didn't like put no moves on her or anything because like I said, I was like, thought she was married or whatever. She's just coming to get weed and that's that. She actually was a wife trying to get out. Meaning not just get out and have affairs or whatever, but she was just trying to get out, have fun. I guess this guy that she was with had her bored as a motherfucker. So I ended up being that guy she started going out with. I had a girlfriend at the time, but she would call me for weed, and we would usually go hang out. Meaning she would pick me up in her husband's Beamer. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, this, at the time I thought it was great. But then this chick did something and almost put us all at jeopardy. Meaning not with our lives, but with maybe kind of her living, but kind of almost fucked all the shit up I had going. Because I had a good chick at the time. I don't want to say a good chick, but she was doing a lot of shit I needed her to do, and she was doing it on time. So that goes a long way with me. But
Yeah.
I started going out with this girl. I knew it was going to be hard. Once I found out that she liked me in a way, or at least liked me enough to where she told my buddy something. She's like, yeah, I think she wants you to, like, ask her out or something. I'm like, ask her out? Well, I go, I got a girlfriend or whatever. She's like, I got a husband. I was like, all right, we could go out. So I took her to some bars one night. This is where this girl fucked up, almost screwed up our happy life we already had going. So we already been out a few times at this point. So we were at this place. I remember it. It was in downtown Willoughby. I don't even know if these places have all been revamped, but the place is called Frank and Tony's. Frank and Tony's might still exist. So it was a normal place where I would go, at least. Like I said, I was a drug dealer, and that's usually where my stomping grounds was going to be come Thursday. I took her up there. It's her first time out in forever. She's drunk, like right away. Where this lady was like all over me off jump to where it was almost like, damn, it's cool that you're all over me and shit, but it looks so sloppy. You look so drunk. It looks like I'm fucking taking advantage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was hammered. But here's where she fucked up, right? Somebody, it's just happens at a bar. It wasn't me. Somebody gave her a pill of some sort. She didn't remember. She's like, I took some kind of pill. This pill got her fucked up to where she got a fucking case of the truth serum and called her husband. And we haven't had sex at this point yet. I think the only reason why we didn't was because I wouldn't have been able to get away with it because my chick that I was with at the time, if I was gone past 11 o'clock, this bitch would fucking ring my phone up until tomorrow. And she was a crazy bitch, usually where all my shit was. So I didn't play around with my shit. Like, when you talk about bros over hoes, I'd sometimes tell girls, listen, I got to get back. This bitch is whatever. So the first time, I probably could have had sex with her the first day. I already knew it. My philosophy was always like, damn, if you could have sex with them on the first day, why even make them your girlfriend? Make them your girlfriend maybe if it's financially in your favor. And maybe like for instance, I was cool with her having a husband, and we were in Beamers and shit. And hello, Tox, good to see you, Tox Vlogs. Thank you, sweetheart. She was spending his money, getting all his shit. She would go out and have fun. She takes this pill, though. She calls him and basically tells him all the bad shit she's been doing. And what was funny was, and I had to talk her out of this, thank God. We're at my buddy's house. We can't even go where I'm staying at because my girl's there. We're at my buddy Chris's, who's a big piece of shit, but he'd always let people go there with other chicks and shit. Type of guy that would even fuck your own chick if your chick would let him. He wouldn't care.
Yeah.
That's what I said. He was that type of guy. He might be a guy you could have around, but he'll fuck your girl if he had a chance. So, the first night, I originally wanted to have sex with her until she told me this pill story. I'm like, dude, you got to be in a blackout. You called your husband, you told him you wanted to be with me? Do you realize that if you're with me, we don't have no Beamer, you don't have that credit card? I'm being realistic. I can't put you up like he could put you up. I go, to be honest, lady, you should know from just driving around, I don't do that with women. I got a girl that's at my apartment. She ain't driving my Beamer. She drives her dad's shit. I didn't even have a car at the time because my shit was still suspended. So I was always driving around with different people. But when you sold weed and other, festivities, it wasn't hard to get a car ride anywhere, especially at a goddamn bar. So that night, I remember, I don't want to say I was turned off. I remember I had sex with her when she actually sobered up. She was so ballistic, and I was so upset. I'm like, you just told your husband you're going to fucking... At first, I didn't know what this guy was about. I didn't know maybe this guy's already on his... This could be Krenzel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This could be another guy like that. It's coming from my killing. You know what I mean? This is only one married girl. I'll tell you the other one in a minute. So, me and this girl kind of remained friends because I was all over the place. I didn't just have one girl. And she was kind of in this fling mood. What ended up happening to this lady, somehow they revamped their relationship, right? Something might have happened out of the blue. And she ended up having 3 kids. I went to jail. She had no kids. I remember she goes, hit me up when you get out of jail. She goes, I know I'll still be around. I'm like, all right. She was starting to talk to other guys at that point too, but I told her to. I said, go have fun, whatever you do. So I got out. It was only a year later. This bitch had 3 kids. And some story about they had 3 kids and then he became a drug addict. And fucking almost spent all their fucking marriage money. But she was more invested in the relationship now because of the kids. So she wasn't exactly sleeping around. Well, if she was sleeping around, she did a good job not telling me. But I was like, damn. I was like, yeah, I remember as soon as she told me she had kids, that was the turnoff. It was like she said I couldn't call her. When she said she had 3 kids and they were trying to patch things up and this guy's getting over a drug fucking blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I might as well not be a goddamn distraction.
If she had 3 kids in that year, they must have been triplets.
Well, not...
That or...
I want to say not that year. I want to say by the next time I talked to her, she had 3 kids.
Like you said, a year.
So she had like a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, and one that was like a newborn. We'll put it this way. They were all under 4, and so it was probably a few more years for instance, when I got out of prison year 1, she wasn't the first person I called. I think I called her a couple of years later. But she definitely had a kid in. She definitely had kid. It became kids up.
Yeah.
And then of course she quit smoking. She's like, I'm not that party girl like I was when you knew me. I'm like, party girl? Has it really been that long? And what's funny is, even if you do go away for a year, everything changes. It's crazy how much shit changes. There are some
Yeah.
things that are the same, but some things are completely different. You feel strangers to the people you knew forever. It takes a minute to get reacclimated at times. This is before
Yeah.
cell phones, and you had everyone's number. I'd get out and I'd have to re-get everyone's numbers. You had cell phones, but Facebook wasn't the driving force that it was, where you could go, hey man, what's your number? What's your number? It wasn't that easy getting
Yeah.
phone numbers. And I wasn't an iPhoner, meaning I was kind of behind the curve, because iPhones really weren't a drug dealer's first choice. It just wasn't. And they were very expensive at the time. I didn't even get my first one until I bought it years later, meaning I bought the first iPhone ever made when it was 3 years old.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, and then I'll tell you the quick one about the other married chick. The other married chick, this one was our good boy Eric Roman. Can actually vouch for this, but it's hard to say he can vouch for this. The reason why I'm going to say he can't, because he was in pretty much a blackout because it was on his birthday. He wasn't quite in a blackout like his brother, but there was enough people there that witnessed this, including one of them was my cousin, who kind of threw me under the bus with this chick, but that's another story. So we're at this fucking Roman's birthday party. Roman, when this guy does birthday parties, I mean, this guy acts like he has, I mean, it's got to be the party of the year. I haven't had a birthday party in years. This guy gets limo buses. We're traveling to 5 bars, whatever. So I told Roman that night, I will only drink in a certain situation, meaning if we go somewhere and we're going to be chilling for a couple minutes, we could drink. Yeah. Roman had us going in bars, out of bars, getting right back on the bus. The shit that they had prepared on the limo bus, it was like the weirdest limo bus. It was like everybody brought their own bottle. But everybody had their own bottle. It was like there wasn't enough ice to keep shit cold. So I was like, you know what? I decided not to drink. Get this. Roman's birthday, I didn't drink. I just smoked weed all night. I remember I was smoking on the bus. And the guy's like, can't smoke weed in here. I'm like, does a 50 fucking change that rule? And the guy goes, shit, you could have gave me 30. And I gave him 50. And I definitely changed that fucking rule.
Yeah.
Because the guy didn't like cigarettes to begin with, but they were allowed to smoke cigarettes. Roman's a goddamn cigarette king. So long story short, I don't drink. We go to this bar that they were going to. Like I said, he's a bar goer. He was dating this chick at the time that he's no longer with. What's funny is I told him that it wasn't going to work with this chick on that night of his birthday. I go, bro, you better just friend this girl. This girl ain't mainline material. She talks to other people. She's so drunk she gave me her phone because I said I needed her phone to change the radio in the limo bus because her phone was hooked up to the limo. So her drunk ass gives me the phone while she was texting somebody. Now, she wasn't exactly cheating on Roman. This was just, she would meet random guys and she'd become friendly with them real quick. So I tried to fucking shine light on this with Roman. Roman told me I'm crazy. I go, Roman, this is a girl who you just make friends. What's funny is he met this girl from a marriage. That's how he got the Eric Roman name. So we used to play at a poker game with this girl's husband, meaning they were on a split up. They weren't divorced because I don't think the guy wanted to lose all his money. His name was Jim Gallen. I actually knew him. You know what I mean? She was shocked I knew him. But Roman fucking would play poker with this guy. And he didn't want to, because it was an online name, he didn't want to be like, hey, it's Ori, because once if Jim knew, hey, that's the guy fucking my wife. Even though he wasn't against it. So Eric Roman, the name, that was the name he put in the Poker Bros. He put the name Eric Roman. So we used to actually call him that, and he didn't like that in the beginning. He'd be like, what up, Roman? Because the idea was he was trying to hide in front of the married guy, and he was actually ashamed of it.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the birthday party. We go to a bar where there were such regulars. This bar was just letting these people do whatever. Roman's intoxicated. His brother was in a blackout. His brother never drinks like that. His brother's actually a cool as fuck dude. But we met some chicks at the bar. This girl I started talking to at the time, I didn't even know she was married. We just kind of started talking. It was obvious she was drunk. And she didn't have a wedding ring on either. Not that I was looking. But what's funny was I wasn't hammered. So I'm talking to this girl. I didn't know if there was going to be a catch or if she was just drunk. But, you know, before you know it, she was kind of like handsy or whatever. And she said, I need a ride home. Right? And I go, but she's like, I don't want to go straight home. And I go, what do you mean you don't want to go straight home? She's like, well, I go, I'll take her home, right? Because this is what I said. I'll take her home. I haven't been drinking. What was funny was, even though I was going to be the one to take her home, I happened to look, because I was a stranger to this girl, because what's funny was her friends, they were all part of this bar we were at on Roman's birthday party. They had a nurse school there. My cousin was there because she attended it. She used to help my grandma before she died. She was there. She's like 23 or whatever. She was there with her friends. This was one of her friends there. And they wanted her to get home to her husband. So she made it sound like she was going to go straight home to her husband. What was funny was this girl was so drunk, and I still to this day don't know if she was in a blackout saying this. She was like, you could come to my house. My husband's cool with it. I didn't have enough balls for that, but we'll tell that part in 1 second. So I go, I'll take this girl home. I didn't even really know how married she was, but I got an idea she was with somebody because a couple people were like, keep your hands off her, blah, blah. Like 2 people came up to me and actually gave me a talk like, you're going to get her home, right? You're not going to. I'm like, what kind of monster do you think I am? I'm dead sober. Yeah. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, everybody here is drunk. I'm dead sober. Nobody's even in position to take this girl home, and Roman wasn't going to pay the limo. The limo driver was already done at this point. This was the last bar of the night. So I get in the car. I'm driving her shit. She says, pull over at the gas station. I thought she had the Ralph, right? I go, what was funny was I pull up, right, to the fucking grass part. She goes, why are you pulling up here? She goes, I needed gas. I go, oh, I thought you were about to throw up. So we pull up to the pump, right? We're kissing or whatever. I realize this girl's blitzed, though. There was no hiding that. Because she goes, me and my husband, I was like, look, I want to take you home, right, in your car, all that shit. My plan was get a ride out or whatever. Or at first I thought she made it sound like we could go somewhere or whatever. And it was like as we were in the car, the only place she wanted to go was the gas station parking lot. And then she said, you could come to my house. But I don't know if she was telling me to come to the house just to get the ride there. And then what if the husband comes running out of the house? Who the fuck are you? Da-da-da-da. In his car, right? Meanwhile, I go, your wife told me to take her home. What if she was in a blackout and this time started, saying some weird shit like, no, I didn't, I still to this day don't know, because what's funny is she never even tried to reach out to me again. It was funny was, I go, hey, can I actually message you? And then when I messaged her, she's like, you know what, I just can't do this to my husband. But she wanted me to go with her somewhere, and I go, look, I'll be honest, you're intoxicated right now. It's 2 a.m, this ain't my car, all right? I would get a hotel with you. But here's the problems we're looking at. I don't exactly know how cool your husband is with shit. I was just told by 4 girls to get you straight home. They're not exactly #1 fans of me, because obviously they saw that she liked me. I was tempted, so this is the idea I came up with. You want to talk about being a nice guy. I said, she lived by this BP that was right by a freeway exit. I said, lady, I'm going to get you to that BP, and then you got to go to take the rest of the way home. Whether it's calling your dude or whatever, I'll explain to him, hey, go talk to the ladies at the bar. They're all my witness. How was your ride home? The only thing we're guilty of, you might have kissed me a couple times. That's it. Bottom line. I would love to spend the night with you, but I don't know exactly how, I don't want to say how coherent, but your decision making, I don't know where it's at right now. It's very flimsy. You seem down to do whatever. It seems like you were ready to just go in your parking lot. And maybe I could have been wrong. Maybe I would have pulled up and the husband would have been like, yeah, need a ride back? Or something like that. Because I remember I go, how am I going to get back? And she didn't answer that twice. Like 2 times she didn't answer that. Like, I'm going to get you here. She's like, we don't have to go to my house right away. Meanwhile, the girls from the bar were already calling. So it was hard to even focus on her at that point when you got fucking girls wondering if I took her and did some Freddy Krueger shit. So I remember I got out of the goddamn gas station at it was past bar closing. I remember I got out, she's like, I thought you said it wasn't safe for me to drive. This is what she said. I go, listen, it ain't. But you're not that far from your house. Now, you could be, you could be responsible and just keep your car here and get an Uber just like I'm doing. And I'm pretty sure your husband will fucking understand and give you a ride back up here. Now, that bitch took the risk in a city that's known for giving out DUIs. It was the reason why I didn't start drinking. I wouldn't even have drove that bitch home if there was alcohol on me. Especially in a car that's not mine. What if he would have said it was stolen or whatever? But I never got to hear from that girl again. I was pissed because I did hit her up. And then, me and my husband were trying to work things out. I thought he was cool with you having relationships. I think my cousin got into her ear. She said, listen, because my cousin's I don't say a piece of shit, but she would never hide shit about me. She's like, that guy's a criminal. A lot of people in my family live normal lives, so my lifestyle was easy to poke fun at.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the other married woman story. And I said, that's a learner. I swear to God, not only after the married chicks I've been with or even seen married chicks get with, I go, damn, how could you ever get married to a girl? One day some guy's going to either fuck your chick or your chick's going to send you to jail or you're just going to fucking naturally grow tired of her. It's a normal instinct. Like me and my chick were together for years, usually because we were able to live together, but there was a point where we definitely didn't love each other. That's why when people were like, damn, they used to always say, you handled that breakup great. We never even heard. You never even brought her up after she was gone. I was relieved. I remember I felt like a kid again for a while because I was able to start going out again. I wasn't arguing about bullshit. Meaning I used to like to go to the casino. Casino's a 24-hour thing. I was the type that liked to leave home at 2 a.m. And she would just bitch about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or find a way or make me seem out to be a goddamn savage. And I remember I used to tell her, I'd be like, man, when we first started this relationship, it wasn't supposed to be a serious boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. She goes, how could you say that? And I'm like, well, because, I don't like playing the role of a boyfriend. I mean, I don't care about sweet as day or how you're feeling or whatever. As long as you're not mad at me, you're not going to tell on me today, we're good. I can sit here and say I love you, but the reality is this. Let's say you have a super hot sister. I just end up in a room with this super hot sister, and she's ready to break some rules. If I think I have a strong chance of getting away with it, it's going to be, no matter what kind of relationship I'm in, I'm 9 times out of 10 probably going to run with that scenario.
Yeah.
So I used to always tell my chick, when she would say the word love, I'd be like, you don't need to say that shit. And she'd say, oh, it's not a good relationship if you don't love each other. I go, that's not true. All of our bills are paid, blah, blah, blah. You get to smoke dope every day. But when I was with that chick, I knew I didn't want to be with that chick forever. But I don't want to say coward ass, but my ass never said that. And I should have just been like, you know what? You're not my, and we were together forever. But it wasn't like I was only with her only.
Yeah.
As I say,
I could never get married again.
Yeah, getting enough bad as I said, I would only get married if it was like, I'm the winner. It'd be like if some fucking celebrity was like, hey, you want to get married? For real? All right, I'll fucking live this out for 6 months and go live the best year of my life, and then we'll be divorced in a year or whatever.
Yeah.
And I had a problem with certain people, certain chicks I was with. They would even say, hey, you're going to do the weed thing forever? And I'd always kind of say, I take care of myself. I was like, I'm not the guy that's going to be leeching off you or whatever. And unfortunately, with my background at the moment, getting a normal job isn't working for me. As much as I would have loved to have gotten offered something where I didn't have to do all that shit, end up in prison twice.
Yeah.
I would tell girls straight up, yeah, I choose the weed. You got to take that or leave that, because you're not always going to be here. And I'd tell them that straight up. And usually 9 times out of 10, I was right about that shit. Because nothing usually lasts forever with women.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
What up?
Oh, man.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it's me.
How you
What are
doing?
you doing awake at this hour?
Well, I'm going to sleep here shortly. I slept most of the day, so. What, Pesci, you're looking baller as fuck tonight with your background and all that.
Well, the reality was, I had talked to some guys today that I own a dump truck or whatever, and I wanted some guys to use me. And I kind of went up to their building, even though they're construction guys. I didn't want to look
Clip
like
that.
no idiot.
Somebody clip that. I want some guys to use me. That can be taken extremely out of fucking context.
Well, I want some guys to use my truck.
Okay, that's better. Yeah, but
And
sorry to interrupt.
They knew I'd, fuck with weed only because that's how I met some of them, but I didn't want to show up as fucking stoner boy. I wanted to show up like, hey guys, need me to show up at work, I'm able to blah, blah, blah. So I put on a little.
Fedora, like that's how you showed up in a dump
Yeah.
truck?
Yeah, I've always wore fedoras for years.
That's cool, dude. I mean, like I said, you got fucking style and shit. You're very stylish, man.
Well, what's funny was Bruce Willis used to, one of the first side businesses he ever opened was a fedora business. It was in Hollywood because he was bald, but he had like this line of hats that were fucking raw as fuck. And a girl got me one for Christmas one year, and that's kind of what kind of kicked it all off. And then me.
So
losing
wait, do
my
you
hair,
wear fedoras because you're bald?
No, that kind of just helped it. There was with the fedoras was this. There were certain outfits I wore. The fedoras went with good. You know what I mean?
I like
was
the
in
John Lennon glasses too. Fucking kick it off.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
those I like. And then I'm like, that's one of the things I got a problem with is I collect shit. So sunglasses is something I've always collected. Hats, started collecting hats.
I got you. I'm not clowning on you, dude. You're fucking shit. I'm in that fucking same Bush Light shirt, and I just took my sunglasses off because they're too dark.
You know, and when I was younger, I was really stupid. I used to spend money on clothes that was a little bit obsessive. I definitely admit I took that shit a little bit too far. Trying to get a different outfit every day.
We're like matching as well.
Well,
Like,
because
yeah,
I was a drinker at the time, so I was seeing, we see different women there, and if you were a weed dealer, usually just kind of switched it up.
right. And if you ain't fucking kicking ass at the club with your fucking outfit, what are you doing, right?
Well, it wasn't that. It was when I was making so much money selling weed, I had a shoe fetish. I mean, I love to collect Jordans. And I used to shop at Demo. That was where Russell Simmons, Fat Farm, Sean John. And thing is, I'd always fucking buy that shit. And that shit was expensive. It wasn't cheap. I wore thermals and shit like that. Eventually, I found a way to budget on clothes. But in the beginning, there wasn't always those knockoff stores. Everything was always kind of,
Right.
Tommy used to cost a shitload.
Well, I've never been a name brand guy. Like, honestly, to tell you the truth, if I have a preference in a shirt, I would rather it have no logos on it whatsoever. But that's just me.
I'm not against replica. Yeah, for instance, shirt I have now is replica. As I got older, or not a name brand, I mean, as I got older, I kind of stopped caring about name brands because China started replicating everything. So it's like, what's real and what's not? That's why I always said, I was wearing a pair of Gucci's the other day. Are those real? I go, no. They're like, why do you wear fake Gucci's? I'm like, these things were $20. I'm like, I'm not going to spend $300 on a pair of glasses. I lose glasses all the time or drop them, shit like that. I just
Well,
couldn't
with
sit-
glasses, dude, and I don't know if you knew this, but I used to make eyeglasses. Do you know how much? It doesn't matter what fucking labels on the frame. Do you know how much they cost? It's literally one of the biggest rackets in America.
Right, and there is some differences. Okay, now if you do go to a Gucci store and you buy their Gucci glasses and you take a pair of fake ones, there are some highly noticeable differences. But like
No,
Randy said,
the lenses are the only thing that fucking matter.
and some of the metal that is made, the screws, they're kind of a stronger metal. I don't know how to explain it. I have fake
I'm telling you
shit,
right now,
so-
if they're titanium, maybe, but you could buy the cheapest shit, dude. I made eyeglasses for 2.5 years, and we would get the catalog, dude, and those fucking frames cost less than $1.50 a piece. Doesn't matter what the fuck it says on them.
Right.
It
That's why
is-
I'm not against cheap glasses. I've never been the $300, $150 sunglass guy. That's not me. I was the $100 shoe guy. Guilty of that.
Quality shoes are a little bit different. I mean, if you're paying for the branding, it's a little, bizarre.
And
or
I was
whatever.
able to kick that. Now I just go to Burlington and get deals. For instance, I used to always get Air Force Ones. If you go up to Burlington, you could get a pair of shoes that look like Air Force Ones, but they're feeless. But they're like the same thing. They're all white shoes, and white shoes go bad anyway. So eventually I was able to kick that 110 shit, start getting $50 shoes.
Yeah. No, I get it. I like I said, whatever makes you fucking happy, dude. If you got the money for it and you want to buy the shit, fucking buy it.
Yeah, I mean, and that was a long time ago.
Well, I didn't mean to run Boss Man off.
Oh, no, he always does. He's on his phone. That probably means he took a phone call. Hold on, let me let this slut outside. Come on, Paige. Yeah, I rarely ever, you missed some good stories tonight. I rarely ever tell fucking some of my old stories, but yeah, there's some good ones tonight. Yeah, like I always said, my life's an interesting thing because it really could have went one of two ways. And what was funny was I wasn't raised in no shitty-ass neighborhood, but I decided to do shitty-ass things. And I was more addicted to selling weed than like anything. It was like not just the money from in the beginning. It was just like the places you went. I always said if you were a weed dealer at my high school and you didn't have a car, you could get wherever you wanted if you were a weed guy. All you had to do was smoke with somebody or give them dope or whatever.
I did the same shit, probably not on the same scale as you, but I sold, drugs and shit through my formative years.
Well, my shit was, what's crazy was, my shit was never intended to go the way it did, like, kind of,
wasn't one of your charges for, like a fake cock gazing or something?
No, mine are both weed. They just, one of the weeds is a tampering with evidence. Evidence meaning I threw weed off a balcony, and that got me an F3. And what's funny is, if I didn't throw that weed off the balcony, there is a small chance I wouldn't have went to prison that second time. Just for throwing the weed off the balcony, that was the serious of the felonies. Meaning...
Oh, because you were tampering with the evidence.
Yeah. And I was unaware, I've heard of the charge tampering with evidence, but I didn't know how the charge did with weed. Meaning the tampering evidence I saw were when the crack dealers we knew would swallow their crack rocks if they got pulled over. That's tampering with fucking evidence.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, no, I knew that.
I thought they would just say, nice try. No, they gave me a fucking felony 3 for that. And that's what really fucked me on that weed charge. Because at the end of the day, it was only a pound of regular weed. They were able to come there because a girl set me up. She lied to them. I was just out of prison only a year and a half. She told them I was a bigger dealer than I was. And that she could only buy certain increments from me. And she bought shit from me twice. Meaning... she was under my radar because the amount she asked me for, well, I thought if the cops were looking for me, they definitely don't want that amount. She bought a quarter pound twice, but she was wearing a wire both times. Turned out this girl was on heroin. So instead of, she got caught with some dope. So she couldn't set up the dope dealer because she needed dope. So she goes, I'm going to set up the weed dealer. But to sell me to the narcotics officers, she had sell me as a bigger drug dealer than they did. They were pissed. I remember like, where's this and where's that? I'm like, damn, I'm not even reestablished. I've only been out of jail for a year and a half. Who are you guys looking for?
Right. And the weirdest thing is nowadays, and I don't know what the weed laws are where you're at, but like that shit wouldn't even fucking matter. It's tampering with evidence when you try to hide it and they find it. See ya. They'll hit you with. It's just like if it's in more than one bag. I think
tampering with evidence, they're still hard on that charge.
Well, yeah, but the same thing with weed back then was if it was in several bags and it was distribution. You'd get a distribution charge on that as well.
And like I was telling Boss Man, in the county where my parents lived and all that, which was not a hood by no means, they actually look to put people in prisons because the judges out there actually own some of the prisons, get a certain amount of money from the state, every time they send somebody up. It's a payday every time they send somebody up. So they're very loose on like, you can't get no slap on it. If you're caught selling a 200 bag of weed, trust me, they want you to at least go for 180 days, because as long as they send you to Lorraine, which is the prison you go to first before you go to your main one, and they classify you, you go up there, you get your number, and as soon as you get that number, whoever owns that prison or whatever just got to pay out. So
they got to pay out. The court got to
Yeah.
pay out, and they make money for every day that you're incarcerated.
Yeah, exactly.
I know that in Florida it's $75 a day for every day that you're incarcerated. The private prisons make that off of you being incarcerated.
Now it's been 13 years. I know shit's a lot different with weed and all that.
Yeah. And
But
you might
shit.
be able to get that shit expunged. I don't know what the laws are where you're
I
at. but,
can.
like,
The problem is I have multiple. I've been lazy. I haven't asked my lawyer. But here's the kicker to my story. I moved to the west side because my lawyer told me to do that. He goes, move down by here, where it's kind of hood, but the hood was on the rise. Meaning, oh yeah, there's shit going on here. But
gentrification type shit.
yeah, but my type of weed dealing wasn't, by the time I got out of prison, the second time, the type of dealing I was doing fresh out of prison was nothing in that neighborhood I was living in. Like I said, I had a giant ass dog. It was a sketchy ass neighborhood that was on the rise. It was my attorney's house. He was charging me rent, duplex.
Well, you made it, dude. You still selling cars and shit too, flipping cars or whatever the fuck you do.
Well, the car thing, only reason I ever got into that is my buddies that I've knew my whole life who know me, they always wanted to get a dealer's license. I mean, we always wanted to get the license just because we were always hopping in and out of cars, and we knew how to do it. It's a changed game since we started 10 years ago. It's a lot different now. Can't make as much money as we could when we first started. But those were the only guys willing to put trust in me. Meaning, I write on a dealer tag that's in their name and everything, and we've been doing it for 10 years, and I haven't done anything to screw them over or have had any kind of customers coming after us for anything. So, but they were the only people that were going to give me that position. You know, no fucking place was going to hire me. You know, I had 2 prison numbers, and even though it was for very petty shit, meaning I was literally just a cash grab. You know, they sent me out there. They were just getting money from me. Because the first time it was a year, and the second time was a year, and the first time was only a year because I got kicked out of NeoCap because they said I was gambling. NeoCap was a place where they sent drug addicts, and what's funny was, if I would have knew what prison was like, I would have told the judge, send me to prison right away. I didn't realize what it was. I thought I thought I was going to have a lot more trouble in there than I did, and I had none. I didn't realize.
Prison's usually a lot easier than county.
Yeah, I'm not saying I didn't have my share of arguments, but there was a lot of guys that I was in prison with that were on their way out the door. See, prisons do a good job at that. Meaning, I might not cross paths with a guy that's got 10 years. Maybe in the beginning of the number, when they're classing us and sending us to our normal prison. But normally they're going to put the short timers, which I was, with the short timers. I'm like, obviously there's guys 5-6 years, but a lot of the guys are looking at the door. And what I mean by that is a person's behavior, or at least the crazy ones in prison, usually their outdate kind of determines their sanity. There's some guys that might think twice before fucking you up on their way out the door. Maybe like, hey, if you cross certain lines, they're going to fuck you up no matter what. But there's certain guys that are on their way out, and they're like, man, I don't need to do that petty shit.
Yeah, there's no reason catching another charge and extending my shit. And that, I get that. Like, I've never been to prison, but I did a lot of time in county. And it was the same shit. Like, if you get slapped up and with the felony, like especially the violent offenders, there's dudes going for life. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah. No, that's what I was saying. In Lorraine is where they, for instance, picture Lorraine is where they send every criminal, and then a doctor or whatever they are, they go through every inmate, and they're literally selecting the prison you're going to ride to. But they get you all class, meaning we're going to get the drug dealers, the guys that are kind of lower end in a couple of these 2 prisons, people that have serious time, are violent, we're going to get them here. Not saying guys don't lose it in the lower end prisons or whatever, but it's a lot easier to avoid fighting, I thought, at least.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like I said, when I was in, I only saw a few fights, but It's because everybody had game time, dude. You get your game time taken away, and you're fucking stuck, bro. You're doing your full sentence.
Yeah. Because it
Yeah.
wasn't, and prisons nowadays, for instance, anybody that's seen Shawshank or whatever that movie was, motherfuckers are just dying inside the prison. Wardens can't afford to have criminals die on their watch anymore because they're making so much money. If motherfucking prisoners are dying, wardens are usually switched out.
Now, I don't know how true this is, but one of the guys that I was in when I first got booked in county saved a guy, dude, and they gave him like all of his game time. Like, I believe he even got fucking released because he saved the guy. Like, we never saw him again, but the guy was having an asthma attack, and the guy was a military, military paramedic, and he
And the
fucking
other,
saved the guy. So they released his ass.
and one of the other things I did in there to kind of avoid trouble, but at the same time, after a few months go by, you actually get comfortable and kind of know what you could do and can't do. But I remember
How much time have you done total?
year 2 times.
So you done 2 years total?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, so since you were a short timer, like sometimes people will try to fuck you too, bro, like so that you don't, like they'll try to fight you so you don't get out because they're jealous.
I always said I got blessed in this way. My first number, what was crazy was there was a lot of people down there I knew by the time I got to Lake Erie. And a couple of the guys I was walking around with, I'm not saying these are like strong guys or anything. They just weren't the guys that people were fighting or whatever. They got into fights, don't get me wrong. But we were never, usually I wasn't a target. I played chess. That's how I stole my nickname originally, was I stole it from a chess player in Lorraine when we got split up. What's funny was, I'll tell you the story behind that. I told myself when I got out of prison, I don't want anybody knowing my real name anymore. You got to remember, somebody was able to tell a cop my real name, and that's why I got told myself. I knew I was going to sell weed. So I said, I want my own nickname, meaning anybody I meet in the future that doesn't know me, that I grew up with, I'm going to call myself some kind of nickname. I didn't have that determined. I'm a good-ass chess player. There was a guy in the barrack named Future, and he was the best chess player in the barrack. Meaning when I first started playing him, I could never beat this guy ever. He used to whoop me all the time to where he'd be like, man, I don't really want to play. I don't really learn anything playing you. But I was getting better by playing with him. And I didn't want to gamble him because it would have been pointless. And Future liked to gamble. So I remember we used to get bread. You get like 2 slices of bread for lunch. I go, I'll give you my bread daily. You play chess with me a couple of times a day. Because what was happening was this. If I beat Future, I beat him 1 fucking time. We were playing every day, but what I was noticing when I wasn't playing him, when I would go to these side games, I was already a polished player. And in Lorraine, one of the things to help do time pass, you got a table. But the only people getting to sit at that table are the people that won on the game. There's card player games going on where people call winners. There's chess games. If you're the winning chess player, you get to sit at that table and you'll be able to kill time. They usually don't fuck with the chess players. But what I was noticing was I was starting to whoop the guys I was facing. So even though I was getting whooped every day, it was starting to rub off. To where I was starting to be able to gamble at chess. Some people were taking my appearance as I was easy to get over on. And I'd always act like, yeah, I'm just average. And I started beating people. So I'll tell you, I started calling myself Future. Future got wrote out. That's what they call it. You get separated. He was going to a different prison than me. That's just how it is in Lorraine. So what was funny was, after Future wrote out, I said, when I leave this pod, obviously, I'm going to start calling myself Future. For some reason, I love the name. So I used to call myself that. That's why all my Jewish friends, like Eric Roman, you'll hear him call me Future sometimes, because that's how I introduced myself to the first time I ever met them. Because I wasn't this is before Facebook. I wasn't a Facebooker till much later. And I said, any new person I meet, they're not going to know my name. Because every time somebody knows my name, I end up in prison. And it worked. As stupid as it was, I stole a nickname. And the thing was, I was always honest about it. I was like, yeah, I didn't have a nickname in prison. People would call me by my real name, Mike Lowry, and that's only because they couldn't pronounce it. And I was like, you know what, man, everyone's got fucking nicknames in here. I fucking want one. And you can't, it's not proper to just make up a nickname for yourself. But Future's nickname was Raw. So when he left and I was one of the better chess players, I just started calling myself that. And you know what's funny is by the time I wrote out, no one ever questioned it. I mean, it was like in prison, sometimes you just respected the nickname. If you were given a nickname, you usually called somebody by that. You didn't call them by their government name.
Right. Yeah, no, of course.
So whenever you hear me say I'm the nickname stealing, that's where that came from. I stole a nickname. I'm guilty. But I was, I didn't want to go back to prison.
Why do you think they called him Future? Because he could predict the future when it came to chess? Like, he
I don't
always
know,
knew
because
the
here's
next
what
one.
was funny. The rapper wasn't even out yet. True story. Because what's funny is, when I got out of prison, I think the first time, if Future existed, it was like the guys that know underground shit, or he might have been around. He just wasn't widespread. So people were like, was it a rap thing? Nah, I don't think it was a rap thing. I just think, like you said, I think it was something about with the chess. This dude was really good. I mean, people usually didn't gamble this guy, but he only usually liked to play guys that were good. Now, he would like play me because he saw me getting better or whatever, but I knew that this chess was how I was going to do my time. Meaning I want to do my time on the board or playing cards. But the chess I just was kind of doing well at. Like I said, I won Yard Day on my second number. It's one of the hardest things to do, is win the Yard Day chess tournament. I remember I whooped. It was a small place. I could act like that was a big institution. OSB was a camp where they had low-end inmates like me work for the maximum. Meaning we didn't see the maximum inmates, but we were cooking their food and putting it on trays, and then obviously the cops would take them in the carts and bring them up. But they would have a camp where they would house 400 inmates and literally work them. You know what I mean? It was a work camp. Eventually, that place got shut down because they started taking people out of prison for shitty, less weed shit, less just... Lake County was throwing people in prison for anything.
Like I said, I think that where his nickname had to come from was that they like your name's Future because you can predict the goddamn future. You know what what moves coming next, almost always.
And usually that's how I got acclimated. I can't say that word. Whatever the acclimated word is.
Acclimated.
Yeah, that's how I usually get acclimated when I would have to travel to a new place or a new person would come in. I would usually play chess. And not only that, when you are a good player, people seek you out to play you. Because a good player knows the more you play that guy that beats you, they get better. And I used to play a lot of black dudes. A lot of black dudes would hate when I would beat them. It's just something they took personal. So they would always, when I'd be sleeping sometimes, they'd have guys go back to my rack. And the guy would wake me up and they would say, get to the board. Get to the board, man, get to the chessboard. Meaning they wanted their revenge or whatever from the day before. Now, certain guys I'd gamble with, certain guys I wouldn't. But this is how I do it. Because some guys would take it personal. If you'd ring up, get over on them. I usually would go recruit another black dude and go, listen, this is what you're going to tell this guy. You're going to tell him you're gambling on me. That way, if we get into a little... Sometimes, it wasn't like people went crazy every time. I go, if something gets out of hand, they might not... They're going to be less quick to say something to you than they are me. You know what I mean? And I plan on winning some shit. But if I fucking get a reputation of winning, somebody's eventually going to get jealous. They might come after your shit. Now, I had enough guys help me at the time where I wasn't worried about my shit getting taken. But I said, if you want me gambling at these tables, I'll cut you in. You got to say you're gambling. I'll still put up the gamble. Meaning, you just say, hey, I'm gambling on the white boy. Certain guys that said that means they usually paid that guy because they knew that other guy was coming for his money if not. I just did that for insurance. Didn't even have to. Certain crowds, like the Italians did a poker game that was all envelopes. I didn't like that game. It's funny, was the Italians liked me, but I liked the game that was where all the black dudes were. It was the bigger game. It just honestly was. And I remember I got along with a couple of the guys. I might have been one of the only white guys play at table, but they didn't fucking rob you at that table. That poker table was one of the most respected things. Meaning you sat at it, there was no funny shit. And if there was funny shit at that table, trust me, there was a couple guys that were gonna, because that made time fly. That poker table, when you're able to play poker, when you're locked up, gambling in prison, is, even though it's for something as silly as food, it's like an exciting thing. Because
that, and it's honest. If you fucking put up shit that you don't have to pay too, you're gonna probably get fucked up a little bit, dude.
And I cut my outside talk, meaning when I went in, like I said earlier, I didn't call my parents. I let my mom know. But I wasn't about to be the guy calling and saying, hey, can you put money on my books or blah, blah, blah. I was so fucking emotionally beaten because I got a year over silly ass weed. I just went in there and didn't talk to anybody. So everything I ever earned in prison was usually in there. Yeah, I got a clothes box down the line from my girl, but I'd usually find jobs in there. That's usually how I was able to stay under the radar. And chess kind of really helped me get by.
That's and certain dudes, dude, go in there to make money in prison.
Yeah, and that exists too. There's women that would have to come down and put money on certain guys' books during visit. They were selling things, or they were loaning, they were giving drugs. I remember there was dope in there. I couldn't believe it. I smoked weed once. That wasn't what I couldn't believe. There was people doing like harder dope there. I'm like, wow. And if you
From what I heard, I've got several family members that are COs. We don't really get along too well, but they say they don't give a fuck if they smell weed in prison. Like it keeps people calm and shit. Like, but it's the other drugs that they really look out for. I gotta go grab my cigars. I'll be right back.
Okay. The guards bring in all the drugs, says Schmidt. It's funny, as I was a third shift porter, I don't know what this cop was bringing in, but one of the places I was at was Youngstown. Some of the guards that worked there were from the city, knew some of the inmates, did business with the inmates they knew. Sammy Jones, who not only will I put my right hand to God, Ohio man could vouch for this very ass story I'm telling. But Sammy Jones, who was my bunkie at the time, he was that guy you just didn't fuck around with. But he had dope. And I remember we would smoke dope. I'd smoke dope like once a week. You know what I mean? Because I was afraid to go to the hole. You get caught smoking dope, you end up in the hole for 90 days and they put a yellow suit on you. And you had to go to chow last. And when I mean a yellow suit, a yellow jumpsuit. And you had to pick up litter. And that shit looked like it lasts forever. That's why as much as I wanted to smoke weed, me being a short timer, I didn't want to risk it. But I ran the shit out of weed, meaning somebody would give me a bottle cap. Say, if you can make it to bunk 101, you'll earn 2 soups, blah, 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 and this and that.
I don't know. Schmidt's saying that the guards bring in all the drugs. They do bring in some, but the trustees are the ones that really get them in.
It's been different over the years. Some shit was through visitation, where the people would swallow the balloons. I would never have the balls for that. But yeah, the guards that were corrupt at the place I was at were actually guards that lived in that city, and they knew some of the criminals. Because I remember when I got made third shift porter, because of who my bunkie was and I got along with. That's what I said, I got blessed. The guy that I got accidentally pinned up with, meaning normally he wouldn't have been on the side I was on, and we became bunkies. He was just a guy that, you just didn't touch his shit, you didn't do nothing to that guy. And me and him got to know each other real well and became kind of cool in there. And I kind of got a lot of passes for shit that I never knew why, and I always found out it was because of him. So I always said I was very, like Jake Hudson would say, I was very blessed because of some of the bunkies I had.
Right.
But I also didn't do anything I couldn't do. Like I said, I was, as loud as the guy I am, I was pretty quiet in there.
Yeah, you kind of have to be. You got to fly under the fucking radar, dude, because somebody will try the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Pesci, I was just popping in for a little bit, man. I think I'm going to go fucking hit the sack. I got to be up early, so.
All right. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, you too, man. Appreciate it. Again, I'm sorry I ran Boss Man off. I think that's my fault, but whatever.
No, you trust me. He always does it. I swear to God, he does it all the time. You didn't run him all. He's been waiting to talk to you. I think he likes you.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't dislike anybody, really, to tell you the truth. I just fuck around, so.
You coming in, Schmidt?
Schmidt's probably working. But anyway, I'll hit you up later, bro. Appreciate it.
Later, bro. Oh, shit. Ask the master. I probably haven't told some of those stories in years.
Hello?
What up?
No, nothing. Just got home from work a little bit ago. Yeah. So Bolin went live early. I know he's got a show tomorrow. He was live today too.
That guy's reaching for ducats. What's funny is I was like, hey, Bolin, I'm blocked in there. And he goes, I know there's like 50 of you, Bob said.
There probably is.
Oh, but Bob read the ban list off like we do.
Oh God.
And he was actually a good spirit. And what's funny was Kenny laughed at all the ones we laugh at.
The liars, tigers, and luries. And
There was one of those, like there was this one where it was Kenny's like working all you or something. And he goes, well, there was a couple that made him laugh. And it was funny was I was already laughing. Like,
yeah, where he'll be like,
who's-
well,
who's
he's
the
like,
one
well,
that made
I
him
did.
laugh?
I did play a con man on TV for 17 years or whatever. I don't know. Let's see here.
What's funny was me telling that I was telling those stories earlier. That's how I fucking got my start on the bowling channel, was telling fucking criminal stories.
Yeah. Pesci ran back to Jake. He always does. He's HWO now.
I like how Jake already told me that. Some people are like, oh, he only wants to be your friend because of networking and shit.
Yeah. He's trying to steal your blah, blah, blah. It's like, what?
I'm not trying to steal anything. Never did steal a thing from him.
I'm not the co-star of Tards on Deck Mountain Timer.
So you were on
just
you were on that show, Tards of Deck?
Well, they played the episode when me and Jacob had Giggle Pickles on.
Oh, I thought you were actually a
When
guest.
me and-
I'm like, he's
and-
a
and-
guest with those clowns?
No, and then Gonzo was telling me questions to ask GP because he had some pretty good questions to ask because he knew more than I did about some of the shit, and I just asked the questions
The
he
only
asked.
funny
and
thing they
and
might have
Jacob did.
the only funny thing that sounded funny ever was I was watching them. They had a video of me pulled up. They weren't even saying anything nice. They were saying mean shit about me and Rome. But here was the funny part. Someone goes, "Who is this fucking kid?" The guy goes, "This made me laugh." Oh, Jake said he's some piece of shit that bought all of his fans.
That's awesome. He bought
It
all
was
his
good.
fans.
This is like before I have
Oh,
3,000 or whatever. It's like when I first got to 1,000. So it was like very fresh. Jake was upset. But it was funny watching him moving. Someone's like, who is this piece of shit or whatever they said? And the one guy goes, oh, fucking, Jake said this is just some piece of shit who bought all his fans.
It's funny.
Well, Jake's been asking me to come on every day. If I was after his fans, I'd be on his show every day. And his channel has 3 followers now. He got his shit taken down.
Yeah, he's got to wake his way back again, I guess. Ugh, shit. BC says he should make his new channel Sir Jacob Hudson. That would be funny.
He should have. He had a chance to make his channel something where Jake's biggest secret is this. I don't even want to say it's a big secret. He just doesn't talk about it. When he originally wanted to get to 1,000 fans, what's funny was he's not going to monetize his channel. That fucks with the check, according to Jake. That fucks with the check. So you got to sign. I have my tax shit signed up with YouTube. They weren't about to do that for him.
No.
That's
you
why
don't
it
wanna
was
do
always
that.
a fake feud. After Jake got that 1,000, his channel didn't change.
No. He'd have to divert it'd have to be in somebody else's name, basically. It'd have to be their bank account and their social. Like, the fucking niece or whoever. Then he could do it, but yeah, he can't have shit, he said. No, well, he can, it just can't be a lot. And fuck, now they're anything over $600 a year. Anything over $600 a year on PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, whatever, you're getting 1099. It's getting reported as income to the fucking IRS directly from them. So you're gonna have to pay taxes on that, not grand depending on what state you live in.
It was
et
funny.
cetera, et cetera.
I was in one of the Filipino streamers I watch, and sure enough, he was in there commenting. I was like, oh, he's getting that number back up. He remembers how it's done.
Yep, I told him. That's what I told him to do. I said you need to go over to Raquel and them again, or Nicole or whoever it was. Raquel, Nicole, whoever. I said when somebody sends you $2 or $3, go over there and give it to them. You're guaranteed to get a couple hundred people.
I don't
Yeah,
even
I
think
know.
I don't even think I've met a Filipino that has under 1,000.
That's what I'm saying.
If they do, it's on their second account, and they always make them because for sometimes their shit gets shut down for whatever reason.
Yeah, they definitely share.
Well, we are doing Ask the Master tonight. Feel free to ask any questions.
I was telling BC that Youngstown has its sketchy parts, right? At least it
Yeah, it's a
used to.
fucking shithole, but I was in prison. It's probably the safest place in Youngstown was the goddamn prison. Except the
There you
Max
go,
facility.
There you go, BC. I was gonna say I always knew Youngstown was hood because all the jobs went away when all the steel mills and car
Gonzalez, I
factories.
sent you a
and all that.
message on Messenger. What happened? You all right?
Oh, Youngstown was a crap hole, man. A lot of freaking mob shit going
Oh,
on
but the
there.
reality is, you don't even get to see the city when you're in prison. You're lucky to see the
No,
road.
I knew. I mean, it's been hood since like the '60s. That's where up there, well, Cleveland as well. But the Irish mafia guy Jimmy, what's his face, tried to take on the Italian mob, and well, they didn't like that. So, but
I'll
yeah,
be honest. Not from like a crazy standpoint or anything crazy like that, but during those years when I was in and out of prison, I always said I don't know where my mind was during that time, because I remember I was doing some of the dumbest shit you could possibly do. I didn't. That's what I said when I was telling him why I don't have kids. I remember I used to always think, I was like, I don't want to stop doing this.
yeah, I don't blame you.
At least
Or
in the beginning.
The guy's name was Danny Green. He was the Irish mobster from Cleveland that fought the Italians and shit. They were blowing up cars and shit on each other back in the '70s. But Youngstown was a hotbed of that shit too, and it was like all the jobs went away once Nixon signed that shit with China. It was all going to be downhill from there for all American manufacturing.
Well, thank God
But
you're
all
back,
those-
Gonzalez.
All
I thought
all
you
those
and
jobs
Mermaid
went
took a cruise or
fucking,
something.
and Youngstown went from like a nice city like Detroit used to be or Flint to a shithole.
Yeah.
Like I said, when I was in there, I had a nothing to lose attitude. People knew what I was up to.
You gotta like the account though. The name of it: make fake account, troll,
Yeah.
get blocked, repeat. I mean, and it's Brock Lesnar.
You
And
know
that's
what
like,
I
you know,
would
the dominate
ask the
suplex.
person who made that account. Was
repeat.
funny was they were gone for so long. I wonder what sparked the. I remember Doyle tried to message me and then goes, "I heard the fakes are back." And I go,
Were they
I go,
ever
I go,
gone?
and I said his line back to him. I go, "Told you a lot."
Sons. Did they ever go away? No. I mean, Brad's still here. Pesci always runs back to bowling. Saw him over there running his dick liquor today, says the Barkley.
Not to be fair, Barkley, this last time around, Bolin ran back to me this last time around.
And I don't mean bowling. Hey, bowling, when you gonna have Pesci on your show?
I mean, the fact that they had to block my name in there, Jesus. Goddamn, Ken.
Well, no. Also, I think it wasn't necessarily they were going to block your name. It was that there were so many troll accounts mentioning
Yeah, I get
you
it.
or
No,
having.
I understand.
So, yeah, it'd be like us blocking the word Jake.
That's why when
Or
Kenny had the line of the
Hudson.
night, when he almost said something smart, but then he looked stupid at the end, he goes, "It's all the same person." And then he goes, and then he blamed Andy Phil. We all know it's, what's his name, over the river. And that's why, so What's funny is Indy Phil made a video the next day after Bolin said that. It wasn't because Indy Phil was watching. It's because Robert Sampson, who is a great watcher of Bolin, it was either Robert Sampson or Six Killer, one of them, messages Indy Phil. Indy Phil has said that many times. They probably made the clip, sent it to Indy Phil, and then Indy Phil made the Bolin video. Like clockwork. Jake used to tell me that Sampson used to send him clips when I would say shit. When we would say shit about Jake, and Jake would think we were talking bad when we really weren't.
Yeah, the fat boy across the river.
Well, Barkley, he's never going to acknowledge that. You know what? I'll go on Bolin's in the next week or so. I'll show you how to joke about something sick right in front of him, and Bolin will laugh here and there. Like when I nicknamed the show about donations. I can make Kenny laugh. Don't think it counts for making him laugh. Even Bob said some of them were clever. I couldn't believe he even mentioned his wife's name. He goes, "There's one of my wife." I'm like, damn. At least he was able to handle it.
Yeah.
Look, I wasn't bothered when my mom's name came up. I knew that was coming. I was just hoping that they wouldn't overdo it because it gets boring. It never was fun.
Right.
You know what I mean? A guy like Jake, that hits. And some people it hits a lot harder than it hits me. But I always said when I went to prison, I kind of lost all my shit that makes feelings, where you just become a feelingless guy.
AKA a psychopath.
No, not a psycho. You just fucking concentration's more survival.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Like
don't let shit little
we
shit
don't need to
bother
plan
you.
for 5 years down the road. We need to plan for tomorrow.
Right. And don't let little shit bother you. Let's see.
But the government's stripping my life away, so don't matter. They took the weed game.
So Sabu made an appearance at AEW. So
I don't see what the big deal was. I don't understand why that was so great.
So he's gonna be managing fucking Adam Cole, I guess, against Jericho. Oh,
He kept doing this. He looks so old.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's had a rough.
He kept doing this awkward point at the ceiling, like his version of Randy Orton.
That's what he used to always do. You didn't know that? He's been doing that forever. That's from the original.
Pablo.
Uh-oh.
Pablo inside or outside?
Did you let him in?
My dad told me today, Schmidt, that they're opening an In-N-Out in my hometown.
In West Virginia?
I'm like, what? He goes, yeah. And I'm just thinking to myself, I find that hard to believe. But he's like, he's telling me they already put up the framework and everything, but I can't find anything online about it. So I think
they're putting a Jack in the Box. I bet you it's a Jack in the Box.
Things that someone, well, I bet it's one of those things someone started, like a rumor, and
probably
it's just spreading because there was some, I think someone put like a fake Facebook account about an In-N-Out in New Jersey, and just like thousands of people showed up. And it was just, it was, it was totally fake. It wasn't going to, wasn't even there, they're not in New Jersey, but yeah,
so
I just
Chris,
can't
that name
believe...
in the chat says the obvious five. That was said by Bolin tonight when Bolin said, "Don't unblock the obvious five," and someone said, "Who is the obvious five?"
The fuck.
That might arguably have been comment of the night was when our boy asked, "Who is the obvious five?"
And then didn't someone list them in your chat? Yeah, they did.
The obvious five.
Evidently, Tony Khan's just trying to help Sabu out because he went to...
I'm trying to think which accounts made Bolin laugh. There was a few of them that made him laugh.
Sabu went to the hospital back in April when he was at the fan thing in Indy. So evidently, I guess Tony Khan was trying to, give him some money to help pay some bills, help him out.
Sabu?
Yeah, he he needs money basically. So I guess Tony was like, "Hey, I'll have you just be a manager and
Fuck
owe
it,
you some
just
money."
we're gonna have you walk out and point at the sky a couple times. They'll love it.
Yeah. Well, that was his gimmick. I mean, hey, that's what the
Yeah.
original Sheik did too. His uncle was the original Sheik. That's what he would do. That's why. Where the fucking
Mountain Timer said, "Who is the obvious five?" Well, we don't exactly know, but if we were to guess, Doyle, Robert Sampson. What's funny is the obvious five. Probably three of them are Sampson. So it's
The
like probably
obvious
like the
five-
obvious three.
the
Probably
the-
like Harry.
Hey, look, the obvious five says the three from Southern Indiana.
Oh
Fat
yeah,
boy
and him.
across the-
Oh, I remember the one Bolin laughed at, and it's the one we love. See, Bolin
boy
liked all the
across the
ones we
river.
loved. Coca-Cola Cowboy, Bolin loved.
Yeah.
Oh, and they read off Vampiro's name, and Bob goes, "Any name that long's got to be fake." Because it was the actual Vampiro's blah 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 name that he has right now. It was in the block list, and then Bob doesn't know Vampiro, so he goes,
No.
"Any name that long's, that's fake." And I was thinking, I wish it was still Cosby's Quaalude dealer, so he could have read that.
Oh God, Cosby's Quaalude connection. Oh shit. That's funny.
Yeah, Jay Walks asked, he goes, "I hope Boss Man's not mad at me for putting all that shit out there." Here's the only problem with that. I have that goddamn clip. Problem is, he's very hard to make out. And we were playing Fortnite, so that's what kind of... You could hear Jay Walks. The first line he said was funny, but he kind of cuts in and out. But I wanted to put that clip up of when he was saying he was receiving the messages from Boss Man, because it was funny. Well, what was funny tonight, Barkley, funniest thing I heard was we're trying to get prom dresses or something. Sometimes he forgets the gimmick. I'm not showing up here unless I can feed a family. Think of the words you use, Bolin. You get yourself in trouble because of your words. Use words like family, and I'm sad to see them not together, or this or that, or blah blah blah. Like tonight when they were an hour in, they're like, "Damn, we only made $48." He goes, "I'll tell you guys what. Listen to this incentive." See, I wish I would have been on the show because I would have cracked the joke after he said it, but in a way where he wouldn't have. He's like, "I'll tell you guys what. I'll stay on 5 more minutes. Let's try to get 12 more bucks." That's confidence. We fed over 300 kids ice cream. I go, "Kenny, I would actually change the word ice cream with maybe a burger." You got 500 kids, a fucking treat on a country that ice cream probably doesn't have a long survival rate once it's out of the goddamn case. So congratulations for feeding 300 kids melting ice cream 4 years ago. One day on us, you know what I mean? Like I said, if he was helping families and shit like that, his chat would look maybe not similar to mine, but it would look a lot like mine.
Be right back.
I'm almost thinking he's giving less. He's got me thinking he's giving less, and I'll tell you why. I mean, he's getting no comments in there. Because trust me, if any of those girls would have got broken off within the last 4 days, they in the chat, kid. We used to do what we call trial runs. I'd always, I donate to all the Filipino streamers because they actually share your channel, get you out there, do a little something back. That's better than subscribing to Bolin. I was like, damn. But I learned from fucking around with them, there's a lot of holes in our man Kenny's story. And even if Kenny heard this, you can't hate me, Kenny.
Yep, a lot of holes.
the obvious five, we know who that is. His first hustle before the Filipinos, he used to say he needed money for weight loss surgery, even though... No, his first hustle before that was the merchandise. And shit that had to do with Cornette. He used to think if he told this to me, if you could attach Cornette's name to something, he could sell a few items. Remember what he said to Cornette about the school thing? And he goes, well, I was hoping we'd get Ric Flair in there and use your celebrity, meaning use your, your famous shit to get us some fucking work or some gigs. And then Cornette says, you're not allowed in schools to this day for reasons unknown. Probably. Well, I hate to repeat myself, but we always got new people around. So I never know who actually hears me. He said the first was the meat scam. Meat scam never happened. Fabricated. The thing that's interesting about the meat story is the story is such a fabrication that it really stood the test of time. Meaning, like, there's not a lot of people that hate that story. And almost some people, almost in a weird way, it seems like they believe it. Mark Cuban loved the story. Had Kenny on his plane. You remember what I told Kenny on the show once? I go, Kenny, if I were to work at OVW, I'd still have money to this day. And I'm not talking about because of fucking wrestling money. But if I would have worked there, I would have definitely locked down the smoking scene. And I would have kept connections. I might even still be able to text John Cena, Ken. Unlike you. Wrestlers love pain pills, and I don't like pain pills. So I'd have been able to hit them off without being high. Would have felt like the man. That would have been game over. I would have loved that.
Mountain Timer is on gummies. He wants you to know that.
The obvious five says Kenny has money. Define money. You always think he has money.
He said, well, the first hustle was before he used to say he needed money for weight loss surgery, even though Medicaid paid for it.
Medicaid paid for weight loss surgery?
If they deem it a risk to your health, they will, but a lot of times they won't. He probably had to go through some shit to get it approved because they don't pay for dick.
Yeah, he's right
Well,
about
now
that, Brad.
they're
You do
approving
mention shit
everything
a lot.
now.
Yeah, but
there's a lot of people getting it. I think it was.
Well, they figure if they could pay for that, it'd probably be cheaper in the long run because, let's face it, when you're that big and that fat, you're going to be in the hospital more. You're going to cost them more money and being on all the medications and the doctor's appointments. So
well,
why not?
Another thing that kind of, no one really brought this up the other day because no one really cares about AMC, but there was a part where Kenny goes, when somebody, I think it was either Barkley brought up AMC, or I had somebody ask a question about it. And Kenny goes, well, when you got guys like Scaramucci informing you, meanwhile, last time he had Scaramucci on, I think Bossman could probably vouch for this, Scaramucci has no hand in AMC. And they didn't even talk about it one time on his show. So Kenny acted like he's getting information, and he quickly mentioned Scaramucci and Cuban's name, like we're still going to remember that. Bro, you just had Mucci on. You guys, he even said, I'm not in the AMC thing. And I think we know why he's not in the AMC thing.
Right. Yeah.
The only one who made money off that is Reverend Robbins and supposedly Brad. Just kidding, Brad.
PC. Go play
Remember,
a
I
card.
go, Bolin, you could sell. I go, if I'm looking at a millionaire, why wouldn't you sell half of your shares? Because
Right.
500,000 should be enough for you to live the rest of your life with. He
Well,
goes,
what I'm
Pesci,
saying,
you can't do that. I'm like, you can't have 500 shares and sell 250 of them? Are we at Eureka's
well, no,
Castle at this point?
remember the idea was, well, Kenny, if you have 5,000 shares and you have this amount of money, when you sell 1,000 of them and go ahead and get that 77,000 or 72,000 like right now, because you need money now, you're asking for money because you can't get your car fixed or this or that. Wouldn't you cash in now to go ahead and get like 70 G's? Of course, 30 of it would probably be
You know what I would
taxes.
love to donate
But
to Kenny to
40,
do? I would love to go, hey, Kenny, I will give you serious money. Just if you could go on a show and tell 3 of your best lies that you've told in the last couple of years. Just give us 3 of them. I'll pay. Just to hear them. He said,
Pesci,
LOL,
you're looking
Eureka's
at a
Castle.
millionaire. You're looking at a millionaire.
And he ain't breaking off the women like he used to because they ain't even chatting.
Well, Mango's already got her, sugar daddy.
I think he's
over
just
there.
throwing her name in the mix. She probably said hi to him one night. Probably asked her for her norm that had nothing to do with no kids. She probably just said, listen, if you could get me something, I'm trying to get something for the kids. I remember when I one time messaged Mango Jennifer, she sent me a video of her dancing. This is before her boyfriend. She was dancing,
Right.
and I sent back with, I think Schmidt remembers this. I go, you don't look like you don't need no rice. And she
She
did
laughed.
like a laughing emoji. Yeah, and she's like,
Yeah.
basically said she don't need rice. I had her on my
Yeah.
show, and Jake Hudson did the most embarrassing thing ever. I was pissed. It's funny, but I was pissed, and Mango actually understood it. But Jake goes, it was me, Jake, and Mango Jennifer on the show. Jake just goes out of nowhere, goes, I heard Bolin keeps the money. Probably Sands was messaging him, asked Mango that. Mango didn't even address the question. She tells me after the stream, I know how Jake is. Thank you, beautiful Barbie.
Yeah. Yeah, well, remember she was on that show when we had her on or whatever. She was at that fucking house party, and you're like, wait a minute, why are all these people over here I mean, I know they're 12 hours ahead, but it was like 10 in the morning or noon, and they're having like a fucking party at some motherfucker's palatial fucking estate on the fucking 18th floor of a high rise or whatever.
And to tell you how to touch the guy is, when I brought up that I got the subs I had to pass him, he goes, damn, I guess I don't know shit about those Filipino gamers. He thinks I talk to Filipino gamers. That shows you how out of touch he is.
Oh, Pesci over there blowing himself again. What the fuck?
Who's the chick that lives in Saudi?
Mango.
Yeah, that's Mango. I like Mango.
Yeah, she's a nice person. Girl.
She's sexy and she seems like a down-ass girl. And the greatest thing is, they never asked me for a thing ever.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say that right hand to God, I never got asked for a red cent. I would
Ice
almost
cream
thought Kenny had them
Jennifer.
trained.
Ice cream Jennifer and Mango Jennifer. Neither one. They're both nice like that. Really down to earth, good people. Seem like. They didn't act like they were poor pitiful me or nothing. That's for sure.
Another thing that sticks out, and this could be nothing, but you would tell me. This is more of my hustle side that picked up on this one. When donations come in through YouTube, we all know you don't get all that.
30%.
Even sometimes if you make a $20 donation on Kenny, before Kenny thanks you, he might give you a quick thank you. He'll say, if you're going to do a $20 or more donation, make sure you
Go to
donate
PayPal as a friend.
I
'cause
would
you get the
never
whole
even say
thing.
something like that. If someone donates
Yeah.
20, they donated 20. I don't need to remind them where they need to donate next time. But he would, he throws that out there. But the one thing I noticed was this. So he got a couple. Tell me if I'm wrong. Bob writes down the donations, which is embarrassing when you have a Porsche. I'm like, dude, I don't need to ask anybody for money. You fucking write this shit down. I'll donate. But anyway, he writes the shit down. Kenny got 2 YouTube donations. Now, he goes, Bob, write down. It was like $5, Def Trent. I don't remember the names. But he said, Bob, write down these 2 names and those 2 amounts. Now, Kenny knows he doesn't get all that money. But my thing is, if he really was dividing it, he would have been like, now, Jeff, just so you know, when you donate here, and he tell Bob as he's writing it down. Now, Bob, make sure you mark down that that's on YouTube, because even though he donated 5, he ain't donating the whole 5. I got to mention, as cheap as Kenny is, him giving those donations to Bob, he read them straight off the YouTube, meaning he goes, we got $10, $20, $30 in YouTube, and he has Bob write that down. There's no way Kenny would look past the percentage if he was giving it out. He also says the memberships are for me. I'm not saying that's impossible to figure out that amount, but I'm telling you, this guy is so slow with the equipment. I really don't think he knows, because I don't know how to do it, and I don't even feel like putting the time in. And I could picture him being along the same lines. And if you just pocket the money,
Also, hey, read CMs. That's the reason he wants you to send it as a friend, because it's not taxable up to a certain amount. But
without a doubt. But I always say this, CM. Say somebody donated 20 for me, and I have a PayPal or whatever. I'm going to let them ask me. For instance, Randall Harper, smart guy, great guy, donated 100 that one night. He asked me, goes, hey, man, what's your Cash App? That would have been like him donating 100. Bolin would have got sick if somebody donated 100 on YouTube. He'd be like, God damn.
Man, I mean, as far as like read the last message there. I'll reply.
First of all, let me answer this in the best way possible. What's funny is the guy answering that question, he's been asking that question forever. Am I wrong, Schmidt?
No, but here's what I'm going to say. You can go to Walmart and get a fucking 50-inch TV for $200 and something now. That ain't shit.
Look, here's what people need to realize. We're not saying he didn't win. You know, like, win. He won. Trust me. Sometimes he does it sloppy. But women got broke off. In the way he made it sound, if I'm betting at a casino, no. But those girls, I don't think would have played pretend for nothing. For bowling.
Of course not.
You know what I mean? He's not exactly Casanova.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know what I mean? And that's the thing out there. You know, girls might talk to you or whatever, but I show this video of these hot Filipinos walking down the street, but the video was trying to show you that the guys they were walking next to were these older white guys.
Right.
Remember when Mango was once upon a time in my chat, I had to kick her out because she put a picture of a dead dog. I was like, You're out. Yeah. Instantly. I told you, that's why I said, I don't care if you're a girl or nothing.
Remember remember on one of those shows, it was like me, you, Bolin, and I don't remember who else, if anybody.
It was Marshall. Like Kenny actually gave up his snitch without knowing. So look, we didn't realize how much Mango was reporting back to Bolin. And when I mean reporting back to Bolin, she would, if you said something about Kenny, she'd be like, Kenny, they're making fun of Kenny. I don't like this. Like, she didn't understand what people were saying. Half of them were all inside jokes. But she thought people were ripping on him. And she went and said something Marshall said. And Kenny accidentally repeated the message out loud. So I was able to hear it, meaning if I didn't hear Kenny read this message, I wouldn't even know she was snitching like that. Yeah. I remember I got rid of her. I mean, the dog was enough, but the snitching, it almost happened all on the same day. It was almost like the Lord was looking out for me.
Well, but, also with that though, like she really thought like
that was okay.
So mean.
She's like, no, I'm putting it there because I'm sad.
Yeah.
I flipped out. I remember I even felt like I went a little bit too crazy.
Even Frank said, yeah, they do that shit. Okay. Common thing.
So,
But yeah, he got all of a sudden he was reading a message, the exact message I guess that Marshall
and
had
Kenny's
put.
always been talking to foreign girls. For us to say that no currency has been exchanged, well, then we're looking at the biggest pimp ever. I don't even think I could pull that off. Remember,
Yeah,
he was
oh yeah.
married to one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Let me
no
guess.
dating, not married, but
Let me guess, Kenny, she was sending you money. That's what I said. Kenny said on the Russo show to his fans, he said to the Russo's fans, he goes, I like young girls, deal with it. And this was before the gimmick has enlarged to what it was. That was when it was a little bit more under wraps, where you almost thought maybe this guy's just a joke.
that was back when he had his finger in the youth of America, as
Oh,
Cornette
jeez. Yeah.
said. Oh, Cornette was so funny. Fuck, if Kenny would have played his cards right, he could have been making some buku bucks with Jim. Him and Jimmy both together. Just think if they did a
And one
live
of the
show
things I
together.
always said in the beginning, so I
Can you
wasn't in
imagine?
the room
Hey,
and they're like, Bolin got you, Pesci. I always told Bolin in the beginning, this money I'm donating is literally for you. For you. Let's say, if you go buy some fucking girl in Yugoslavia a goddamn radio, that's on you. Okay?
right.
Some of the girl, obviously I see you talk to some girls. And they're at the age where, I mean, shit, like I said, I've been around long enough to know that. In a harmless way. But Kenny turned it into an angle of needy. They were.
That's true, JP.
Trust me, there's women that are bad with money. You know what I mean? I'm not shocked.
And I don't mean bowling.
You know what I mean?
Ask the master.
But Kenny gets himself in trouble
on one
when
of
he
those
doesn't have
shows
info about the super chats that go to YouTube. Because if he
when
was really calculating this shit, he would say, now, ladies and gentlemen, and trust me, this would get said. Tell me if I'm wrong, Schmidt. He would get the YouTube check. He never mentions that. If he knew an exact number, I was getting this much for badges and I was getting that, trust me, he's floating that out there. I'm getting this and that. He never just mentions it.
yeah,
That's
for every
the first
$5,
sign of a liar.
for every
First sign.
$5 he gets $3.50, or for every dollar he gets 70 cents or whatever.
Right.
Send it as a friend, get the whole thing. We prefer you send it on PayPal or Venmo or whatever.
Because I didn't want to be the guy when Bolin goes, ha, got you, Pesci. No, you didn't give me. That shit was for you, kid. I knew I was getting. I knew I was winning. I was winning on my side of the deal.
I remember the one show when Mango was on there, and it was like me, you, Bolin. I don't remember whoever else, but Mango was on there, and we were live. And Bolin did because I'm the most handsome 600-pound or whatever, 60-year-old man. Look at my hair. These two bald fuckers, they're younger than me. And he was like, if you had to pick, one of us three, who you would want to date.
So what?
And he pointed at himself, and Mango goes, "Ugh,
One
I
time
don't
he
like
sent me
old.
the receipts that he sends
I don't like
everybody.
old guy."
I think Bolin possesses real receipts, so those always get flown out there. But anyway, he sent me a gaggle of receipts one day. And this is literally was my response.
JP McCormick has asked the master question.
What game system would you recommend?
PS5 or Xbox or PC or Switch?
Well, I'd always say, depends what you're doing. If you're just gaming, get a PS5. You want to do some other shit, PCs ain't bad to have. PC has some down shit, but if you get a raw PC.
If you were gonna pick between a PS5 or an Xbox, and you're gonna play like Call of Duties, the Fortnite, the basketball, the football, the golf, the whatever, what would you pick?
So it's fun. So let me finish the receipt story real quick. It was like a month. It was like a month prior to when he sent me these one receipts. He sent me like a bunch of receipts. I go, Kenny, you don't got to send me that shit. I go, you don't need me seeing whatever you're showing me or blah, blah, blah. Because who knows what I'll see to where I'll get smartened up on some things, and I was gotten smartened up on some things. So the one day he sent me a shitload, right? For shits and giggles, I think it was only because Roman was either fucking around. Phil and Pat were around. We added the shit up, right? And I remember I messaged him back. You sent that out you sent that out along with the shit you sent out last week? And it seems like without thinking, he said yes. And I go, bro, it looks like you're, and obviously I knew what was going on, but I just acted like I was dumb. I go, bro, it's looking like you're going broke. You're not keeping anything at that amount. That's a lot of cheese. What he was doing was he was having winning weeks. But like for instance, he knows like me and DJ Eric, we knew the numbers. So on a week where he'd make 700, he'd send you almost like close to that amount in the receipts. And I said to him straight in his face, I go, how are you surviving? I go, hey bro, this is the internet. Some of this stuff you should keep. You're not supposed to just give it all away. There's people that get super chats.
Most charities only give 15 to 30%, unless you're one of the really,
said
really
clearly
good ones.
Photoshop. He's got some real ones in there. There's real ones.
Not, hey,
because here you got to go, Obvious 5. Trust me, he's not going to run all fakes.
They're
because I don't think Bob's a privy to everything. I think Bob thinks more amounts are going out because I've seen the receipts. If he sends Bob the same amount of receipts that he used to send me, and he wouldn't even send me the same amount.
Those aren't photoshopped. Those are called a program.
And some of them aren't even photoshopped. Some of them are goddamn. Well, I'm not going to say who showed me how you could fabricate them, but somebody made me the same receipt he had, and it wasn't a Photoshop. Right. It was a program.
Not Photoshop.
They put Schmidt and Scooby's name on there. But any smart criminal, I would hope, and he's not even committing a crime, you got to do some real ones. Think about that, Obvious 5. He's got to do some real ones. Couple of those girls aren't free. And even if they were paid actors, they're still paid.
Right. They're getting paid something.
And there is a great chance, there's a good chance that he's gullible enough to believe some of the shit they bought with the money.
Hey, let's just say let's just say, I don't know what the amounts have been lately because I don't care. But let's just say you make $200 one night. It was a good night. And remember, the old $60 goes a long way. Let's say you take that $200, you split it up 3 ways. That's $60 for 3 people, plus an additional 20 to throw somewhere else to somebody else. That's 4 people right there that are going to be loyal as a motherfucker to you.
And he don't do it anymore. But when I was in the circle, sometimes he would send those messages that they would send.
Cause $60 goes a long way.
Goes a long way. And what I always think is this. For instance, I bet you $1 million. Let's just say this. Let's say if he goes once a month at the end of the month, I give this girl $30. Even if he was doing that, they would still love him to goddamn Christ.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean? They would be celebrating him.
Yeah.
He would be the wounded warrior. He makes it sound like shit goes out daily.
And just think about it this way. Just like if me or you did the same thing to like, dude, I donated to, and Auntie Grace is in America and lives well. But I donated to her stream.
He donated to Auntie Grace. That bitch sent 1 million people to my channel where they were commenting from Auntie Grace.
Right.
Schmidt just said, go to my channel. And I jumped up 1,000 in less than a week.
Yeah.
It almost looked like I fucking did some phony shit. But that was because Auntie Grace asked Schmidt.
And I donated like $20 one night and $20 another. I may have donated.
And I was so happy I donated after that to her.
Right. I may have donated $60 total in like 2 streams. You would have thought I gave 500.
Yeah.
But see, she probably gives that.
You would have thought gave 500. So if they were throwing around the money they were throwing around, they would just be a little bit more active. They visit Kenny almost like Kenny breaks them off every 2 months.
I just figure.
And Kenny has probably kept so much money that Bob's unaware of. He's probably going to take that secret to the grave. Some guys are capable of that, especially lefties.
Or I don't know, man. With Bob, I honestly. I don't know. He seems like a
Same
nice
guy who
enough
said
guy.
he couldn't sell 250 of his 500 shares. Kenny, are you playing stocks with Bugs Bunny or something? What is this? Bugs Bunny made bowling?
Well, JP, we're not worrying about his sexual prowess. We're just saying that the sugar daddy stuff. You are correct, and not even necessarily a sugar daddy, but a version of it. Yeah, it's just the it's just like when dudes give money to those cam girls on the internet or OnlyFans or Amaranth, that bitch. You know, people like that. Can you lick the lint out
Right.
of the dryer? Can you do this for $20? Okay, sure. That's base and it. I'm not saying bowling's doing that, but it's all relative. It's all just
And there was a
people are
moment in
people
time
people are throwing
where,
that money.
especially before Bob came on there, when we were going on his show, even though he mentioned it all the time, he really didn't need to. He was actually doing himself a misjustice. I would try to hint to him, because if you would come out and say something deliberately, if you weren't on his level, like a Lawler or a Russo, he
Right.
just wouldn't take anything like a criticism serious from a guy like me under no means.
It'd be like, well, you're younger than me. What do you mean? You
I
better
never
have
met a
respect.
guy, like for instance, I'm a hustler. Anything he would have told me, I would have took to the grave. For instance, Kenny would have came out and been honest with me, I'll tell you guys a true story. Let's say Kenny did come out and tell me some shit. He goes, man, I need you to keep that secret. If he was honest, the hustler side of me would have kept his secret.
Well, yeah,
Because at
of
least I
course.
would have got it. I would understand why you're hustling everybody else. And I would have looked past it. But no, you talk to me like you talk to DJ Eric. So for that, I got to point out the shit I saw. But he's not
That's
one of
like
those guys, once you get behind scenes, he's like, oh, we got him. Now, that motherfucker's very quiet about the money. That's why he always referred to my video as me blowing myself when I mentioned the money that was made. Thanks for DJ Eric, always had those numbers. It was easy to get around about. Shout out to DJ Eric. See, Bolin didn't know how to respect fans like that. You had a guy like DJ Eric who was always there, had the information, had shit to say, always had a $5 dono. And Kenny just decided to
would defend him to the death.
JJR Wood these motherfuckers. Bob read off of
Yeah.
JJR Wood, and Kenny goes, well, maybe unblock that one. I mean, JJ's taking a break. Taking a break, Kenny, that guy's gone. You don't want
No,
Arwood
JJ.
back.
No, well, and JJ don't want to come back because he knows that he'll have to deal with what's his face, his former best friend, and whoever, or DJ Eric, or whoever he don't like, because they'll just come in the chat and they'll argue and bitch wherever he goes. And he's got his own problems. He's got a kid he has to raise. Shit, I mean, hey,
My thing is this. When
more
you
power to you.
sometimes try to argue with Kenny and point shit out, sometimes he'll flip the story. Like, for instance, I would love to ask him, like, for instance, when it comes to the stocks, I want to ask him why you told me, Kenny, that you're not allowed to sell half. Why did you tell me there's no such thing as that? How could you be
Bowling.
dealing in stocks and make a comment? I don't even know about stocks, but I know you don't have to keep them all.
No, you can diversify, sir.
Remember when I go, Kenny, if this shit goes up, remember I made that comment because I thought we were going to make a shitload. I thought he was right. I'll be honest. When it bounced up to 70, I was like, Bolin, you did it. We're going to be rich. I thought he was on to something. Like, I thought it was at least going to do it. I thought it was at least going to do what GameStop did. I didn't believe Kenny's $10 million stories because I'm like, Kenny, if that's true, why isn't everybody doing it? Okay?
Right.
You know what I mean? Everybody would be doing it. And I'm on tape saying that. If this is that for sure, Ken, if it's that for sure, then I'd imagine more heads on this. This would have been closed up. You know what I mean? Like when I first met him, before I realized he can't keep shit hidden, I would say, Kenny, I tried to get it for him to be loose. I said, Kenny, just so you know, I'm a criminal. You could be open with me. Nothing you're doing here is going to shock me. And everything you're doing here isn't even a criminal. It's more of just
No.
a bad selfishness. You might be using some
And
improper terms.
as much as people on the internet, the fat boy across the river and the dumb fuck down under and the other guy down there and the blah blah and my former co-host and the stalker and blah 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 and all the alcoholics, drug addicts, stalkers, trolls, whatever. But as much as they want to complain or whatever, or anybody wants to, anything he's done, he can't be arrested for.
What's funny is, I remember when, and this is on tape too.
Everybody gave him the money willingly.
When I did that poster deal with Kenny, I got it. But remember when I told Kenny, I go, Kenny, I got a bad feeling. And he goes, Pesci said he's got a bad feeling. And then, remember, fast forward, I didn't get the goddamn poster for months.
Yeah, I had to. What are you talking about? I had to mail them to you. I had to wrap them up and yeah.
Like, and I remember I
like,
made that comment. I go, bro, for all the shit I did, I still had to pay for that poster. That showed you what kind of guy that is. And I said that out loud too.
Well, yeah, and you're like, Schmidt, go get my posters. I did. What do you mean you don't know when you're going to send it? Well, I don't know when I'll make it to the goddamn post office, Pesci. Goddamn. Which, in his defense, I mean, he ain't driving nowhere. He ain't going to be.
The lie leading up to it was so bad, and then there was COVID, and then there was.
It was easier for me to go do it. That's why I did it. I was like, you know what, I can.
But the odd thing was, I had a bad feeling. I remember he said, I got a bad feeling. Because I didn't even really want to buy them because I thought they were overpriced. You know,
right.
Back out on a deal now that I told you the damn price. I'm like, damn, Ken, it's expensive. I go, I was like, I'd rather go buy a fucking autograph, one of those autograph pictures of fucking Pete Rose before I'd buy one of your goddamn posters at that price.
DJ Eric said, or DJ Eric in his most prized possession to Kenny's charity hustle, the autograph Sting poster. Yeah, I have it. It's on my wall. It's real.
Could have been loaded. Like I said, Kenny had the world by the palm of his hands with an audience under like 100 lives.
It's an actual print too. Somebody painted that motherfucker or whatever. It's nice.
I remember sitting back at times like thinking, dude, this is great. This guy is cleaning. He was cleaning so much he would never mention an old donation. The past didn't exist. During those times, Bob wasn't around, and I didn't care enough, so he didn't need to say what he bought. You know, he would just throw a Rice comment or a plane ticket to go see a kid. I was like, brother, I don't care if you're selling dope to these kids. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. You're not doing anything illegal. People are giving you the money willingly. You're not.
I was like, I don't care. I'm not like when. Funniest thing Jake Hudson asked was when Kenny goes, I sent Pesci receipts, and Jake goes, I didn't get sent receipts. And then Kenny goes, you want me to send you receipts? And he goes, yeah. Remember Jake did? You know the way Jake says, yeah? Yeah.
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 Oh, shit. Fucking Jake. Oh, God, that was funny. He was like, hey, are you going to send me my shoes?
And when I made that original movie, it was like the first movie I ever made, like learning how to edit. He called it blowing himself, but it was to shine the light on some shit.
And that.
It was like, folks.
That shitbag boss man over there, we had to block him. That son of a bitch sent 50,
boss man,
50 cent Bob.
Put this number in perspective. 90 days, in 25 of them, 11,000 was made that I went back and did the homework on.
In 90
DJ
days?
Eric used to always shout out the number because he would pencil it in. So it was easy to keep up with that during those times. And I had Frank.
$11,000? Yeah.
$11,000, and I think I even made sure I minus some.
Yeah.
And to be fair, yeah, it was a lot of super chats, but a lot of us, like Schmidt, straight cash on me, PayPal. Kenny got mad when I started becoming a regular on the show. He said, stop that super chat shit, motherfucker. Send that to my PayPal, you dumbass.
That's an average of $122.22 a day.
Dude, that's sick. And then here's the thing. He never valued it. Took it all for granted. Like, I remember, I used to always say, man, you should be giving back to the fans. Because what was funny was, the guys that were hitting them off with the big amounts of money then were like the guys that said, like us, we didn't care where the money went. Like, Brad didn't care. Jake didn't even care. He just acted like he cared. And you know what? I don't even think Bob cared. Because Bob usually used to give him $400 or $500 for himself. And he had Michael Riders and some of the guys before he blocked him and the boss mans early on and shit like that.
Yeah, I wish I had that money back now. I sent him a lot of money.
The boss man's, the Pesci.
Because
The
I remember
chip
when I
bag.
first came into contact with Kenny, my biggest regret was the amount that I made to go on a show for the first time. I just wish I would have said a lower amount. What's funny is people say, why did you say 125 in the beginning? Well, at first, I didn't realize how far Kenny was from the wrestling world. Like, I thought, damn, this is kind of a treat to go on here. Disco and motherfuckers, Russo ain't letting no motherfucker just get up there. Even if you offered them $130. They tell you, go get a Patreon. We have like a get together once a month or some shit. I remember, and I remember Kenny brought up the tarp thing, and I wasn't buying that then. I remember I laughed, and I go, how much is the tarps you're getting? And the only reason why I brought up tarps is I'm always buying shit like that at Home Depot when we were doing repairs on my roof and shit like that. So I used to buy shit like that. And he'd be like, oh, this is a different kind of tarp. And then that's when I was like, you know what? I used to always donate like a small amount to him because I was actually a fan of his cornet shit. You know, I was very new to this new life. I go, has anybody ever made a donation to come on your show? And he goes, you know what? I got to say, no one's ever done that before. And my dumbass is the one that said 125. If I could do it all over again, I should have just said 75. It would have worked out no matter same way. Because what's funny was first time I was on Bolin's show, Bolin goes, we should make a habit of this. I mean, he wanted other fans to do it too, but no one else signed up for it. I was actually shocked about that. I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if people start messaging you and say, let me give you $1 to come on the show and see what they could do. And then I told him he would ask me to come back before I would ask to come back. And I really did say that being a smart ass. Because sometimes they say if you talk with confidence, it happens. And sure enough, he asked me to come back that show. And I didn't lie to him, remember? Because only reason why the drugs were ever brought up, he said, somebody in the chat said, Pesci, they want to know the bad shit you did. And I go, well, I've been to prison twice for marijuana. And Bolin was like, really? And I was like, yep. I didn't see no reason in lying there. Because then later on, I got to explain why I lied there. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to let Bolin know I'm a 5-time. I think he's going to like me no matter what. And I'm not going to come empty-handed. So, hey, if you got straight cash, that goes a long way. Like, 60 goes a long way in the Philippines. Straight cash homie goes a long way. With Bolin to an extent.
$60 goes a long way in the Philippines, Pesci.
And he told me that, and you know what's funny is you're giving up your hand. Telling me that made me smarter, Ken. When you said 60 goes a long way, and this is before I knew shit about that country. Didn't know shit about it. I always thought Bolin picked that country. Now, I see why now. The women there are goddamn smoking. But I thought in the beginning he just said that because it was like maybe a country no one would care about or check on or, you know what I mean? If you're saying you're fucking raising money for China and shit, they might come shut your YouTube channel down. So I knew he had a couple girls that he was talking to, and I'm like, oh, I know a lot of guys that talk to girls and they send them money. For real. And you got to believe he's sending something. He ain't father timing them. But then that's when he said the 60 goes a long way. So I'm guessing 60 every 2 months probably is a good number. And we would have saw, trust me, in those 190 days, if more of that money would have went out than he said, they would have had pictures of goddamn, these motherfuckers would have had good pictures. He would have kept those forever. They would have built homes, gazebos, mini blocks. Think about that. It wasn't just 11,000 in 25 days. The streak was, according to him, 107. But we all know sometimes days you count as 2. Taking that into consideration, let's say he did at least 90 for sure, maybe a couple more days. And he never had a 0 day.
Yeah.
And the
How
goal
much did he
then,
raise?
hold on, boss man. The goal then, there was no such. There was a point where we were on fire where he made. I like to make $130 a night. Where there was points where he was getting so cocky, he was like, "Well, shit, you think we'll make 200 tonight?" You know, because he'd always count his ducks. He'd say, what are you dealing with, Schmidt?" He'd count Schmidt's wallet right in front of him. And I used to tell him, "Kenny, I'll give you some money, but I want to get something in return." So he'd let me write the stories Star Maker. Because I knew eventually if I told enough stories, or told enough of his stories, I'd get along with people because that's what I do in real life. Did it in prison, do it on the streets. I just knew I would latch on to some people. And I used to tell Kenny, I used to almost talk to him like I was in on it. I'd be like, "All right, Kenny, tonight, try this on for size and just see how you do. Bitch at me if it don't work. Don't even mention donation. Just don't mention it." He goes, "But Pesci." He literally said, "But Pesci," he really thought that would slow it down if he didn't remind people. Kenny, that tells me you don't know anybody. You know what I mean? Slowly, as we started building those chats, that's where I was starting to learn he was kind of getting farther away from people, like the Franks and all that shit.
The Pesci's, the Schmidt, the Michigan Mikes.
And
So
then
how
when
much did
Bob
you say
came,
he made in that stretch?
well, I only added up the days I was on there. Okay, but
$11,000 in 90 days, or
$11,000. When
around
I
Are you
put
100
that
days.
serious?
video up, Kenny
100
referred that.
days, basically.
Kenny said that was the video of me blowing myself. I'll share the video with you. But he was pissed. He wasn't even like, "Let's celebrate." Well, Kenny wasn't like, it was my money. Motherfucker, you're the one that's dancing in that shit. I was just showing you how many shows we did, how far we've come, and blah, blah, blah.
Gosh, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. Oh, he was cleaning. And then that dropped off huge. And I remember the worst part, and the only reason why I referred to him as dumb one day, and somebody actually sent him that clip. Because he showed it, me saying that, and I goes, "Who's calling?" Because he goes, "Who's calling who dumb?" And I was like, "All right, I'll give you that, Ken. I really am dumb. I'll give him that." Because with normal shit, I am kind of stupid. But I'd always say, "Ken, sometimes when you talk about what you're doing, you're selling yourself short. You're almost turning people off. The guys that were feeding you just mentioning what they were giving you, it's kind of turning them off. Because your stories, they don't add up, they sound sloppy, and you have no loyalty. Meaning you blocked me. Blocking me should have showed everybody that this guy's fucked up, because you can't sit there with a straight look. Because I'm going to tell you the truth. Vice versa, if he cared about money, he would have never blocked me. Hell no. I know I care. I actually do care about money. And I would have never blocked me. I probably would have let me do whatever with the
You
money
would
that
think
was
so,
just
Gonzo.
circulating during that time. Kenny never awarded you. I remember once we made 400 and he said, fans were messaging they didn't like the show. No, Kenny, you're just saying that. Eve ruined that one Rob Dickens show because she thought we were talking about Rob Dickens. She thought we were talking about Doyle. She's like, "Why are you doing a show on Kenny Stalker?" Remember, I'm like, "I'm not doing a show on Kenny Stalker." Kenny called that one of the worst shows ever. It was only because, I don't know, because 2 people said it, and it was far from the worst show ever. It was actually that show, Schmidt, where they asked me the capital or something, and I said something crazy or whatever.
Yeah.
But the sad part was, this is why I'll love Hazelwood. And I should have Hazelwood's back forever. Hazelwood saw that Kenny was getting on my case about that show. Hazelwood wasn't an everydayer on the show. He went on Kenny's show as a guest after Finn was on, and Bob's name was something in support of Pesci or whatever. And he said, "Kenny, you could say whatever about the show, but let me tell you what this show did do." And Bob said the amount of money it made. It wasn't even his money that day.
Right.
You know, because usually Bob would donate like once a month. It'd be like the chunks. He wasn't like a daily donor. That's why I said a lot of those numbers we did wasn't on Hazelwood's dollars. Some were. Like that one show where I put on the one thing was $600 in 2 hours. Because 400 of it was from Hazelwood. To fix Kenny's car, he was crying. And then he wiped his tears off And he told people where they could send the money after Bob sent him the 400.
Well, we're still going to help a lot of people now.
He said, thought that was
said,
Vindicator. Vindicator's the one that bought the $100 badge and Kenny blocked him. Folks.
Yeah.
My problem with Kenny from a non-podcast standpoint is Kenny doesn't know how to play on a team or show any loyalty for the good you do. It's always a handshake. Like when he's always messaging me, I told you guys we could do each other's shows. Handshake. Meaning, yeah, we could go do his show, but if we go do his show, he wants to be treated on my show the way we're treated on his. Meaning he will play that sissy shit. People won't be able to come in there and try to trash me. He is silly enough to where he'll block those people to stand by his ego. He doesn't even know that some of these trolls bring out his funnier side at times. He's lost sight of that. That's why I said Bob was bad for him in this aspect. He knew once Bob was a everydayer, he could really talk about the donations. Because he's got Bob as his co-signer. No matter what you think, he's always going to say, Bob, how much did we? That's why I always have Bob write them down. Because he wants people to see Bob is making sure shit's going where it's supposed to go. Kind of.
Well, and also Cornette is that way too, where it's like, and that's probably why they're a lot alike, and hung out for years is and he may have got it from Cornette for all we know, but Cornette demands your undenying loyalty for every fucking opinion they ever had. And if you don't hate everybody they hate, or block everybody they block, or cuss out everybody they cuss out, well, then you're just one of them. You're supporting them.
I give him a lot of credit for when he blocked certain donors and turned them off. I got to give him a lot of credit. Think about a guy that runs that angle all the time, as hard as it's got to be. You know what I mean? Even though he makes it look pretty easy. But as hard as that angle's got to be, it was looking pretty easy when, we were helping him earn money and shit, and he took that all for granted. And those girls, the ones that are there, they've definitely been broken off. And the Bob thing is probably no different than, Kenny probably made sure he sent some of Bob's money out because they probably messaged him.
Right.
If anything, sure. Kenny just oversold what was sent. Sometimes I might think he's guilty of when he sends. Because motherfucker, the YouTube shit only comes on a certain day. And my thing is, he doesn't bring up that 30% for me to think he's breaking that money down. Because like me, if I was giving that money, I'd be like, all right, folks, we made $350 on YouTube. Badges paid out this, blah, 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 that paid out that. He's never even given that number. I keep the badges. Kenny, you look silly saying that. You should say, folks, I got to keep some.
Yeah.
That's why you should have ran with the sugar daddy routine, because you once had
Time
the audience
money
for it.
and
Brad didn't care, DJ Eric didn't care, I didn't care, Schmidt didn't care. You could have said you were sending that money to Mango Jennifer so she could buy a Coke from an ostrich. We wouldn't have gave a fuck.
Or so she'll send you naked dancing videos or whatever the fuck. We don't give a shit.
Now, I always thought that the end of me and bowling would have led to me on somebody else's show, like a Russo or something. That didn't happen. That was the one thing I was wrong about.
Yeah, but you don't want to be on Russo's shit anyway. I mean, yeah, the money or whatever would be nice. Don't get me wrong. If there is any money, we don't know. But just it's too.
Cornette would never talk to you again, Pesci.
Yeah, I don't blame him. But I'm just saying, like, Russo's people, not all of them. I like Ben Hameen. He's interesting, funny, whatever. Conan or whoever, Disco, they're okay. Don't get me wrong.
But for instance, when Kenny originally, before he fucking whatever happened with him in Sportskeeda, he should have brought me there one time with him. Because I would have made it so they would have asked me to come back for some reason. I believe I would have got asked to come back. Even though those people are much different than I am.
JP says that dang sheriff dropped off cash in hand. Talk about a real fan. Yeah.
Well, Sheriff was dropping off dog food. As I said, he had the.
And money sometimes too,
Think
but dog
Sheriff
food was
cared where that food went? And people got badges. And Kenny was a $5 badge guy. Some of us had $24 badge. I'm guilty of lying about having a $24 badge because he didn't check it. That's right there, that catches him in a lie right there. I keep the badge money. No, you don't, because then you would have knew I didn't have two blah, blah, blahs. You just took my word for it.
Yeah, I remember when you said that.
I had two accounts. They were both jobbers. And like I always said, I always felt like I was getting something by going on Kenny's. And that day when we split, I knew we would split in some kind of manner. I want to be like, don't think I wasn't grateful, Ken, because I was grateful. I tried to even give you some hints. I remember I one time said to him, I go, Kenny, I can't promise you viewers. I really can't. I go, this is when I first met him. I was like, I don't know a soul. You know what I mean? Hey, I was like, and I don't have no talents. And I ain't ever worked at NASA or none of that shit. I'm a drug dealer. I go, but I promise you will make some money. And I didn't know it was going to turn out fucking $11,000 in 27 days. But I just saw that Schmidt was donating. There was guys donating. There was guys ready to get the badges. And he had a nice little operation going on. And it wasn't illegal. As I said, I always try to tell Sands this, or whoever's making the fake account, Trolls Get Better account, whoever that is, trust and believe. Yeah, he keeps. But you got to give. You got to cover a railroad track somewhere.
Yeah. True.
And boy, is he good at not breaking character. The guy never broke character with me once. Sometimes he was the same guy online that he was off.
He says DJ Eric was dropping off White Castle and Smith was dropping off Bojangles.
That's
One
funny.
thing we got to find, and this is happened 100%. So one time Kenny was, they were him and his, I think it was him and his kid or whatever. They were doing, not cutting a promo, but they were busting my balls one night. And Kenny goes, look at Pesci, he's quieter than a motherfucker over there, not saying a goddamn thing. And I go, Kenny, I don't think you want me saying shit. I go, usually if I say something, it's going to be a comeback. It might, it might be something you remember, or kind of like silence the room or something. So fast forward, he was busting my balls one night. And I said something to him, smart ass comment. And his exact words were, on my mother's life, and this exists, as long as Bob didn't take it down. He goes, I got to be honest, for the first time in my life, I don't have a response to that. I got it. I told him, and it was an easy, and I didn't even pull the gloves off. I don't know if you remember that, Schmidt. But I remember he goes, Pesci's sitting over there all quiet. And I go, Kenny, I don't need to bust your balls. It might hurt your feelings. And I remember I said something one night. He didn't cry, but I remember he goes, I got to be honest. I'm fucking speechless after that.
I remember when on one of them you said, Kenny, the more you talk, the more I get over.
Yeah, the more you talk, the more I get over. And then I said, I go, Kenny, I don't know much about you, but we're 20 shows in, and I can honestly say this. If we're on a plane and there's somebody that's got one parachute to give to me or you, and they know who we are, I bet you I'm getting a parachute. He didn't say anything to that either.
Oh, that's funny.
I felt bad because he was really busting my balls. I didn't want to say that. Like, I don't think that's funny because I was like trying to be on Kenny's team. He was really, because he was starting to get comfortable with me. And similar to with Jake, sometimes people are better with people when they first meet them. Sometimes the more they get to know them, they start to lose their grip.
JP McCormick says his kid is the modern day Tyson. Are you talking like Mike Tyson? The make fake account says his kid, who is a self-confessed genius, a genius and a deadly weapon. He seemed like a nice enough guy. He looks like Kenny, which
I remember when he would call Chris on occasion and go, would you believe that? Somebody donated blah, blah, blah. Because then it was all new to Kenny. Some of those numbers he was making, that shit was all new to him. So I was like, I'm just glad to be along for the ride. Because I wasn't doing shit before that.
His son seems like a nice enough guy. He's not like He's nothing like Kenny, really. He looks like him. He hates if you say that, but he looks like Kenny. But even old Harry will tell you he's like he still likes Chris. He's just because he's not like Bolin. He's not that.
Well, I don't blame his son. The only side he saw
No.
was the trolls and the fucking weirdos. I don't blame
Yeah,
him.
he don't want to mess with it. Yeah, he don't want to mess with all that shit. I don't blame him. That's why he quit doing those shows online with him.
Yeah.
It's
See,
like,
those are the
yeah, I'm
good
not.
stories, Ken. You know, it's funny. I always tell people. People always say you're a little too honest. I'm a little too honest, but usually the truth, even if it makes you look like an idiot or a goddamn jackass, sometimes those are the good stories, Ken.
Remember, never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
It cost him his marriage. No, he cost himself his own marriage. That was just never going to work out.
No.
I can
it
see
has
that from the
nothing-
outside looking in from the little bit I saw with her on a show, him on a show.
It
That
has
don't look
nothing
like-
to do. It has
That
nothing
don't look
to
like
do
a match
with.
made in heaven. And that's
Yeah.
not taking a shot at either of them.
I don't think his marriage has anything to do with Bolin's show.
And they had that whole thing happen with Harry and shit. And to be fair, that shit, I mean, Harry and them admitted to this day they did some crazy shit.
Yeah, well,
Things were
whatever.
said, counts were made.
That's
That's why I always find it funny when people try to say anything about me. I've been through almost just as much shit and fucking trolling or any of that, and I haven't fucking crumbled like all these others.
Well, no, because we ignore it, or we laugh at it, or we just whatever. That's why.
That's what I've always said. Just laugh. If it's funny, laugh at it. You know,
Yeah.
if you can't laugh at yourself, then
And I would have laughed
Because-
at Giggle
well,
Pickles, but
also-
she said
al-
snitch, and I don't play that.
Well,
Ever.
but also the people that are trolling are just doing it for fun or just to fuck with us. But now, back when we were doing Bolin show, that was different. They were like, "Oh, we're supporting Bolin, this and that." Now it don't matter. They control, have fun. It's just for shits and giggles. We're not giving me nor you nor me, you, whatever. Either of us, neither of us are donating to Bolin or whatever.
And obvious five, to be
Regularly,
fair, Kenny
yeah.
actually sent me back a donation once. Because what was funny was my comments were being blocked, and I was trying to get out across the sentence to him.
Yes, Boss Man got his 50 cents
So
back.
I got the sentence across to Kenny. This is back when I think I cared a little bit too much. But I got the sentence across, but he actually sent me the dono back. I couldn't believe it. That's why I said, I was like, man, I'd love to sit up here and tell you that guy cares about money. But me being around guys that make money for a living, no, as much as he cares about money, he really don't. Because he gets rid of the for sure money.
Right.
The per,
Right.
the easy, the giving, that shit where you didn't even have to raise money for no one.
He
You
got
just said
he
you were
got
throwing
rid.
that shit in a well.
Well, let me just do a little hand count here. Why dat? Dog food guaranteed, plus a donation here or there. DJ Eric, loyal, always there.
You got at least 100, maybe 2 from me a month during that period.
Brian, hey, let's face it, Brian Alford, another one. Doyle.
Alford, not a
Loyal.
donator. Doyle was.
Yeah, he might, but I'm just saying he was a loyal watcher, but he might donate occasionally. Okay, Doyle, loyal donator, bought a bunch of merch. If he hadn't got blocked and was still cool with him, he'd probably send a donation to him. Jimmy Thunder, same way. You figure the Coca-Cola Cowboy, unless that's one of them, whatever, donated occasionally. Fuck. Remember the guy who didn't like you?
donated.
The Boss Man, the Reverend Robbins, the Mountain Timer, JP McCormick, fuck. The guy who didn't like Pesci, but he still respected him. Kickflip Demon.
And,
You know, one thing I
donate-
used to like about Kickflip Demon was he was always in the chat.
Didn't donate a lot, but he was still a loyal viewer every show and would throw in $1 or $2, $5.
Had the badge. Had the badge. You were able to skate with the bat.
Right.
Like Gonzalez was always able to get comments in with just having that bat.
Well, and you're right. Obvious Five says Jake Hudson, another one. Jake Hudson was a loyal. If Bolin was like, I'm welcoming Jake Hudson, Jake would run back with goddamn bells
Was a
on.
donor. Remember, Jake would give $1, $2.
Right. Art Monkey.
What about
Yeah, you're
Lindsay?
right.
Did Lindsay donate?
Yeah.
Yeah, occasionally. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Another
Lindsay and Eva donated. Now,
Yep.
granted, who she's
Alvin
with.
Marin donated $100 to Bolin once.
Alvin, yeah.
It was on a show I was
Yeah.
on. I remember,
Yeah.
and it was like out of nowhere in the middle of the night. I'm like, damn, Ken, we're up to 400 tonight.
Jay Ward, another one. Now, granted, he's disappeared right now, but Jay Ward was around. Oh fuck. Yeah. John Paul.
Jay
John
Ward
Paul.
was fucking money too.
Yeah.
Jay Ward,
Well,
you could have told
well,
Jay Ward you were fucking using that money to fucking hire up clan members. He would have still donated it.
Now, Bolin did block Jay Ward, but Jay Ward disappeared as well. We don't know if he's in a.
No, he blocked Jay Ward
incarcerated.
because what happened was, once upon a time, no offense, Barkley, if you're
remember.
listening, Barkley was feeding a bunch of information to Bolin, who was over here. And instead of Kenny kind of like doing homework, he just assumed everybody was talking shit. Because they maybe be making I think Lindsay made a smart ass comment.
Well, there
and
you
Kenny
go.
saw
Phil
that
donated.
comment.
Hey, Phil donated 20. Philip Connors was a donator.
Phil Connors was actually a great donator.
He was there. Marshall Haynes.
He was
another
on the
one.
first ever show I was on. Donated.
Randall
Badge.
Harper. Randall Harper, longtime listener, donated.
I always
regularly.
wondered if Phil was exposing the business. Because Sands never bought a badge, or it never seemed like it. Not saying he didn't have money, but he never bought a badge. But I never figured out who remember exposing the business was.
I
And
remember
he had
the
that
name.
name with the PWO picture because Kenny said I was exposing the business when I pointed out how he was making money one night.
Oh, remember the guy, the Simon, what's his face? He drew comics for Marvel even. He's over there in England. Simon, I can't remember his name. The bald-headed guy. He could talk like Sean Connery. He could talk like Sean Connery. He's the one that drew all the real Marvel like comic book and shit looking shit of Bolin. That's him. He did work for their actual comic books and stuff. He's a great artist.
Indy was one of the first people to get tough with
Gone.
Bolin on the show. Yep.
Who was Eric's lawnmower?
It was
Remember
like,
that one?
told you Lottie.
Told you,
Told
Lottie.
you Lottie.
But you remember that
Signs
one?
the whole time.
Oh, there you go. We forgot PK, Pook Ninja, another couple there.
Yeah, Pook was a badge member and
Hey,
occasionally would throw
even
tens.
even Allison, as poor, and like, she's had a rough time and
Bolin
whatnot.
blocked her. She was trying to hide who she was. She bought a
She was-
badge and shit. I remember that.
she
So
was-
Sands. So let me tell you a funny story.
She was
This
still
is
throwing
actually a
money
real
in.
funny story. Samson was messaging me one night. That's
Yeah.
not no real girl, right? So a part of me
Yeah.
almost believed him at first. It was a real girl, but I go, Bolin, that ain't no real girl. So then Bolin had her come on the show, and I was almost shocked. Meaning she didn't go camera, but she was talking. I'm like, holy shit, this was a girl. But Robert Sampson was the first to point out she was a fake. He just couldn't put her finger on exactly how fake. And then we found out she was Rico's girl. And one thing led to another. Bolin had her blocked. And what's funny was she wasn't even putting anything rude in the chat. She was a
No.
badge member, and Bolin got rid of her because of her past.
Right, because of Rico. I would.
And what's funny
whatever.
is Jake used to be scared of her. She would come around, people would block her on scene. I'd be like, you guys don't got to block this girl. She's pretty normal. I think if Gonzalez is out there, he could tell you I was probably the first one to show her normalcy in this chat.
Well, Gonzalez is a piece of shit, nothing. So
I came up with the mermaid name. I said, you can't go in there as the Rico. That story makes
Yeah.
you look bad. You got to go as the mermaid.
the wrestling mermaid, Ariel.
And then
the
she
wrestling-
dumped a good name for a fucking jackass idiot.
Yeah, what for?
I
What's
gave her
his
one of
face?
my old laptop that I was never using again, right? She never even used it once.
Gonzalez, are you blocked by her now? Because she got rid of all of us out of her little chat or whatever.
He said, no, you should have blocked her from the beginning. Well, To be fair,
Jake, well, you're right. Hey, he's right. Jacob Waters would have donated hundreds of dollars just to have Bolin on his show and shit.
what's funny is sometimes Ariel would ask me for money. I would jake her. I'd go, I got like $3 I could give you.
Well, I'm not giving anybody a bunch of money over the internet.
Well, no, because she
Unless
would
I
put
know.
some comment, my kids need fat or I need blah, blah. She was asking me, Denise.
No, I
She had
know.
like this
Hey,
round she
I'm
did.
blaming.
Remember 30 Cokes? Remember that name?
Yeah, that's Harry.
Of course.
Oh, is that Harry?
Yeah, 30 Coke. Because Bolin said he could come back around. He
No,
couldn't
because he didn't.
use
Harry
his
said to
name.
Bolin, I'm going to change my name because I don't want Doyle finding me. That was when they had.
Uh,
That was
Oh
when
yeah,
Doyle.
yeah.
Pretty much, they made us like before we met Doyle because I didn't meet him. We only knew what Kenny said. I never had a conversation. There was no history of Doyle, other than some shows he did, which he looked pretty suspect on. But Doyle was made out to be like Adolf, Hitler, the worst guy, run for your life, craziest dude all time. I remember when Rob Sampson texted me this, and I had the best line ever. He goes, he did one of his, you don't understand. This guy will stalk your, like he was trying to scare me, right? Because he probably was making accounts under Doyle's name and trying to make it look like Doyle. He said to me in a message, Pesci, he'll fucking stalk your mother, your family, and you. My immediate response was, you can't stalk a man with a Doberman. Good luck.
I
fun
knew you
here.
were going to say that.
And I go, if you try to go stalk my mom, what's funny is this. By the time, in that neighborhood my mom and dad lives, he's going to get seen real quick. They got a lot of goddamn Dennis the Menace fucking security things over there. Not just my mom, that whole block. That whole block has an eye on shit. It's one of those neighborhoods. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
well, they have their
They
own
know when
security.
Ricky's drove through a yard. People had
They have their-
cameras. My dad had this.
Everybody has cameras, and they probably have their own police force or security. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gated community.
Look, Obvious Five said Doyle is a good guy. That's what he used to say about
Hey, brother,
Bolin.
hold
Bolin
on.
is a
Hey,
good
brother.
guy. There it
Hey,
is.
brother.
Hey, Bolin
Hey,
is.
Hey, brother, can you put my picture up on the screen, brother? I want to show my face, brother.
Yeah, I get along with Doyle now. As I said, I don't have no beef with Doyle. My thing with Doyle was Doyle didn't like me. He
We get
kept
along
thinking
with
that we
everybody.
were doing shit that Jake I was and said I was bad for Jake. Out of all people to say that, I was. That's when I knew Doyle wasn't the
Yeah.
person that I thought he was
Yeah.
because he didn't. Anybody that knew me around Jake knew I was not the worst person around Jake.
Well-
I wasn't doing shit to fuck his life up.
Well, and that we never gave him $20 to eat.
The people
Who
he was
fought his
pushing away,
blood?
I did a good job at keeping them around.
We never donated $20 to have the motherfucker eat bloody poop off his fingernail. Okay.
I said this on Jacob Waters' show, to Jacob Waters, when I did that hour rant. I go, trust me.
Make fake
people
account.
said,
Troll says, imagine the money he would have made if he hadn't blocked anyone. That's what I'm saying. If he would just do like he does on Rene Dupree's and just cut promos on them, as long as they're not spelling, the N word or doing the
thank
sex
you, Gene.
or,
Love you,
or the
dear.
spamming the chat, let them stay in there and goddamn shoot promos on them and make people laugh. More people will send you money, you dumbass.
yeah.
That's why Rene Dupree, he goes, well, a lot of my fans love you, a lot of them hate you. He goes, but I love it because the chat just lights up when you come over here, Kenny. That's what he said. Which it does. The chat gets 10 times busier than normal on Renee's when Bolin's there, because there'll be 300 live or whatever, and 70 of them hate Bolin, and 70 of them like him, and the rest are just whatever. And
Trust me when I say
everybody's
the guy don't
laughing.
have 2 million.
Yeah.
That's the thing that Brad does. Brad thinks it's funny when the trolls are ripping on everyone else, but the minute they say something about him, he's trying to block him or hide him.
One of
I'm just
Bolin's
like,
weaknesses was that too. I'd always say, Kenny, sometimes these trolls bring out your inner promo.
Well, also, Brad, he wants to he's one of those people that when they were a kid they could I mean, I like Brad, he's a nice guy and all, His dog's smarter and nicer than him. Oreo. Shout out to Oreo, the mountain dog. But Brad's one of those. He'll fucking rip on everybody and torture you, and then as soon as somebody fucking does it to him, he gets all mad. He's one of
Oh,
them
I
kids.
know. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
I'm gonna take my ball and go home. But he
I
has his fun.
encourage it. I encourage people to rip on me. I think it's funny. I just, yeah, if they come up with something funny, I just laugh with them.
Yeah, Bolin had a good thing going on Sportskeeda. He shouldn't have tried to demand more money or whatever the fuck happened. He demanded more money or argued with them at all. He should have been happy with the fucking $100, whatever they paid him.
If Kenny
Because
would have opened up his
Sports-
chat to Trump supporters to let them say whatever they wanted in there about why they like
Oh,
Trump,
yeah.
and then have
they
Kenny
would
bicker to
they
it,
would send
he would have
money.
made $1 million.
They'd send money. They would send money.
They would have sent money, even though they disagree with the motherfucker. They probably would have sent him a $5 bill here.
Right. Because there would be some funny shit that they would have liked. Because think about it, anywhere wherever there's political disagreement now, whether it's like if you go to Yahoo's comment section or Facebook or uh, Fox News or CNBC or NBC,
Oh, it's
any of them,
hilarious. Yeah.
it's great. But they censor just like they want to block everybody. People would appreciate the open dialogue, even if they may hate his politics and they might be a Trump supporter, and he calls them oh, so you like Trump cock, so you like the way Trump cock tastes. They would laugh at that and probably send him five and go, you know what, I'll send you a couple bucks, old man, because
Right,
I
because
appreciate
look, think about this. Fast forward. I'm
the
far
fact.
from a political guy. I ended up doing a political show with him because I
Mhm.
saw the humor. We'll put it that. I saw the humor. I always thought it was great.
Well, yeah,
Like I
that's
said,
why
I didn't have no dog in the race. It wasn't like I was taking anything he said serious.
we should, if we're gonna do a show with him again, that's what we should either do a political show,
I
like
already said I would have did the clip show, but the problem is, if you do the
the
clip show on Boland's channel, he will say
Yeah,
he will pick the
no.
clips. My thing,
No, it's
I can
gotta-
pick the clips, but he don't get along with anybody here. So we all know Sands wouldn't be able to control him. If you saw Boland up here, Sands fucking would get the, you know how he'd be off to the races.
Not even just no. Well, I'm not saying him. There'd be others who wouldn't be able to control themselves.
And then Kenny will quickly give you an ultimatum. He'll, even after you donate it to him, you know what I mean? He'll be like, listen.
No, what you do
That-
is you do the half up front, treat him like a contractor. Half up front for the materials, the rest of it when you're done.
That's
say,
not
"Look,
how I
ju-
do business. I'm just hoping that he would respect that. I know I should.
No,
But-
you treat it like contractor. That's what he is. He's contracting out a job
When we
for
go
you.
on his show next time, I'm going to bring this up to him because he's going to bring it up. So I'm going to have to. He goes, I told you I'd do your show. First thing
Right.
I'm going to bring up is I'm going to go, Ken, I'm not going to lie to you because that's not my game. Even though I
They
wouldn't
treat
let
it like
anybody
Renee
say
show.
anything mean, there's a lot of people over there you blocked, and they might want to make a comment. Not a comment that's going to put you down, Kenny, but they might want to make some bust ball comments. I would hope a guy at your stature and of your ilk, like
Well, no,
the
what
great
you say
Cornette
is,
would
look,
say,
as long as they're not saying anything about your dead mother or your dead dog or
Bro,
whatever.
he's not going to be able. He won't let Boss Man comment, and if you ask me, that's unacceptable. And I don't even want him coming over here. Because I would want Boss
No.
Man to make a comment and have Kenny comment back to it.
Well, no. I'm just saying, like, if you can.
Like Doyle said in the chat, he goes, I won't say anything. But Doyle, I don't expect you not to. You know what? If Kenny treated me the way he treated you, I'd probably have to sneak one in. Hey, lad. Long time no
Hey,
see, laddie.
Let me tell you, Jimmy Thunder has been all over the Renee Dupree show, and Boland's been there as well
But Jimmy
as
Thunder,
DJ
if you're listening,
and DJ Eric and
we should
fucking
want to
Brian
troll him on
Alford.
my
They've
show
all
so
been
we
over
can
there.
keep getting him do that clip show because it's entertaining.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, if we can if you could convince him to treat it like the Renee Dupree, like, look, as long as they're not saying anything about your dead mother and it's not those fake accounts, you know what I mean, like Kenny's dead mother with a picture of her.
Schmidt, obviously. I wouldn't
those
let
are
that
get-
fly under any
Right,
circumstance.
those are getting blocked. But if it's Boss Man or it's Wydat or it's he knows who Wydat is and he can cuss at him if Kenny rants off on a promo on Wydat, That's fine. That's what we want.
If Kenny wants to do things my way this time, he comes to my show, and I'm actually going to say that to his face. And what's funny is I
Gonzo
might
said-
even slip in a comment like this, a jab comment. Kenny, I know what I'm doing to a certain degree. Remember, I
Gonzo
got more
says we need a
followers than you.
bowling anything goes reunion. Exactly.
Mm.
As long as it's not the stupid shit, let Boss Man, let fucking Alvin, Rev, Wadat, Mountain Timer. Dude, think of the promo Bowling will cut on Mountain Timer when Mountain Timer says something stupid.
That was great content.
It's gonna be funny as fuck.
I can see
Everybody
why
will
sometimes
laugh.
Brad sometimes would overdo it. He should have like spaced him out at times. But that was during his heavy drinking.
But, hey, it doesn't matter. The first time he sees Mountain Timer's name with the comment, even if it's, hey, Kenny, good to see you, he's going to, oh, got Mobile Mike over here. You know, I had to block that motherfucker on my channel.
Right,
soon as
and
he-
I'm not doing that. The only reason why I agreed to
No,
do it
no,
with
I'm
DJ
just
Eric
saying,
was
like-
DJ Eric owed Hazelwood money, and I didn't respect that.
Hey, but I'm just saying, it's just going to be funny. As long as Kenny can. If Kenny cuts a promo on Mountain Timer, it's going to be funny as fuck. I mean, you
Kenny-
just know it is. Everybody will laugh at that. Or if he cuts a promo on Wyatt, that's the whole point. That's why Renee likes it when he does that, because obviously Boland's not that stupid. He knows the Jimmy Thunder accounts and the ilk of it when it's the certain
I would
group
love
of
to
people.
do that clip show
whoever.
and have Reverend on there too. But I think he would
Chris
honestly.
Boland-
This
yes,
is how
Bo-
this is how he would address the people he blocked. Now Pesci,
Boland has hold on. Boland
know I
has
wouldn't
done
do
a
that
show
over
with
on
me
my
and Jake and Pesci. Yes.
I'm surprised
know,
for a guy
yeah.
who's been in wrestling as long as he has. Those comments
No,
bother him
well-
because he thinks that people see those comments truly, like the team makers and them. He thinks people sees those comments and believe it. Why do you think he still doesn't call me Pesci? He always called me Pesci. He's been calling me by my real name the last 4 or 5 times on his show. Because he
Michael.
has a small worry of people looking up my channel, not because they're going to watch me, but because they'll get smartened up on shit. Because if there's one thing he knows, even from that one
Well,
video where Michael Ryder said, I agree
like I
with everything he
said,
says in the video.
the whole
I know a
whole
lot.
point. The only way you can have him do the clip show is if you do the old do it like you pay a contractor. You say, look, can't you just treat it like Renee? We're
All right,
not going to
let's
let the
practice this. Let me practice what I'm gonna say. So Kenny, this is
All
what's
right.
gonna happen. We're gonna go do Kenny's show soon. Because
Right.
I told him
All
he's
right.
gonna go. I told you I'd come over there. I told him we were gonna have me over there. I'm gonna be like, Kenny,
All right.
I'm gonna be dead honest.
We're
with
going to
you.
have you on the clip show.
No, hold on. Let me say my part first. I'm gonna go, Kenny, hear me out. And this is the truth. You'll respect me more for not lying. I'd love to have you over there. But let's call a spade a spade. There are some people over there you blocked. Now, Kenny, I will say this. These people at least have enough sense to where they might make some smart ass comments, but I wouldn't let anybody make weight comments. Trust me, I'd step in. You know what I mean? Because it's just
Yeah.
not right. All right?
No dead dogs,
And
no dead
You're not going to be able to
relatives, no
bring
stupid
up
shit.
money shit because he's just going to leave. We're getting the worst scenario with him leaving when we have a chance of him entertaining us.
Right.
But I'm going to tell him if I'm paying the money I'm going to pay Kenny for this, we got to do it my way. Meaning Brad's over there, Boss Man's over there, White Hat's over there. I won't let them fat shame you. But if they make some comments, let's just say they comment about something on the show.
Cut a promo.
Address
on 'em.
it.
Yeah.
Get
cut
some
a promo
anger,
on 'em.
shit on them.
Yeah.
But
shit
he
on 'em,
just said
please. Cuss them
But
out.
he said he got Sheriff in some legal trouble. So it's like,
No.
he ain't going to
no
come over to
legal.
my show with Sheriff out there. And I like Sheriff way too much.
I'm not, and honestly, we don't know if Sheriff will show up, but we're just saying, he could be there.
Yeah, and
We're
to be
just
honest,
giving-
I would like Sheriff to show up. I'd like some of the guys Kenny's had past arguments to show up. And, maybe just see how Kenny does it. I'm not saying show up and say, fuck you, Kenny, you're fat and all this. Learn
The
to be
obvious
funny.
the obvious five says block the word scam, scammer, hustle, Kroger.
Yeah,
That's
you're
not- you
really
could-
worried about your image when you have to block my name.
Yeah, Sheriff does go on Sportskeeda and Renee and.
But if
Steel
you're
Toe,
Kenny, that's
yeah.
the best play. The best play at that time was shit, if I'm beefing with Pesci, I got to refer to him as Michael Lowry because I can't have anybody looking him up.
No, but I'm just saying if we could, basically he has to act like he does on Renee's podcast. Look, we'll block any of the stupid shit, the obvious.
I don't have the stature of a Renee. Like Renee
No,
has the
but
stature to go,
yeah,
Kenny,
but
you can deal with the comments, man.
yeah, but you're giving him money. Renee's not paying. Renee's giving him views and whatever.
But
You're giving
sometimes
him
he'll
money.
play that Indian give or take bullshit. I'm out of here. I told you guys.
Well, that's why
I'm
I said
outta
that's why you don't. That's why you don't pay all the money up at front. You do a contractor. You said, look, get half up front, half when it's done.
All I
That's the way
know
any
is
job is.
I might say something that almost sounds like a little bit firm.
Oh,
I might.
CM's all right. CM has an idea. Have him bring Bangs and let Bangs keep an eye on the chat. Well, he wouldn't be able to control it, but he could look at it.
But here's the thing, though. I don't want him, if he says, Sheriff Boss Man, I don't want to see their comments. I don't even want to do the show.
Right. The whole point is the promos that he will shoot on them. Because he hasn't seen them in the chat in a long time. Dude, the promo he will cut on fucking Mountain Timer is worth the price alone.
Now, if
Or
Kenny
the
was
fucking-
paying me to do something crazy, like he was paying me out of his own pocket, I might ask guys like, hey, Kenny's paying me this amount of money to do this. Is it possible?
Right.
And you
yeah,
can
well,
you can even tell him that that's what we want. We want him to cut promos to get
right.
some
We want him to cut promos on Boss Man and Wydat and Mountain
But this is what I
Timer.
would tell him. Kenny, look, there's some guys over there you block. You might get a smart-ass comment or two, but I'll tell you this. I'm a lot closer with those guys than you ever were. I'm not trying to bust your balls. And I think out of respect for me, they might not go too ham. The
Right,
ones that are going to go
exactly.
ham are the ones that we don't even know who they are, Ken. And you know that.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
But I'm going to be honest. I don't have DJ Eric blocked. I don't have Sheriff blocked. I don't have Boss Man blocked. And these are regulars. So, and I'm 40.
We should, you know what Bolin should do? He should have a show where he joins all his former co-hosts, where he has like Daniel Spencer, Harry, you, me,
He doesn't have the
Jason Marshall.
He doesn't have the thick
Dickens.
skin.
Yeah, but if he, I know, I know he doesn't, but if he did, he could have a hell of a show.
They probably clean up in donations.
I'm telling, he guarantee he would.
Yeah, and Bob would be smart enough to see that. I'd be like, Bob could see who has wrenches or not. But the problem is, I'm not going to blow water up a bridge. Sands and Doyle have a wrench. And I'm not going to tell, and like I said, I don't expect Doyle not comment. Even though Kenny would lose the scripture. He said some bad
BC
things about
I
Doyle.
wouldn't tell him that Harry has a badge. I wouldn't even mention Harry.
Well,
Hey, BC
I wouldn't
says,
mention it, but at the same time, there's another guy that would probably just pop in. Like, he would probably, Harry would actually love that. That would be his opportunity to announce his, because he'd always tell me to go tell Bolin that he's married. And I'm like, dude, I don't care enough, and I don't think he cares enough.
have Jake and the mermaid? Nah. Jake don't want to be over there. He'd rather be in the chat.
Well, Jake's off limits. He already did a show with Doyle. He's gone.
BC says a roast of Kenny Bolin with Pesci as the host. That'd be a good one.
One time, Kenny used to offer that as a badge, and then somebody bought that badge, and he blocked him.
Yeah, someone bought it.
Said
they
he was
started
unblocked, and the guy was
roasting
still
him.
blocked.
Fuck you, Pesci, you piece of shit.
I remember
No.
that. I was like,
Here's the
that's-
thing. Pesci's petty, and he hates kids. And he bought his followers.
But I bet you if we did that show with him, and he let Reverend on there, and they were able to do a little back and forth or whatever, in a fucking show-like manner, and the chat
that's what
could
I'm
stay
saying.
away from saying scam and show us receipts, like, that's at least getting, we got to at least admit that's
Okay,
getting
well, here's what you
the
do.
receipt part is old. There's
Hey,
other
hey,
ways to get Kenny going.
Hey, anybody who mentions scammer,
What up, Jake?
Receipts, and blah blah blah.
We're talking
is
about
getting-
bowling.
Their shit's getting blocked. What's going on, Jakey boy? We got anybody who mentions scammer, receipts, and all that bullshit, they get blocked. How about that? Period. I don't care who it is.
And we know Sans is going to comment.
Well, Gonzo, yeah, I forgot. Pesci, you can make like me and certain people a higher mod where I can like even block shit that other regular
Well, they
mods.
just came out with that. I'll have to try doing it. You can make somebody a managing monitor. So I might have to take some people's. What you have to do is you have to de-wrench them from the first wrench and give them another one. I'll have to do that for some people. But the thing is this. It's not that I'm worried about the people in the chat. I'm worried that someone's just going to make one comment, like even saying something like, Kenny, it's me. We don't have no beef. Let bygones be bygones. And Kenny will flip out over that.
It's me. It's me. DDP.
And I could say, yeah, that pay half now, half later shit. But it shouldn't
Yeah,
be
you
like that
should.
risky deal
No.
shit.
Why not?
You go watch
Well,
any
why
of those
wouldn't
clip shows we did. You stand them against any of the shit him and Bob had done in the last
Jake,
fucking 2 months.
Check your Cash App, Jake.
All garbage.
Well, yeah. I mean, Bob's a nice guy and all. Don't get me wrong. He just Kenny doesn't shoot on Bob, and Bob is the first co-host that Kenny doesn't do shoots on and go fuck you Schmidt or Pesci or who everybody else. Bob's the first guy where he doesn't shoot on at all. That's why it's a different show.
Yeah, at the same time, I never gave no amounts like Bob.
Check your Cash App, Jake. I got you.
Sometimes
Jake,
I
why
would
did
just
you block-
I would just $2 the thing to death sometimes. Remember when he would ask, why so low?
Oh, look at him. Jake bought a badge for the PW.
Oh, thank you, Jake.
I sent him a couple bucks so he could.
Thanks, Jake. Welcome back.
Jake, why did you block Boss Man on your channel?
Boss Man wants you to unblock him.
Boss Man didn't do anything to you.
Well, it's because you're usually trolling people, Boss Man.
No, all I said was congrats to the PWO on reaching whatever whatever number you got to, 1,000 or 2,000, whatever it was. And he blocked me over that.
Jake, go over there to the goddamn Filipino channels and get your numbers up. We need you to get
I never trolled Jake.
Raquel and shit.
I just, you know what? Even the clip show aside, I just want him to come in here to see what his reaction is to the women.
BC says, hold on.
Jake, you need to go over there to Raquel and Nicole and Ati and all them and get your numbers up. Just let me know. I'll spread the word for you and they'll get you.
Because this I will do to Kenny. If
I'll
I
throw
have
him
him
a couple
on
bucks.
this show, I'm definitely going to bust his balls about the Filipino thing.
I just say do the political show and he can't fucking make you block people or rage quit. And if he does, he's only got half the money up front. Well, then so be it.
If you do the political show, you have to have Boss Man on. 'Cause I don't know that anyone, well, Schmidt could counter, but I don't know anyone else in here that could.
Reverend will do fine. I would have you on there, but he wouldn't agree to that.
Rev's not going to, whatever.
So you got to remember, Bolin really doesn't know any of us. Even though I go on a show, he doesn't know any of us. So
Well,
I'd be
I'll
like,
be
come
good.
on, show with Boss Man. Boss Man's a close friend of ours. He'd be like, I ain't doing no show with him.
I would counteract his shit on, the issues that needed to be. Like, everybody can agree that weed should be legal, pretty much, shit like that.
Well, I
Obviously.
think it'd be cool to have
those kind of political things. But, like, there's some
Reverend said
shit
he
where
had some
there's.
things he wanted to say to him.
Well, Reverend can take a dump outside and wish in one hand, shit in the other.
Even
see
though
what
Eric
fills
Roman's a
up.
Trump supporter, he loves the Bolin clip show.
Oh, you mean Servat
There was a
Jr.?
moment I remember when he screamed. He goes, "I gotta start making clips again." Where Bolin
We
goes,
won.
he was yelling at Sheriff. He goes, "Obama, Sheriff, you think they would let Obama?" Meaning, if Obama had 43 sexual charges, he said he would have been in jail.
Or the Obama. What if Obama would have sent those people to the Capitol on January 6th? and it was a bunch of black and brown people, and da da da. Things would have turned out a whole lot different, wouldn't they? The sheriff's down there with the Trump flag and a pistol, waving a Trump flag. Punch a hoe don't know politics. Punch a hoe just post shit randomly. He doesn't really. He'll talk
Occasionally
about
he
it
would get a little
some.
shitty bowl and be like, not another clip from that guy. And sometimes I'd be able to be like, Kenny, now if I'm gonna fucking be paying this good money, you can't tell me only one clip from this guy because this guy had 3 great ones.
We just want your reaction. We're waiting for you to do the shoot promos here. That's the
I
whole
remember
point.
that one day I had him prepared. Was funny was I knew he would want to do the Trump supporters and all that.
No, hey.
So the first 5 guys I hit him with were black dudes. And the
Well,
first thing,
also-
one of them he almost cried. He goes, I can't believe it. And then the one guy he goes, don't ever play him again. I'm like, Ken, this guy's good. Meaning I knew
Hey,
he was saying all the
no.
shit Kenny had. These were all
No,
black
look-
dudes that were Trump voters.
I have an idea though. We go back to old school people that are dead now, classics, classic Democrats like JFK and fucking Jimmy.
Yeah,
Well,
I
Jimmy
never
Carter
put a
was
year
a
on
nice
it. It's
guy.
just it's hard to find old shit. You
No,
gotta
I'm
go
just
with what's
saying,
on the
like,
computer.
we'll go back to old clips that like Clinton and JFK and fucking Johnson and
Yeah,
you know
there's the clip. There's a clip
others
of
have said.
Clinton. There's a clip of Clinton talking about the border and how it needs to be closed because the illegals are using our resources and all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you could totally burn him on that. So I'm
Well,
sure he loved Clinton.
Now, CM Punch and Bolin are in opposite sides of politics, but Punch just posts this shit. He not that he won't discuss it. He's just not a Punch would not be the right guy to discuss it against Bolin.
And I
You
don't
need
think
somebody
Rev
with-
is either. I don't think Rev's that politically
No,
savvy.
but Reverend has some shit to say though.
You'd
Well,
have to know. You know,
he can be on there too, but you got to have somebody that's
no,
politically
yeah,
savvy.
no. You have to bring Barkley would be good because Barkley's like an old school Republican conservative.
Barkley isn't ready to know, but to let Bolin know where he stands politically. He just kind of grazes over it, even though Kenny's
No, he
starting to
knows.
get wind of it. You heard him say
He
today,
knows.
when you
he
surround yourself
knows.
around Trump and DeSantis.
No, he knows. Hey, trust me. Bolin knows. He thinks Barkley is secretly a Trump cockblower. There's no doubt. Trust me. If you're a Republican at all, unless you're the Jerry Lawlers, the Jerry Jarretts,
Nah, Barkley wouldn't be
etc.
ready. He wouldn't. That wouldn't be great for. He'd
And
be good for.
I'm-
He'd be good for comments
I
in the
think-
chat. I think the Reverend
think,
would be funny, and maybe somebody else.
I think Barkley's conservatism is much like his trophy room. I've seen stuff on his wall that was pretty anti-Republican. I don't buy it. But
And I
he's-
don't mean bowling. No, I just figured Barkley's an old school.
And Reverend also requested to be on that show. He
I don't
goes, I
think he
want to be
is.
there.
He requested, huh? CM says, "Well, fine, sheriff. Yeah, sheriff's a hardcore right-wing Republican, no doubt. I mean, he is a cop, so
Well, if Bolin does, at least ask him. If he doesn't agree to me, then fine. But at least ask him.
he's an old
Yeah, let me
sheriff's an
go over
old
there.
school.
He's gonna bring it up. He brings it up all the time. Like trust me. He
Sheriff's an old
remembers the money he would make
school-
doing it, and he knows it was at the end of the day. But I was kind of a little bit more quick to follow some of his rules to where now you got to do things my way.
BC says Barkley would be the only Jewish Republican in San Fran. I can tell you that much. I don't know though. Nowadays, though, man,
At least outspoken.
yeah, he might
Some
be
that feel
outspoken.
like they can't even say anything.
Because I mean, if you're an Orthodox Jew at all, they're like really conservative. They're like Southern Baptist, but with a different,
But they don't vote that way. That's the thing. They're very socially liberal. So I don't think they. There's very few of them.
I don't know. You'd be surprised. They're pretty. They're pretty old.
I can only think
Well,
of two Jewish.
that's all, but
right-wing-
that's also because of how far right the right has gone and how far the crazy left has gone. Because let's face it, the crazy far left and the crazy far right are both fucking out there. Everybody's pretty much in the middle that gets along.
I'm gonna take a couple small digs at him. I'm definitely gonna get the follower comment in there. I'm gonna do it some along the lines with, Kenny, you should take my advice. Take my advice on this one.
Get you
You
some
know
of
what I
those
mean? I
Filipinos.
was able to pass you in followers.
Hey, get you some of those Filipino stream shares. say Schmidt knows a couple of them he can refer you to. We'll get your numbers up, King.
Oh, Ken, don't let the girl saying King throw you off. That's my apologies. I cracked a joke one night and then they ran with it. That's a true story too.
Shit. Yeah. Sir King. Sir King.
Well, the day
Joseph.
it happened, I go like this. The day, so I was never gonna run with that. I always said,
King
and
of the
Filipino Raquel knows this. The girls initially started calling me that, but this is what
Sir
happened.
Josie.
So Bolin and me were beefing at the time. And the Filipinos just came around and I was getting a channel rate or whatever. It was like right
Hold
first
on,
time they were coming around.
hold on, Pesci. Hold on. BC, yes, there is a crazy far right. I'm talking like the racist, fucking militia, crazy motherfuckers, like the fucking sovereign citizens
Thank you,
who've never
Jake.
won a case, who've never won a case in court, being alleged sovereign citizens. Those are crazy white ringers, or the black lost tribe of Israel, and they think that the black African tribe that came here to America was the actual lost tribe of Israel. Those are far right wingers. Those people are nuts. The fucking there's another one too, like the ones that are like crazy Mormon sects where they have fucking 10 wives and fucking that are 12 years old and shit. Those are crazy. That's a crazy right. The crazy left obviously is bad too. Don't get me wrong. You got some alphabet
This
cereal.
motherfucker's trying to call me on the phone, Jake.
We have
Taking
breaking news. Jake Hudson donated
Hello.
$5.
What up? Shit, I'm
Put
talking
him
to
on.
Schmidt and Bossman on internet. Yeah, I'll have to send you a friend request.
Well, whatever, BC. I'm just saying, there's groups on both. Trust me.
Got you.
I know that.
I'll send it to your messenger. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay, so the KKK and the neo Nazis are fucking far right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we might see Jake Hudson.
Oh shit! Is he coming in Discord? Is he gonna be? Is he in? Does he have a disc? Send him a Discord invite.
I am.
I'm not worried about what Clinton was
All right,
saying
so
in the
let me
90s.
finish telling the
BC.
story real quick.
You know me better than that.
So the night when those Pinos came in, I looked at the camera and I said, because it was one of those nights where it was like 20, like at least 20 of
The
them.
real king of the Philippines.
And I
here,
go, Kenny, I go, look at this, Bolin. When have you ever seen your chat look like this? And I go, bad news, King.
Oh,
There's a new
shit.
king in town. And then they
Oh,
heard me
shit.
say that, and they thought I was calling myself that.
They
So
thought you
sorry.
were calling yourself the king.
What up, Jake?
Jake
Welcome
is
back.
busy.
Who is this imposter?
Hey, yo, Chico.
What up,
Yo,
Chico? Welcome back home.
Well, I am home.
Who's this imposter over here impersonating me?
Just to catch you up
You
to
owe me
speed,
my-
Jake. Bolin
you owe
wants
me-
to do my show again, but I told him I'm not blocking no one.
Hey, by the way, I just want to say something. Robert Sampson actually sent me a message.
Okay?
Yeah.
Don't be mad at me, but you being friends with Pesci again is best for business.
It's best for business. Well, that's good.
It is. I said that
Here's
on
the
your
thing.
show the other day. I was like, you know what? I was like, I don't think me and Jake should be enemies.
Here's the thing. It's like when it's like when Cody went out and did his own, and then he's coming back.
And deep down, you know, Rob Sampson likes to see people getting into little beefs. That's how he gets entertained.
Yeah.
And this is true.
You
This
know,
is true.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Pesci. I'm now friends with Chris Peeps again. I'm just
That's
trying to.
good.
You know, here's the thing. And by the way, I blew up on Andrew, Bobby, Nick, and Scott the other night.
Yeah, you're doing
Why?
well there.
I might have, I was like little to no sleep. I've been stressed because of
Well,
my
Jake,
channel.
they know, but they're good. They're good to you, though. I know that they're
Yeah.
not bad.
Hey, did you know that you could play the games, all the games for free this month because it's Discord's birthday?
I had no idea. I don't play the games.
Happy birthday to Discord. Jake's
By
the
the
one
way,
who showed me Discord. Fun fact.
Now,
I made
Jake,
you
are you
Discord, by the way. Get it
now,
right. I made the Discord.
now Jake? Are
Grab
you gonna
saucers.
Jake? Are you
Sorry.
gonna pay me? Are you gonna pay me $2 because you're stealing my likeness as Jake Hudson because I'm the real Jake Hudson?
No, because I am the real Jake Hudson. And you know what? Listen,
Actually,
by
you're
the,
Ellis. Actually, you're Ellis. You're not Jake.
by the way, I did give. By the way, I did buy a badge to the PWO, and I will
I
never buy
know.
a
I saw.
badge.
We saw
The
it. It says
last time,
welcome to the
by the way,
PWO, Jake.
hey Pesci, the last time I bought a badge in Boland's under this account, you bought
Yeah.
it for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. Hey Jake, can you send me your pet? Well, send it to me first. Can you send me the video of your? By the way, by the way, by the way, so we can have that.
I gotta,
So
I
like
gotta
when
go,
you when
I gotta
so
go
like
find it. I gotta go
okay,
find
well
that shit.
we'll find it because
Bobby Nick made it, and the song that they use is "By the Way."
I know, but I'm just
Guess who
saying.
made that? Obnoxious John.
No,
I'm
I'm just saying. But Pesci, like if I have it, Jake, every time you come on here, Pesci can cue up the music for ding ding. Ding, by the way, by the way, by the way. It's a fucking
um
great. It's great. It's just like the one where they did the here's the thing, here's the thing, here's the thing, here's the thing. Same thing.
by the way, I did do a little bit of business today. I do.
Oh,
You know what?
hey Jake,
What?
we need you to
I'm
what do you
Boss
call
Man.
it? No, no, no. We need you to extend the olive branch to Mad Dog.
Oh,
You want to do that?
serious? I have to do that. That guy's
Oh,
an
I just
idiot. Guy's an old man.
well, yeah. I mean, but
The guy, here's the
Barbara
guy who
Goodish was on
treats it.
Boland.
yeah. Hey,
Hey,
Barbara Good. She
by the
was
way,
on
you know
Bowling.
what? You know why? Let me tell you something. I'll be very honest. I went over to their channel, looked for the videos. He took down all the videos and left all the audios of our shows.
He did. He took down all the video. Any show that Jake was on video is now just audio only.
Who, Boland?
No,
Bad Dog.
Mad Dog,
Oh.
Angelo.
Angela.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I was trying to, when we were doing that show, I was trying to keep it like advertiser friendly because we got some advertisers.
See, he wasn't
Right.
ready to do shows with Jake. That's why I was underrated, because I was ready to do shows with Jake. Angelo was not. Say
No.
what you want.
Because here's the thing. It's like I get mad at like the simple things, but the thing is, yeah, but he's not a psychic. See, he's not a psychic.
Well, no shit, Jake.
He's. Here's the thing. By the way, he tried to quote like James Randi.
Right. Jake, you know
Smart.
what?
The best
He's
thing you did, I'll be honest, Jake, one of the best things you've done over the last month is getting rid of Giggle Pickles. Because that bitch is the biggest liar I've ever seen.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's like she's like, I now, and by the way, I tried to get Michael Ray Donkey Lips from Salute Your Shorts on the
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
wanted to charge me $200 as a booking fee because he's broke.
Michael Ray Bauer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jake, Boss Man wants to know why you blocked Boss Man.
It was before Boss Man. It was before we made up, and
Yeah.
No, it was just the other day when Pesci was on your show.
no, one of my moderators did, not me.
All right. Well, unblock
It was.
me.
It,
I
I
got no
will.
beef with you.
Goddamn.
Hey,
The fake cry.
Jake,
I got no
he'll
beef with you. I've
Jake,
never trolled you.
he'll send you a couple bucks.
Hey, by the way, where's my package, Mitt? You fuck.
It's in the. I think the neighbors got it. Hey, Jake, BC says $200 for donkey lips is worth it.
But I don't have $200 to give him.
Well, no,
I
you have
was
to
actually on a
crowdfund it.
show, Jake, where I actually put you over on the show. It was the BYB show.
BYB. Hey, Jake. So, are you going to come in the chat when we have bowling on the clip show?
I don't
I'm
think.
looking for you right now.
I don't think
I'm
Bolin.
not,
I
I'm
think
not-
Bolin will be a scaredy cat and he'll run. I think Jake's off limits because he did a show with Doyle. I don't know this, but I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
he doesn't care about that. Honestly, he doesn't.
Yeah. Oh.
He
Hey. Hey.
he knows Jake. He knows Jake's situation and whatnot. He thinks it's funny when Jake called him an irrelevant old man.
Hey, Schmidt. Schmidt.
Yeah,
Bossman is not blocked.
boss man is not blocked. All right, there you
And
go.
he's not banned.
That's
bad.
on the new. That's on
He's
the
a
new
big
one.
fan of yours, Jake. He's a little bit of a
That's-
slower guy, boss man, but
That's
he's a
on the
good
new
fan.
one. Listen.
Check your cash
Here's
app,
the
Jake.
thing.
Check your cash app. Shut up.
You gave more money.
Yeah, well, of course.
I did. By the way, hey,
yeah.
Schmidt. I
Yeah.
know if I check my cash app because every time it goes to the new phone that I got rid of that old phone and got a
Yeah,
new
you told
one.
me. You showed me.
Yeah,
He says, CM says, send him $10 and a taco. Bauer will take it. Michael Ray Bauer. That's the guy who was on Salute Your Shorts.
yeah,
Wow. So that's who Tards on Deck was talking about and shit. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. He was part of the lawsuit with
Yeah, I'm
the big
sure he was.
lawsuit
The big
because here's
the fake lawsuit that you created, according to Google Pickles.
the fake lawsuit.
Yeah, well, she said, well, Jake's the one that kept talking about it. And then you go back to old footage and it's like, she's like, don't worry, Jake. The lawyers are taking note. And you're like,
And
well,
then she
fuck.
did a
Does that
show
mean-
with Jake saying I should be in prison for life and I don't live in Ohio.
Yeah, and hey, can I say something? I didn't believe her anytime. And by the way, she's the one that needs to be in prison for all the scams that she's running.
All right, Jake.
It's one
Who's
thing to
worse?
be not a normal person. It's another thing to lie on somebody else. That's the bad part.
Jake,
Hey,
who's worse, Giggle Pickles or Bowling?
Oh shit!
Oh,
Long timer. Thank you for the super chat.
No, that was me. I gifted him a membership.
Oh, nice. Thank you guys.
Mountain
Appreciate
Timer
it.
was Mountain Timer was gifted a membership by Jake Hudson. There you go.
Listen.
If- Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Jake. Obvious 5. Okay, it's the obvious 5 trollers. If Jake has to guess who the obvious 5 are, who would he pick?
Bolin referred to him as the obvious 5.
The
He
obvious
said, Bob,
5.
don't block the obvious 5.
The obvious 5 trollers. Who would that be?
Hey, Schmidt. Did you know
Yeah.
that Shirley's producers right now is going through some shit? Producer Joe is actually going through some shit right now about people bringing up stuff from his past.
You said something about that the other night when I talked to you.
Producer
Yeah.
Joe, here's the thing. Producer Joe's always been nice to me. I've had like short minutes with Producer Joe. I've always dealt with Stud Joe, Depot, and Izzo and Izzo Doe.
Did you make up with or did you make up with Ian?
He was the one that's been helping me off camera about some stuff, but
Oh, well, good. He does good shows with you, Jake. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. You should do more shows with him. He honestly, he's like been the best co-host for you. Honestly.
By the way, I am wearing the shirt that Mountain Timer gave me, the green one.
Oh, well, go on camera and show it. Pesci can pull you up on Discord.
Pesci?
No, not Ian Rotten. Ian Hawk.
Wait, that bastard's still working?
Yeah, Ian Rotten. He's giving hepatitis to people who want to come watch his blood shows, outlaw blood shows, I guess. Show people your shirt, Jake. Pesci's got your thing up there on the screen, so we'll be able to see it.
Alright, hold up.
What he's gonna show the shirt that Mountain Timer sent him. Does it say "fuck off, Brad"?
No, it's just a green one with an avocado.
Oh, okay. There it
Yeah,
is. Jake's lost some weight. Look at him. Jake's lost like 30 pounds.
Shit, now he could go back on Bolins. Remember when Bolin said he had to lose 30 pounds and he go back
That's
on?
right. He did say you had to lose 30 pounds, right?
Here's fuck bowling.
He said "fuck bowling." Fuck bowling. I love how he says it.
By the way, he's like,
Hey, Jake, I gotta tell you something honestly. When you made that video about bowling, he messaged me and goes, "That motherfucking psycho's at it again."
hey, by
Hey,
the
Jake.
way, hey, I got a little bit of news for you. I might or might not be having June Rising on my show.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Kenny's sister?
Yeah.
You will,
Oh.
you're already a legend, Jake, but that would be legendary status.
Now, hold on. Is Robert Six Killer or Samson helping you with that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, then that
Such a
then-
nice
then
guy,
that-
that Rob fellow.
Yeah,
Hold up.
He's also,
Pull up my
he's
hey,
also-
pull up my picture, brother. We got the
What
real
picture?
Rob Sampson over here, brother. You pull up my
Jake.
picture.
Jake Bossman wants to know if you're still friends with the RB guy.
Rich Life, he blocked me.
Really?
Jake, you need to make up with the guy we liked over here. The guy you used to do the Fed with.
We haven't seen him forever.
Arcane.
You talking about Arcane?
By the way,
Yeah.
I
We
would
haven't
never
seen
be
him in
friends-
forever.
You know why? Because I'm friends with Chris Peeps now. And Arcane
Oh.
screwed Chris Peeps, me and Chris Peeps, the first time and the second time. Here's the thing. You remember when I told you that my Discord got hacked?
Yep.
This is before I joined Boland's circle.
Right.
Finding out that the guy did it on purpose. The guy that.
Well, of course, yeah. Yeah, I know. I know who
I remember
it is.
when Jake
yeah.
Hudson had control of Boland's Twitch account.
Hey, Gonzo, shout out to Renegade. You're correct. You remember the show, but do you remember his name on the show? Mr. Robert Bobby Six Killer.
Robert
Yeah,
Sampson
was-
was the first fake account to message me on Kenny's show.
Yeah, Jake, remember the show Renegade back in the 90s? It had Lorenzo Lamas. Had Lorenzo Lamas and the big Hawaiian guy with the mullet. Well, that's the picture I'm using on Discord. The Hawaiian guy.
That's Robert Six Killer, Jake, the real
that's,
one.
That's the
That's where he
real
got it
Robert
from.
Six Killer. That's where the name is from. Bobby Six Killer, aka.
We were
Robert
always
Six
wondering where it
Killer.
came from.
Now you know. It's from the show Renegade from the 1990s.
You're gonna love this. I'm giving you money now.
What a great world we live in.
I'm spending money that Mick gave me to you.
For those of you new to the show, Jake Hudson is a very famous with the one-liners. Some of the best in the history of this
He's a
show and
piece of
others. Still
He's a
used
piece
by
of
many
shit,
people.
nothing.
By the way, how's the C word from Ocala?
She's doing good. All right, Jake, I sent you a picture. Just look at that. Look at that screen capture I ran.
I've done shows with her over on BYB.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
of course. And I don't mean bowling.
He said Bobby Four Killer says Gonzalez.
Well, yeah, whatever.
Big Jake Hudson with the super chat.
$1.50.
Hey,
That's the real Jake Hudson.
Is it really? I don't know. I'm the real
hey,
Jake Hudson. You're
Jake,
the
who am
fake.
I? Shout out to Jake Hudson. Evil Uno, that's me.
I don't have that clip anymore.
I hate when
Really?
you get rid of all the great clips.
Because when my StreamYard got hacked, I had to delete my StreamYard account and remake it.
Someone was really able to hack your StreamYard, Jake?
Yeah.
Because Jake uses the same password for everything.
It don't matter.
It wasn't StreamYard that does like. Here's the thing, StreamYard, YouTube is giving me the runaround. StreamYard has been in my DMs a lot about it, but Team YouTube doesn't care
Nope.
about because I don't
Unless
have
you're a
million.
big time streamer, yeah.
Yeah. Here's the thing. This. I only had one strike on my channel, and that was from 2017 because of some wrestling drama.
I got a couple strikes before, but they all wore off. For accidentally
Yeah.
playing videos I wasn't supposed to, like that Macho Man
You
shit.
you know Jake Hudson, man, brother, he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
You sound like a Chinese guy, but here's the thing. Angelo
Bowling,
doesn't
man,
do.
he's a good guy.
He doesn't do a wrestling podcast anymore. He does a popcast.
I know, we thought he disappeared.
Here's the thing. He doesn't make. Here's the thing. You know who does the show? When I was there, we had me running the show,
Right?
and then it was Mike Missier.
He fell in love with that woman, I think. I think he fucking liked that woman. He didn't want you
Yeah, but
sparing her.
he's been married for years. He's been married to his wife. I met his wife. His wife actually, I've dealt with his wife before. When I
Well,
was,
probably because like maybe this younger chick, you know, what's her face? She like shows him titties and ass or whatever on video. You know.
I would say, and Punch a Ho's the one that told me about this. Jake once had Tipster on his, and Punch a Ho said he couldn't believe that he saw Tipster on Jake's show. I don't know if you guys know what Tipster is. Big time streamer.
yeah,
Big
I
time.
had him on my show. It's now on the videos are now on my Rumble. Even 6 a.m., 7 a.m. your time, the Lucky P. Larson will be premiering the
I know
interview.
he's showing our lucky.
Yeah, me and
Lucky
Schmidt
P.
were talking
Larson.
about it. We still talk about you, Jake. We were
Hey,
talking about that.
we're-
Lucky P didn't have no good internet. That was his fault.
Right,
Man.
the man with the worst internet ever.
Yeah,
Jake.
I'll tell you a true
getting on-
story about that day. Harry was trying to start shit with me and Jake, and he goes, Pesci was over there ruining the interview and shit like that. And I was far from doing that.
No, you didn't
Well-
ruin the interview. What ruined it was his internet. And I
Yeah.
had questions lined up. I actually had a question. The one question I had to ask, because I got a big promoter, Herb Simmons, asked the question in my DMs, ask him about. what
We
he
should
think about
should get him back, Jake. We should try to get him on your show again. I'd like to see that
Yeah.
guy again.
Yeah, we should do lucky. Get
Simmons or Lucky.
lucky.
I'm trying to get Flawless Jake Lawless on the show.
Well, get lucky on there.
No, he's trying to get me Flawless Jake Lawless. Also,
You should get. Hey, you should get Lucky P. Larson and Bolin on the same show.
I'll tell you
Pesci.
guys a great story. Once upon a time, J.J. Arwood, old friend, got
that guy,
got a hold of
that
Justin
guy-
Incredible for me. Justin Incredible messaged me on Twitter and said, I'll do your show for 50. And my dumbass, for whatever reason, wasn't really a big fan of Justin Incredible, so I never messaged him back. But
Yeah,
J.J.
but Justin-
Arwood's the one that booked
Hey,
that.
hey, Just Incredible has a history of taking money up front and never showing though.
Yeah, that's what I...
or-
And I told him I wouldn't have done it like that, but he did ask for
And
the
by the
money,
way,
and I thought...
Conan, by the way, did you hear the stories about Conan taking money and doing shit, and then taking money up front and then not showing up for his appearance?
Who?
No, I'm not.
With Sean Oliver.
I don't know. I
Really?
hadn't heard that.
Yeah. I
Interesting.
heard he did he always when Conan's name goes in the is in the dick bag thing, he says, "What a dick!" Dick bags him. Hello.
I'm here. I'm listening.
Alright, dude, I got so much that I'm doing that I'm burning midnight oil and getting shit done. But, hey, Chris, Schmidt,
Schmidt's muted.
oh, hey, dude, I had, that was a We Need a Prayer that I had Tipster on the show.
Yeah,
He,
that's a
he
get.
was, that he's, dude, the guy's been a good friend. The guy does, you know who would be a bigger get for me to get, right? Keemstar. I can get Keem on the show.
What was funny was I finally got to hear the Bischoff podcast. I didn't realize Bubba was in TNA with Hogan was letting him come on the TNA show, and Hogan went on his radio
he was
show.
there. He was there. That was part of the 2010s. Is he was there doing the backstage stuff.
I didn't realize
by the
Bubba
way-
was that. I didn't know Eric Bischoff doesn't like Bubba, but knew who he was. Said he like Hulk. They said Hulk was a guest at his house, and they were setting up cameras. Obviously, that must have been during the sex tape thing.
Hey, you want to hear something really funny? Do you know there's a real estate guy on YouTube named Ben Mello who's friends with Jimmy Hart. His house, Ben Mello's house, is next door to Hogan's old house.
Who?
Ben Mello, he's a real estate investor out of Florida. Ben Mello, I can't say his last name right.
Jay Walks is going to be glad you're back.
Yeah. By the way, Mountain Timer is going to be shocked that I gave him a membership.
You'll be shocked.
Yeah.
He's leaving. He's getting ready to leave town.
By the way, I did tweet out your stream. By the way, I did share out your stream and tweet.
We did.
Oh, I appreciate that. I was shocked. I appreciate it. Schmidt, you there?
Well, yeah, I'm here.
Who are you messaging? Bowling?
No, I had to go get hit the pisser, man. Go hit the bathroom. But so what's your where are you gonna be streaming tomorrow, Jake? Where can people find you out there so you can get your followers out there?
6 a.m. Actually, can I put a link in chat?
Of course.
Sure. Of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Put it in the Discord too. Go ahead.
Alright. And I hope they don't ban me.
No one's
you can
banning
be
you.
You can be as
Marshall Haynes
bowling
used
as
to
you.
fuck with you. That's about it.
You got a wrench anyway, Jake. So
No, I'm talking about in the Discord because I know Rev Sauce doesn't like me.
What's funny was
Oh,
there
well.
was a fake account in here the other night
Hey.
pretending to be you. They tricked Blue
Nope.
Eye Diva. We were trying to tell Blue Eye Diva that's not you.
Jake, Rev Sauce isn't over here anymore at the moment.
Why?
Because
Well,
he's mad.
let me tell him a story. So Wraith Realm
Go
and
ahead.
Fatal had a splitting up between them two. They kind of fell out, arguments. You know, nothing serious, but they had an argument. And Wraith tried to pull bowling on me and said if Fatal's going to be around, I'm not going to be around. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to tell the guy to get out. He didn't say anything like that about you. So Wraith got a little upset that I didn't, you know.
You're on the ban.
And Fatal's not a bad guy. He's not. Jake knows.
I'm not talking to, I'm not trying to start anything. I'm just trying to be, and I know that if I try to say something, I just put my link in the Discord, by the way.
You're good. Always remember, we're not the enemy.
What the enemy is, here's the thing. It's just like, we gotta take care of business.
Right. It's time to get the money going again.
Yeah, by the way, can I have some money? Ashley?
Yeah, I could probably send you something tomorrow.
Don't forget, don't get high and forget.
He said, don't get high. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might get too high and
Hey.
accidentally send it to bowling.
So by the way, David Chandler has given me hundreds of dollars.
He's a good guy. Seems like I think he was the one that gave Granny a lot of money.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Did you know that David Chandler's actually leaving? He's going in hiding right now because people are trying to dox him because he's trying. He doesn't. People on Reddit are acting like dipshits again.
Said Granny was over
I'm glad
here.
you got away from the doxers.
Yeah, and by the way,
Those
Chris, did I tell
motherfuckers
you
put
that?
a fucking. They fucking brought your name down. I thought.
Yeah, and by the way, Aaron Imholt still does.
Still does what?
Still does put. He calls me a rapist. He calls me a child molester. He calls me a child diddler and all that shit.
Damn.
I check my record. I have no record.
Well, I did hear Aaron Emmold say we don't think Jake doxed us, but we think they think you
Has
just
something to
were
do with
a
it.
part of it somehow, or
Here's the
you
thing.
just
I made a
helped.
mistake. I made a mistake. I was just, and I made a bad decision in
It's,
trusting Bonner, and. But here's the thing. Elisa Jordana made this guy a moderator. Made Bonner a moderator.
There you
He was a
go.
moderator. He was one of the people to get people to go on the shows is Bonner. That's the first reason why. So
Right.
Bonner isn't. Bonner actually never had. Elisa Donna knew about Bonner, and then in the weeks after it came up, Elisa Jordana
Oh,
banned anybody that said that Bonner had something to do with it.
come. Well, also, bro, when Steel Toe Aaron and I told Granny and all them this, since all their, they know this. I'm not lying about what I said, but when Aaron was like, "Oh yeah, we found out it was like a 12-year, 13, 14-year-old kid," and then he never
14,
mentioned it again, he's fucking lying his motherfucking ass off. It wasn't no 12-year-old kid or 13-year-old kid.
14. It was 14.
Well, 14, whatever. 14-year-olds are not watching
Uh,
Steel
uh,
Toe.
uh,
Sorry, they're not.
no. Chrissy Mayer said the guy was 14. Chrissy Mayer, and
But I
also
don't care what. Well, I'm sure I don't care what they said, bro. The dude ain't 14. Come on. 14-year-olds don't even fuck around with YouTube unless it's to watch some videos of friends or whatever. They're on TikTok. They're not fucking around with streamers on YouTube, bro. I'm telling you, unless it's video gamers or a specific. They're
Jake's
not
got a
hanging
TikTok.
around on. They're not hanging around on Steel Toe, Bolin, Joseph Pesci, Jake Hudson, etc. They're just not.
Hawaiian Punch Up. By the way, Punch has got some good food on here. Making
Oh
me
Yeah.
yeah,
hungry.
he's got some good menudo. Come on, dog, get your ass up here. My dog is going
Wait,
crazy.
why are you trying to put is that bananas and fish?
I have no
Boss,
idea.
boss man?
Man,
Wait a
The
minute.
make fake accounts great again says it was Dave 25.
I wouldn't be surprised about that. It could have been.
it's bananas and fish.
Hey,
You ever
Jake,
had
And
think
that,
about.
Jake?
Hey,
and you
Jake,
want to know
think
something
about
funny,
this.
Jake? We think the person that made that account, make fake account, troll, get blocked, repeat. We think that's our boy Sands.
Also, Jake, think about this. Who's the only person you know to get indicted? And we've seen the shit. Dave 25. So Dave 25 probably is the one who got in trouble for doxing the motherfuckers, right? There you go. Bada bing, bada boom.
Thank God I never met that guy.
You would punch the living shit out of him.
Well, yeah. I no, Jake, I would shoot that motherfucker.
Wait, you got a gun?
I
Allegedly,
used
I
to
have
call him
several.
when I would hear about him, and I would go, "Who you guys talking about? Dave 26?"
Yeah. But yeah, Jake, think about that. We've seen his criminal shit, yada yada. It was fucking Dave 25 who did that. You know it was. Come on, man. Everybody knows it. I think even Granny said that. He's like, I know it wasn't Jake. It was fucking Dave. Granny even
Another
knows that.
drink, Ray. Have another drink, Ray. Sorry, I'm watching Trailer Park Boys.
I felt bad though that they got you beefing with Steel Toe because you were gaining a lot of eyeballs from there. That's how you had to look at it.
No. Here's the thing. Aaron Imholt thinks that I'm a character. I'm not a real person to him. I'm not a friend
Right.
of his.
Well,
Well, to be
also,
fair,
Jake,
Bolin thinks that
hey,
about me.
hey, Jake, you know Kevin Dumbfuck, Why Do I Podcast, and a few of the others. They've all said the same. They all said the same thing about Aaron that you said and everybody else said about. He just does the, well, we knew this would happen and we were going to lose people, but we'll be stronger. This has happened before. No, motherfucker. You got rid of Granny. You got rid of Lemmy. You got rid of a lot of people. Because if you go watch their show, I'm sure Jake still watches it. The last
Michaela,
time I,
but here's the thing. Michaela's a cunt too. So Michaela's a cunt that
well,
blocked
I
me.
don't know Michaela, but I'm saying the last time I popped in their YouTube, Jake, I didn't recognize half the names in there. Whereas before there was Lemmy, Granny, Balls Deep,
I wonder if Steel Toe's numbers
all
are
of them.
down.
Hey, guess who's over there? Still over there? Our boy, the sheriff, Donald D. Lord is over there. DL is over there.
Yeah, he's probably still over there. I don't know for sure,
Yeah,
but
we
I'm,
see
he
him.
probably
We
is.
see him on occasion. He's a
That
big
guy's
Steel
an
Toe
idiot.
mark.
That guy's an idiot. That guy, every time I see, he tells me to go fuck off, or he tells
Well,
me to
Jake,
leave.
we don't Jake, we don't see him very often over here. I'm just
Well,
telling you.
Jake, to be fair, there was this one night you went off on him. I don't think you meant to, and I don't think he ever forgot it.
Maybe he says,
Yeah.
"Why not?"
Who knows? Like I said, we all did things, Jake. We all did some shit.
Yeah.
It was a crazy year.
Would put a cap in his ass. He's to pull that.
I might, Jake. I might. You never know.
By the way,
You
where are you gonna send my package?
Um, Dave 25 stole it from me.
Damn it!
Why is Dave 25? Tell him to send you.
By the way, guess what? Ron DeSantis is running for not governor.
President.
By the way, Jake, Donald Trump is better than you, and you know it.
Fuck off, Schmidt, you fuck.
Jake?
Jake, you need to say F off Brad so we have it on
Yeah, we
recording
need fuck
again.
off Brad. If you're going to say fuck off,
Tom Joyner's on C-SPAN. Tom Joyner's on C-SPAN.
Jake, who is American made, Jake? And the only giant is still Andre, I believe.
No.
Jake, are you still beefing with Disco Inferno?
That fat little twerp.
That fat little twerp. You'll never be on disco shows.
I have an old. There's an old stream I have
By the way,
where Jake
by
talked
the way,
about blocking Disco.
Oh, I got something to tell you, Pesci.
What?
One of Aaron's friends, Husey, and Husey's actually been on Keeping It 100. He's also had them on his show, and he denies it.
There's a guy who watches our show. He put a picture of him and Conan in one of those. Barkley, somebody from Boland's.
David Barkley.
Yep.
I know of him because Robert Sixkeller's talked about him.
He actually likes you. He's actually a fan of yours that you never knew you had.
Who, Robert Sixkeller?
No, Six Killer's been a fan of ours forever. Talking about Barkley.
Also, hey Schmidt, they were talking. Robert was like talking about Melissa. I forget the Melissa. Some of that Boland's mom stayed with when Boland kicked her out. Schmidt.
He's on mute.
Damn it.
But Jake, I'm back. What's up?
Did you, Robert was trying to also get me the person, Melissa something, whose Boland's mom stayed with her family when Boland kicked Boland out.
Who, do what?
There's a person, Melissa. I forget the person's last name.
Oh, I have no. Oh, somebody that like Kenny's mom stayed with when Bolin kicked
Hello,
her
B.
out.
Yeah.
I don't think Bolin ever kicked her out, but that's neither here nor there. But
Well, Jake, I'm glad that you had me on the show, and I'm glad we're able to make peace.
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm glad that you owe me $5 million, Jake. Start paying up.
I always tell people, I mean, not always tell everyone, but I said one of my biggest secrets, I think, was I haven't always been happy with the fact that we didn't talk for as long as we did.
I mean, Jake is the best in the business at what he does.
Melissa Fink.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that name. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, hell, you get June Rising on your show, Jake.
Oh, we got a
Mad
Jake
respect.
Hudson fan in the chat. Green Lives Matter.
Oh God, get him out of here. That's a troll. Get him
We
out
don't
of here.
block anybody
He's
over here,
actually a
Jake.
real person, though, too. He's in the Discord. He won't say anything mean.
We don't
Yeah.
block people.
I will leave. I will leave the voice chat if he comes in
Green
here.
Lives Matter has a wrench.
Yeah, we know who he is. He's a real person.
You know,
But is
but
he says
hey,
he loves you, Jake.
Can you not bring up the pillow wrestling every fucking time I see you, GLM? The reason why I want nothing to do with that. By the
First time
way,
I met
Jake,
Green Lives Matter, he goes, I'm the guy that likes doing the pillow wrestling thing, getting Jake riled up. That just means they're fans. He said he made a new Discord. I wouldn't let him say anything mean to you, Jake. That's not what I'm about.
Hey, by the way, hey, dude, by the way, I just want to tell you this.
Yeah.
I've been
Jake,
in,
we're getting the band back together, Jake.
yeah, that shit was very childish, and you know now I'm earning my morals. By the way, I'm already a member in Filipino Raquel's channel.
Good. She's always liked you, Jake.
Yep.
And I always tell people how I met her on your show that one time when we were doing a show at like 5 a.m.
By the way, you met all the Filipino. By the way, congratulations on 4,000 hitting almost 4,000. You're at 4,390.
Yeah, I passed bowling. That's why I said it was the road to bowling.
The road to bowling. This is it.
I didn't even remember when I got 1,000. I never celebrated 1,000. I never celebrated 2,000. I even told Punch, I go, we're only going to celebrate when we get to bowling.
But we'd like to thank Bowling.
And
We're
then Kenny
blessed for
actually
everything.
reached out to me, Jake, and he actually made up with me. We weren't talking forever. Wasn't like me and
Who?
Bolin reached out to me. He reached out. We weren't talking for a while. He reached out and said, "Hey, let's try to put this shit under the bridge."
Hey,
Even though I didn't do shit to him.
You know, here's the thing. I'm gonna say this straight up about like the whole shit with Bolin. Is Bolin? You know, Bolin tries to have all these guys on the show. I had Bob Levy on my show.
Take that, Bolin. Now,
Bob
Bolin
Levy
did
would
have
never
Barbara
do-
Good issue. Is me and Jake like?
The reason why she had Barbara Goodish is that she's because she'll do shows with Herb Simmons, and also if you looked in the back, Herb Simmons. You know, here's the thing. Herb was actually doing a fundraiser and was doing a fundraiser there, and Angela. I think Angela said he was going to send some money, but
Little fun fact. Not only does Bubba know who Jake is, Eric Bischoff knows who Bubba is. So that shows you how high up Bubba is. I didn't realize he had so much history with TNA. Finally, it was a great podcast.
yeah, because of
he had
Hogan.
Bubba also had run. You know, Bubba does like Bubba now does.
So Hogan didn't know he was being filmed when he was fucking his wife. Bischoff brought up they were hiding cameras when he was chilling at their house.
Oh, Bubba knew.
I know Bubba knew. I'm saying I wonder if Hogan knew he was being taped while he was banging his
No,
wife.
no way. I doubt it.
Hey, you redacted your comment.
They said that
doubt
was a bad look for Hogan when he was hanging out with Bubba. Because they said Bubba was just using.
Dude, Crackhead Calvin is if you guys don't know that the story, Crackhead Calvin went to their studio and allegedly destroyed the studio.
So some people were trying to say Crackhead Calvin was. Once upon a time, Harry said
No,
Crackhead
no,
Calvin was
no, no.
sand.
The Spice Boy. Hey, the sex tape. Hey, make the sex tape was given to Spice Boy gave it to Mike Calta. Mike Calta had something to do with this. Calhead.
Shout out to the reunion.
Crackhead Calvin. I thought Crackhead Calvin was Brad's fake account.
You thought that was Brad's fake account? No, we thought it was fucking Sands.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I thought
Oh
it
yeah,
was one of
Harry
Brad's
blames
fake.
everything on Sands. But to be honest, Harry hasn't messaged me in months. He stopped talking to me. I guess I was.
Jake,
cut
what do you
off.
think about? What do you think about CM Punk returning?
I think that he needs money.
Well, I
Jake,
doubt
would
that.
you say you watch wrestling more nowadays or less
I watch a lot of indie promotions. I watch
than
a
the
lot
bowling
of indie.
era?
Do you
I
watch
wa-
more wrestling now than you used to, or about the same?
No, what? Here's the thing. I don't like watching wrestling anymore. I've tried to get out of wrestling and do more IRL content.
Or top fives?
Well, Jake, you probably like some of the OVW stuff they're doing, since you like that.
OVW, Rocky Mountain Pro.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of the
I
Salt
think
Lake.
Al
Jake,
Snow
whatever happened to
trained
that
both
kid
of
that
them.
used to come on your show from Rocky Mountain Pro? Remember him?
Who?
Wasn't there a kid that was on your show that went to Rocky Mountain?
Who?
Can't think of it. It was a younger kid. I thought he said he went to Rocky Mountain Pro. I might have been wrong.
Viper. Viper kid.
Viper. Yep.
No, Viper was part of an EFED I was part of. Oh, and by the way, at the end of last year, I ended up when I was going through my phase of get rid of stuff. I asked for my character to be taken out of TFW, Total Flight Wrestling.
Fair.
He was. Really?
I
We are
know.
live.
You know him, Jake.
We got 30 in the build. They're happy to see you.
You know what?
Jake-
The thing is,
Jake,
by
who
the
is
way,
Scott? Jake, who is Scott Casey Gale?
that idiot that Vince Russo hired to do a
Okay.
show.
Well done, Jake. Let me go get
Not
some
Jeff Lane, but the other, not Jeff Loser Lane. Loser
Jake,
Lane.
do you think Bolin was good on Russo's network?
I'll be very honest. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He was bringing views. And here's the thing. By the way, Big Vito Lagrasso, and I gotta say this, Vito and Miss Noel are, they both. I haven't seen them putting out any videos lately.
Oh, Jake. Dutch Mantel had Kenny on his show, and it was actually pretty good.
I was on. By the way, I've been on shows lately that get more. I was on Opie's. I was on Opie. When we were doing it, we got about like 200 to 300 viewers in the box.
Yeah.
I don't like Scott Casey because he's so annoying. I like Josh Hinkle better. Big Josh wasn't like. Hey, by the way, are you gonna force me to super chat every week?
No,
Now?
hell no. Why the hell would I do that? Force you?
Like our boy Bolin has been in the past.
Yeah, this ain't a show about donations. But I will be doing Kenny's show soon.
Well, Jake, I'll make you donate every week. I'll just send you the money to donate.
But if Bolin asked me if I made up with Jake, I'm gonna be honest and say yeah.
Dude,
Well, why
here's
wouldn't
the thing. By the way,
Jake-
I stopped drinking the sugar shit and drank the Powerade Zeros.
That's good. I I'll donate to Jake so he can donate to Pesci.
No, it's something about Schmidt. No, it's something about
I don't need him to
Bolin.
donate to me. I'm the 5-time. Not champion, Kenny.
Kenny.
The nickname stealing. The Joe Pesci sounding.
The nickname stealing. The Joe Pesci sounding. The future himself. The man they call Pesci.
Yeah.
And I don't mean bowling.
Bolin actually used to like that when I did that. He thought it was clever.
Bolin actually, do you know that I've been rewatching the time that Jim Cornette returned to Power Pro Wrestling and tried to destroy a lot of people. Also, Burt Prentice worked there and Randy Hales.
Yep.
Randy Hales owns Power Pro Wrestling. He's the owner of it.
Randy Hales is a
Jim
piece
Cornette
of shit
released a
nut.
video saying he wants to get 1 million followers on YouTube.
He's at like 350 now, I think.
He
So,
said YouTube only gives 2 plaques, one at 100,000 and the other one at 1 million. Not even a 500,000 plaque.
Actually, it's 100,000, million, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million.
What's crazy is I don't even think Eric Bischoff even has 100,000 followers on his YouTube channel.
Make fake account says, watch what you say about Bolin. He might $5 you to death. Jim Cornette is better than Vince Russo. Well, yeah.
No, if Kenny wants to do business with me nowadays, it has to be on my terms, for real.
Hey,
And I
by the
don't
way,
mean bowling.
by the way, they made a Wrestle Park, and they made there's a show called Wrestle Park.
I'm bringing on the Mississippi Mudhound to ask questions to Kenny. And Jake will be like, Kenny,
Hey,
I just want to
hey,
know, fuck you.
hey, here's something that they made it. They have a thing called Wrestle Park.
Green Lives, quit with the pillow wrestling talk, please. It's the last warning.
They Wrestle Park.
Jake.
They have Jim Cornette finally runs into Vince Russo after 14 years.
After 14 years, yeah.
Here,
Members of bowling services really do like to send out dick pics. That's what I hear. I mean, you would know, Gonzalez. I mean, you know, you.
Kenny's
you
a
and the
different man
mermaid,
nowadays. He's a little bit
The-
different
the-
since the days we were fucking with him.
The mermaid is your special lady friend. You would know. She was
So
a
what
member
happened
of
with the
bowling
mermaid? She went
services.
DEFCON 5 or something?
She went.
Mike,
I don't know. I have no idea.
Hey, that video is Wrestle Park. It's what they do is they make cartoons about wrestlers.
Gonzo, what happened to the mermaid? Because I honestly don't know.
Gonzo probably is the story of the week. We just can't get to hear it.
Did Bolin autograph the shoes he sent you?
He did not. He did not.
He should have though. Were the you still have those shoes, Jake?
Yeah, I do. Unfortunately.
He said unfortunately. But are they decent shoes though that you can wear?
Comment.
I remember Jake showed Bolin a treasure chest full of
Hey,
Gatorades.
wait a minute. That means that Jake actually likes the shoes, but he doesn't want to say that he likes them.
Pesci's not Pesci's an idiot.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Gonzo says he flushed her down the toilet. Wait a minute. What do you mean flush her down the toilet?
I got 5 on that story, Gonzo. I want to hear what happened.
I got 20 on that story, Gonzo. Well, you're no longer talking to the mermaid. You are no longer associated with the under the sea with what was the mermaid's best friend?
Well, we always knew from the Rico story she had a couple screws loose.
Well, everyone.
One of the funniest
does.
things I think I ever heard her say is she went in Kenny's chat.
Oh.
And she goes, just so you know, I'm with somebody nowadays and I'm happy. Ladies and gentlemen, Jake Hudson is back. And now
Guess
we're
who's
complete
back?
again.
Hey, can we play some dance? Can we play some Gillette so we can have Jake part of the dance
Yeah, I'll
party
play
with us?
Gillette.
Let's play
Hey,
it.
Jake's not
We're
going to be
gonna
able to hear it on Discord.
Hey, Will. Oh, yeah, that's right. Never
No, you
mind,
can only
Jake.
hear it on
Go over
stream.
here in Discord. You can only hear it on YouTube. So if you mute your stream and listen to YouTube, you can hear the music. We're gonna be fist
And
bumping.
what I was telling you the one day, Jake, people already knew that I was talking to you again. It's not like I hide anything.
No green lives. Giggle Pickles will not be back over here.
No, that stupid bitch.
Yeah, we fuck with Blue Eye Diva. We like her.
Hey,
Uh,
also
uh, have
remember
you
when
guys
Jake?
spoken to Lily? Yeah, have you spoken
Remember,
to Lily?
no, have not. Haven't seen her in ages.
You know,
Remember,
Blue ID, but I do apologize about what happened. I do
now Jake.
apologize, Blue Eye.
Remember when Jake called me a stupid idiot?
Idiot.
So I apologize ahead of time, but I don't remember because of my
remember.
memory problems. But what's the story behind Gillette?
Dr. Disrespect.
Dr. Disrespect was just fucking around singing it because he was a sponsor of theirs, and they turned it into a song.
The best a man can get.
Now that Jake's back, I can bring this meme back.
I wish we had the.
Vince,
What, Jake?
I just want to say that Vince Russo is, you know, Russo is trying to get out of, you know, Bubba, Russo's trying to get out of wrestling, and also not Bolt, and Bubba is saying his 98
Oh.
Raw deal,
Bolt?
his 98 Raw deal might be over with.
Jake, come with. We'll have to play the video for Jake saying, "You want to say that Angelo is fake?"
Okay, here's one of my. Well, I'm gonna punch it up to the screen in 1 second.
He is fake.
Well, now you know that. Back then, you were siding with Angelo. Fuck you, Schmidt. Fuck you,
Yeah.
Pesh. It was funny though, Jake.
But here's
Classic.
the thing: he was bringing up, you were like saying that he was like saying all these wrestling companies he works with.
Yeah, Jake. Can you ever? Okay, Google.
Or if you guys
Google
look at the stream, there's an oldie but goodie.
Google Angelo's name, and with just the word wrestling behind it, you won't find Dick except for his podcast. Oh shit! Look at Jake. Jake was Kevin Nash. Rome was Scott
Angelo
Hall.
Thomas Despero.
Rome was Hogan. Pesci was Scott Hall.
What do they call it? The original pillars are back.
Guess who's back? Back again. Jake is back.
Hey, guys, I got an idea for a joke. Hey, you got Bowler's number, right?
Yeah.
Let's prank call him.
It's 3:30 in the. It's 3:30 in the morning. He ain't gonna answer.
He's always up.
Well, unless he's sitting at
He
his
used
computer.
he used to play his answering machine messages for us on his stream.
Mm-hmm.
You won't get that sent a copyright lawsuit. Giggle Pickles fake cancer, I heard, says Green Lives Matter.
Yeah,
That's not all
No
she
shit.
faked.
she's an asshole. She doesn't care if it's gonna hurt people.
Right. She's
By the way,
dangerous.
hey, are you want to come on my stream tomorrow? I'm thinking about streaming in the morning. Tomorrow. Thursdays are usually the days that.
Yeah, if I'm not around, it's because I'm on the road or something. But yeah, usually I have you on in the background.
What time? What time do you? What time? That's right. You gotta go to car dealerships on Thursdays.
Yep. You still remember? Yeah, auction.
Yeah.
I don't know, just
Gillette,
message me. I'll see if I'm around.
the best man can
By the
get.
way, Chad Zumach is back. Chad Zumach and Bob Levy are back on MLC.
Well, I like Bob. He's a good guy. You should
Yeah,
do more
Chad-
shows. You should do more shows with Bob. Bob Levy's
He
a
got
good
he
dude.
got he got
Yeah, that's a
copyright
good crew,
strike.
Jake. That is a good guys.
Yeah, Bob's a good dude. You should do anytime
Way
Bob
better
wants you
than
on.
David 27 and all those clowns.
Yeah, exactly. You should do shit with Bob. Green Lives
Green
Matter
Lives Matter
wants
wants Jake to unblock him. I don't really know
Well, what-
Green Lives Matter. I just know
Probably-
him. He sent me a friend request on Discord, and he's like, "I'm from Jake's show."
to. I would say it's probably Jake's old buddy. He used to.
But I'll be
Fuck you.
honest. Even though Jake's had some great guests, if he gets fucking Boland's sister,
Yeah,
that's the show.
we'll be tuned in, Jake. Make it happen.
Yeah, I'm also.
I'll be there
trying to
if you,
get
like I
in-
said, if you run into any problems, I'm here to help.
Yeah. Where were you? Where were you when the world stopped turning on that September day? Wait, that's 9/11.
I was
at
driving
school.
down. I was driving down where Boland lives, Jake. Actually, like right down the street where Boland lived, and I heard that there was a plane. It hit the World Trade Center. I was like, "Oh, that sounds bad." And they're like, And we went to my friend's house right down the street from where Boland lives, and we turned on the news. And said, "Dude, they said a plane hit the World Trade Center." So we see it. It's on national news, and then we watch the second plane hit.
Yeah.
Pesci can control Jake's chat, says the obvious 5. Dave 25, he loves Jake too much. No, he doesn't.
I mean, Jake doesn't get overly trolled.
Yeah.
He knows most
Jake
of them anyway.
I know a lot
Jake-
of the trolls. That,
Jake was friends with Dave 25 for a while, unfortunately.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Until the whole thing with he posted some nudes of mine on me.
Oh, well, why'd you
I
send him nudes? And he wouldn't have them. Cherokee Road, obvious 5, yes.
Boland's
It was
problem is, like, when he goes on Dutch Mantel's show, he can be himself. But if he's not in that scenario, it's over.
Gillette.
Peter Griffin robs a bank.
Shout out to Bobby Bangs. One time donated $240 to Jake once.
Shout out to the great Jake Hudson, aka.
By the way, Dave
Ellis.
Chandler.
Yeah.
By the way, David, Bobby Bangs actually got upstaged by Mr. David Chandler, who donated. I'm trying to think. He donated 650, 250, 250, 100.
To the charity, to the hospital.
650 for
Yeah.
for Extra Life, 250 for Stack Up,
Wow.
250 for my charity that I was doing with the Ronald McDonald House, and 100 that I was doing for Toys for Tots.
Well, that's good. Damn, nice.
Do we got a
Very
fucking
good, too.
update on Cowpoke? He's still around?
He's a fucking idiot.
Green Lives Matter says, "What about Steve Coate, Jake?"
Cowpoke made me laugh one time, and I just think I never forgot that one time it made me laugh.
Cowpote's an idiot. Cowpote actually does not. I'll tell you this straight up about Cowpote. Is Cowpote. He didn't even know who Steel Toe was until the whole thing with John Lastman happened.
Now, Jake, who is Steve Coate?
Steve CEO 1994.
Okay.
The guy that he Day 25 was the one that sent the dick.
Right
I
on.
can't believe it's 3:30 a.m.
Yeah.
He-
it is.
he-
Dave 25
No,
sucks.
no,
That's why
no,
Gabby
no.
left him.
No, it's because she might have got an ultimatum from her mom to get rid of him, because the mom was the one that turned Day 25 in.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah.
You're saying Dave 25 is the one that sent the dildo?
Yeah.
Of course he was.
Oh, Harry Barnett, make that fake account. Harry's in here.
Harry, I don't see it.
Hi, Harry.
I don't see it.
It says make make account. Troll get blocked repeatedly. Was hidden by the great Harry Barnett. Hi, Harry. And now it got unhidden by Green Lives Matter.
No.
Welcome to hell, Bolin.
And I don't mean bowling.
The return of Jake Hudson, and I gotta be honest, I couldn't be more happier.
Yeah, here's the thing. Dave 25 is an idiot. Dave
Well,
25,
Jake, will you live to piss on his grave, as Cornette would say?
he's gonna die before I would.
All right, well, there you
Oh,
go.
he has to if you're gonna piss on his grave.
Right. Like Cornette says, I will live
Good morning,
to piss
Pig.
on Vince Russo's grave.
Hello, beautiful.
Dave sent a dildo to Gabby's mom.
No.
He probably did. He probably used one on her.
Jake, if you connect with Ping, I'm pretty sure Ping will connect with you back. I don't know if you can hear me,
I just
Ping.
subbed her channel. I just subbed her channel.
Okay. Write down in the chat, Jake, put Ping done, so you'll see that you connected to her, so your mic sub to you.
Hold on. No, I'm actually gonna be sharing her video or one of her videos of.
Thank you, Ping. She's very beautiful out in Saudi Arabia.
Bolin, in case you
Filipino.
didn't know, Harry is married. Always lurking around, Pesci. Did you tell Bolin Harry was married?
I think Bob did.
Bob probably did.
I was gonna probably throw it on him when the time's right. You gotta hit him when the time's right on that.
Wait a minute, it's opposite 5, Harry?
Who?
We have no idea who it is. Jake, did you hear Dave and Steve met up and had a threesome with Gabby?
Gabby, you know Gabby, I've heard she has some STDs.
Yeah, she probably did.
Because of all the people that she's fucked.
Gonzo says Bolin is far too busy swimming in the millions he has under his bed.
Yeah, right.
And I don't mean Bolin.
Say Ping Done on her. There she?
What?
Well, hey, who's that guy? The Mississippi mudfuck? We gotta delete him, don't we?
No, we gotta get Plow Dog Gaming back.
Yeah, can we get Plow Dog Gaming to make a return, Jake?
Plow Dog Gaming, I mean, that's the account I'm using, idiot.
Well, I know,
Take that, Schmidt.
Jake. Alright, give me my money back. Jake, send me my money back. I'm done. Give me my money back.
I don't have it. Is
I
that
know,
right?
right?
Ping Done? Or
Yep,
is
well done. Well done, Jake.
There you go. There you go. Guess who's back? Back again.
See, Robert Sampson, he knows me. That's why he said to Jake, that's what's best for business.
Yeah.
Jake, do you know David Hinkle?
David Hinkle.
Oh, we got Harry Barnett, first time in the chat in a long time. Harry Barnett says, actually, Sand, I don't come here no more. If my name wasn't mentioned, I wouldn't have been brought here.
Told you
Oh, I just was telling somebody that you disliked me, that's all.
Hey, by the way, what's up, Harry? Congratulations on your marriage, by the way. Congratulations.
Actually, Sand, I don't come here unless my name's mentioned.
Congratulations.
He does have the AI chat GPT, you know, he's using the artificial intelligence.
The
to
Obvious
scan
5
through
says
his
he's been lurking.
Told you, Lordy. It was Jake Hudson the whole
Shout
time.
out to Doyle for coming up with the Told You Lottie comment.
It was a classic comment, Doyle. It is a classic comment. We have to give him credit for that. That, and we have to give Jimmy Thunder credit for the you don't know what he's done, Pesci.
Damn, Harry, you could have said hello. You don't got to be so cryptic. I mean, this is a big reunion we got going on here.
By the way, congratulations on your marriage, Harry.
Green
Who's
Lives
more?
Matter says, I found Jake through David Hinkle.
David Hinkle's an asshole.
He said David Hinkle's an asshole.
He basically he dogs the fan of YouTube. He's threatened the fan of YouTube. He threatened me before.
Oh. Well, you doxed me, Jake, when you told people that I was actually world famous with millions of dollars.
No,
You were like-
that's Bolin. Bolin's worth like $10.
$10? Probably so.
Oh, I remember why we brought up Harry. Bossman was asking who 30 Cokes was. Because
Yeah,
Bolin was reading through his band
was.
list tonight.
That's right. That was the reason his name did get brought up, because he asked, he goes, remember that 30 Cokes account? I was like, yeah, that's Harry.
Was that
Green
a
Lives
boss
Matter.
invitation?
Green Lives Matter says back in the PW days, Jake.
Hey Schmidt,
But
Now, Harry, since
that
you're
a
out
boss
there,
man imitation?
Crackhead Kelvin claims he's not Sans.
I think
What?
it's Mountain Timer. Mountain Timer. That's
I
why.
love how here we are 3 years later still talking about Sans as fakes.
Yeah,
I thi-
he is fake.
Who's more over, Jake? Rob Sampson
wait
or
a
fucking
minute.
James
No.
Sands?
Rob Sampson.
By the way, R.I.P. Tina Turner. Tina Turner
Hey.
died.
Oh, yeah,
we
wow.
did. We did lose Tina
Thank
Turner.
you, Jake,
Jake.
for bringing that up. I forgot to show my...
Hey, the obvious 5 says, no, Pesci, you said Harry asked you to tell Bolin he was married. He did say that, but that was after the fact that Bossman said,
Yeah.
who's 30 Cokes?
Don't worry, I'm going to slip it on Bolin. But Harry did want me to tell Bolin that.
By the way, the fan of YouTube, I'm gonna tell you straight out, the fan of YouTube sucks.
Oh,
And he's
Crackhead is
like,
very
the
real,
guy-
just somebody copied him.
Yeah.
It's
Well, yeah,
unfortunate, because I like the real ones.
the real crackhead Calvin was the guy who, like, tried to set fire to Bubba's studio, wasn't it, Jake?
I'm putting up another classic
Yeah.
old picture of me, Jake,
Hey, by the way,
and everyone.
By the way, Bubba's now on Kick now. Bubba does his streams over on Kick.
Yeah, probably makes more money
By the
that
way,
way.
creators get a 95.5.
That's a-
They get 95% of their profit.
That's a good
money.
split. Good split. Pesci's back. Tell a friend.
We
Jake
lost
is
Jim
back.
Brown.
Pesci,
We did lose Jim Brown. Jake, Green Lives wants to know, is that why a fan of YouTube delete his channel because David proved a fan of YouTube is a liar? Is that why?
that's why.
Oh, alright. There you go, Green Live. He
Also,
was
Day 25 is an idiot.
Yeah.
Well said.
Shout out to the cunt from Ocala and her other half that Jake is friends with again.
He was actually in here earlier
He
for
was.
a brief moment. He
Yeah.
thought he ran off Boss Man. Oh, Harry Barnett is breaking news. We're not going in this circle again. I have like 80% of the people here blocked. Shan, these people don't accept you for you. They accept you for being a troll. That's all you will ever be. Actually, that's unfair, Harry. I used to have Sans on my show. So I used to accept Sans for Sans.
Hey, Harry, did you hear what I just said about I congratulated you on your marriage?
Well,
And Harry,
Jake,
if
you
you're
never.
gonna stop in, you can at least say hi, Pesci. You don't have to be all crazy. Jesus, I would never do such a thing like that to you.
Jake.
Sorry, Pesci. Sorry.
No, you're fine, Jake. Jake, that's fine. That's what I said, Jake. You never had a real issue with Harry or Evie or anything. You're just wishing him congratulations. That's a good thing. You're not
Yeah,
being
and
mean or stupid.
last time I talked to Harry, I got a fuck you. Don't contact me again.
Well,
Don't worry, Jake. I don't think he likes me either. But listen,
Jake.
funny thing
Jake,
though, Bolin, if you heard his show the other day, he said he got somebody arrested in England. I wonder if he was referring to Harry, not knowing Harry fucking lives in the United States, and he just lied on his name. You guys heard that on his show the other day. Said I had to have one in England arrested.
Unless he's talking about old shit or something. Yeah. But either way, it's bullshit.
Just like he thought the fake accounts were Indie Phil. They weren't even Indie Phil. It's like Bolin's
No.
always way behind the curve.
Well, there are fake Indie Phil accounts, but yeah, they're not
Sure.
all of them.
I'm saying he thinks Indie Phil's making the ones that Sam's makes.
True.
I don't think I'm just trying to live outside of YouTube. I'm just trying to live my life outside of YouTube. If you don't like it, there's the door. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out.
That's true. That's true, Jake.
I'm not trying to be drama. I'm not trying to be any more drama. I'm just trying to get over this little hump that we listen. Everybody else wants to use my words against me. Stuff that I've said in the past. The stuff that I've said months ago is now being brought up. Like,
Well, Jake, it's the internet. Nothing ever dies. But either way, as long as you're not fucking nobody over for real or trying to hurt nobody, it's all good.
Jake, all you gotta do is this. You just gotta know we're not the enemies.
yeah,
I would write that on your forehead. So as soon as someone's trying to get in your ear and trying to paint we're the bad guys, we're not.
you know. And here's the thing: didn't want nothing to do with Steel Toe. Steel Toe brings my name up every fucking time. They have guests on there that talk shit.
Well, it's
about
good
me.
because they got an audience. It's good to get new eyeballs on you, Jake.
Well, Jake, yeah, that's true. If they're talking about you, that means you're, got views. But honestly, Steel Toe doesn't have a leg to stand on for the way they treated Lemmy, especially Lemmy.
But you gotta remember, if they got
Jamie and all
doxxed,
that.
so anybody that gets doxxed, they're gonna be way different after. It's gonna be a hard thing to forget.
Yeah. Well, no. As far as not liking Jake, but you can just tell. Like Kevin Dumbfuck, the Why Do I podcast. Jake knows him as well. Like he said, he's like, dude, Granny and Lemmy were like their most loyal listeners, mods, whatever. They have their own crew of people who watch because of them and are like a subsect, like Balls and others. And
I was surprised, and it was the real guy because I clicked on the channel. I got followed by their who's the guy you used to get along with, Jake? That was his co-host, the guy with the curly hair.
Corey Adam
Corey subbed to me. I was
Corey
actually
Adam. By the way, Corey Adam left. Corey Adam left the show. He's not doing.
He's been gone. He's been gone.
Shout out to Corey Adam who pops in on occasion.
Jake, the way they treated them and everything, and then it was, we've had this before, and like they were nothing. Like, dude, these people are planning on coming to Minnesota to hang with your peeps.
Yeah.
That's a real thing.
Lemmy was the one. Lemmy and Michaela were both writing the mod book. They wrote the mod handbook.
I can't believe Schmidt don't remember Michaela. Michaela was a girl who's always in the chat. She even came on my show once.
I remember the name Michaela, yeah.
Yeah. Here's the thing. She's now a friend. She's now a fan of Oak now.
She used to have her profile picture used to be a pussy.
Flower.
Flower.
Hold on, I'm letting Daisy out.
But yeah, Jake. Oh, Green Live wants to know, Jake, what do you think about Peter Gilmore? Why are you calling me, Jake? I can't answer that.
He's back to
He
his
says,
old.
"What
He's back up to his mischief.
Green Lives Matters wants to know, what do you think about Peter Gilmore, Jake?
Wait, Jack Vaughn. I'm friends with Jack Vaughn.
Who the fuck is that? Why can't I delete your call? Jake, what'd you do to my? Did you hack my phone? Did you hack my phone, Jake?
You know who Jack Vaughn is? He worked in OVW.
I know who Rick Vaughn is. Give him the heater, Ricky.
Give me the heater, Ricky.
Hey, he may hit like
Jack
Maze,
Vaughn,
but he runs
veteran
like
Jack
shit.
Vaughn, he works in OVW.
None of this fucking around stuff, Ricky.
He may hit
Jack
like Maze,
Vaughn,
but he
God
look like
damn it,
shit.
Jake.
We gotta get Jay Walks in here. Yeah. There it is.
Veteran Jack Vaughn, remember that guy? He wrestled in OVW. He wrestled.
I never followed the OVW.
I don't remember, Jake. Why is Jake calling me again?
I'm just calling you back, you dipshit.
Well, you called me like 3 times. All right, now it's not on there. Okay. I don't remember Jack Vaughn. Honestly, I don't. Told you, Lottie. Pesci the whole time. Oh, look. Hey, the picture on Pesci's screen in the background. It's me, Rome, Jake, and Pesci. I love it. Does Jake know Scott Casey Gale's friend, Scorpion Dustdrop? He doesn't like Jake. Who the fuck is Scorpion? Who's he talking about? Jake, is Green Lives Matter? Is this Arcane?
No.
No? Oh,
I wish.
this person goes back further than Arcane?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, who the fuck would know you that long? That would be over here. I don't know. His channel's been around since.
Shop on the heart and your
Your
team.
You
You
give
give a bad name.
Bad name.
Where's
Are you-
Pesci?
are
Where's
you a-
Pat?
He's letting the dog out. Are you singing Bon Jovi now for us?
Be right
Bad.
back, guys. Talk about Kurt Angle.
Wait a minute. Jimmy Thunder's in here, Pesci. He says, "Cool, Harry. You're the one who needs friends. Was your wedding in a phone booth? Please leave Jaywalks alone." What the fuck does that mean?
Who's more over, James Sands or Jimmy
Put the
Thunder?
Hey, put the question up. Put the
I
poll
don't-
question up.
I'm not on StreamYard, Schmidt.
Oh,
You
you can't
idiot.
you can't do StreamYard, or you can't do a poll question on YouTube?
Oh, I can do a poll question. I thought you said
Yeah.
something else.
No, poll question. Who's more over? Robert Sampson.
No, we can't do that as a poll question. Nobody knows Rob Sampson except for us. He's been
Sirvap,
recently
or
messaging
Jimmy
Boss
Thunder?
Man. He's trying to recruit Boss Man.
And he says, and leave Boss Man alone. Leave Boston alone as well, please.
That's
What
funny.
does
Leave
Jake
Boss
think
Man
about
alone.
Sean
By the way,
Lee Ritt?
Hey, what's the better Chris Doyle comment? I told you, Lottie, it was Sands the whole time? Or what's
Yeah.
your end game, Pesci?
Ooh, told you, Lottie, it was Sands. That one's the best.
Alright, hey, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys later. I love you guys. Bye.
All right, Jake. Have a good
Have
one,
a good
brother.
night. Yeah, I'll probably end in like 5 minutes. It is almost 4.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jay Thunder from down on.
Jay Thunder says Harry's been trolling Jaywalks, making fun
Jimmy
of him.
Thunder, I'll give you $100 for the real truth of which accounts you are the handler of. I'll give you $100 for that information.
He said $100 for evidence of all the accounts you have. How's it even possible? He has to do like 600 screen captures.
Well, just $100 for the real story, like the good story. Like a nice bowling story, like similar to the stories I was telling earlier.
Hey,
truth.
Coca-Cola Cowboy. That's a good one.
Yeah, Bob Hazelwood was reading off the band list and Coca-Cola Cowboy was in there. And I remember when Jake got into it with Coca-Cola Cowboy on my show, he goes, Pesci, can somebody pull up Coca-Cola Cowboy's comment?
Fuck him.
What's funny, about a week or two ago, I said I had that vision, not a vision, but for some reason I knew the Jake Bridge would be mended somehow.
The great Harry Barnett says, funny you say that considering me and jaywalks are cool now. I blocked Boston months ago. Yet again, another one of your line.
To be fair, Thun, you told a couple whoppers. To be fair,
We haven't
Thunder.
well, we haven't seen Boston Spencer in a long time. Yeah.
Well,
Mr.
according
Thunder
to
says
Jimmy Thunder,
live.
Jimmy Thunder said Boston Spencer didn't want to come around because I wrenched Doyle.
Well, I haven't seen him around anywhere, so I don't know if it's just here. I haven't seen him on Boland's. I haven't seen him here. I haven't seen him, any other show for that matter. And those would be two of the shows he would pop in.
Now, Pook still, I see Pook on Facebook. He messages me on Facebook and likes my post, so he hasn't disappeared.
No, he just is not doing shit.
I think I've seen Boston in the Facebook Messenger.
We've had when
I got
Mermaid
$100 on the real stories.
when
Jim
Mermaid when Mermaid kicked out Gonzalez and me and then everybody else out of her chat, I guess she got rid of the chat.
I'll pay
And,
$150 to get Robert Sampson on my show.
I'm right here, brother. Put my picture up, brother. Let me tell
I'd
you.
rather
man.
have Rob Sampson on my show than Just Incredible.
Let me tell you, man. Now you got my brother. You owe me $100, brother. You made me make an appearance. I'm the real Bobby Six Killer.
We haven't seen Thunder in a while. I mean, we've seen, the the Lord and Savior accounts, but Jim Dunn. See you later, pal. I gotta go back to work. Man, I wish I could know the date when you said that Pesci don't realize what he's done. That would be. I'd probably pay $50 if I knew the date of that.
Read the Harry Barnett.
Oh, Harry Barnett, we got breaking news. Shan, do you like to pull the I haven't said anything about Harry card? I haven't blocked any of your fakes in weeks. You know, if you live by your own words, we don't have a problem. And to be fair, Harry, Sands always did like you. I've heard him say it.
I never liked Harry at all. I always thought he was bald-headed, loudmouth disc jockey from England, personally. But he's an okay fella. He's just
He's
a
got
piece
some
of
good
shit.
takes on Marvel.
No, his taste in comic books and action heroes and stuff is fucking garbage. We know this. Come on.
I still got the only Jake pop, I think, in existence that Harry made.
He's over there goddamn drinking their nasty English water. Made his brain rot, I think. No, we don't have no beef with anybody, honestly, that I can think of. Because nobody's, been that bad. Now, if it was, fucking those people who dox people and shit like that, yeah, I don't play that. Or the dead relative, stupid, any of that stupid shit. We're not going to deal with that.
Damn, Harry, you make me feel bad when you say you don't come here anymore. That's mean. Damn, lad. Making it sound like it's hell over here.
Well, it is. This is the bowling alley light, aka Hell 2.0, and I don't mean Bowden.
I tried to have Bob unblock you, but he said there's goddamn near 50 of them.
He said there's near 50. And he's over there goddamn supporting it. Hey, Bob, did you hear what happened last night? You remember those old shitbag that stalked us? We had to get locked up over there in England. Yeah, He's over there. Pesci's just talking to him. Schmidt's there, and he's goddamn endorsing it.
Well, one time, and it's not a bad thing. I'm not mad at Barkley for this, but at one time, Barkley was the one giving Bolin some of the crooked information.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. We know. Pesci was over there goddamn allowing Schmidt, and Schmidt's just sitting there goddamn supporting it. When they know,
No,
Bob,
this is how that supporting it thing happened. One day he's like messaging me. He goes, "Goddamn, Pesci, I thought we talked about this. You got motherfuckers talking shit over there." And I go, "I haven't said one bad thing about you." He goes, "Motherfucking fake me in the goddamn chat. You're over there condoning it, promoting it."
promoting it, condoning it, supporting it.
He said promoting it. You're over there promoting it.
Yeah,
You are who you surround yourself by. If you
yeah.
were in my shit, you think I would let somebody... Who did I block? Didn't I block Brad for you? I was like, well, I didn't really tell you to. He gets people mad. That's what he does when he drinks. Brad getting people mad, that's normal. He just unblocked me. I was blocked for like 2 weeks. Brad just unblocked me the other day. And
That's how
yeah,
it
maybe I
is.
was a little harsh on him. I called him a liar. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when Kenny sent me the message, it was the goddamn, you know what we're about over here, and you're over there goddamn supporting it, supporting it or endorsing it,
The
depending
same
on which
thing
day.
I said if I go on Kenny's, I'm going to tell him to his face. If for some reason he wants to come do my show, he's got to understand. A lot of people you blocked are over here, and I'm not going to block anybody. So maybe you probably aren't going to want to come over to my show, Ken. You don't have, I'm going to say, you claim to be a thick-skinned individual. You don't got thick enough skin. And yes, Kenny, I unfortunately do talk to all the boogeymans. So if Kenny wants to
Don't
do
mean.
business, he's going to have to do it on my terms this time.
And I don't mean bowling. Jimmy Thunder is the best in the business at what he does.
Reverend Robbins requested to be on it, so
Pakistan Patty, Timmy from Tahiti. Let's not forget June Blood. Shout out to June Blood. Fuck Kevin Kelly. He's about as fun as watching paint fucking dry.
I'm glad Gonzalez is back because I thought for a second we lost Gonzalez.
No, Gonzalez, he sunk the mermaid with an anchor, I believe. Or he
Good.
harpooned the mermaid. I don't know which.
It's hard to work
But
with liars. Always remember that. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm just saying that to be obvious. She one time. Let me give you an example of what Ariel did, and I should have trashed her for it, but I wasn't
Gonzo's
shocked.
over there. Well, Gonzo's going to be over there pegging for pesos before you
One
know
time
it.
I gave her money, and I said, can I play that video I have of me shitting on Pena, which I still have. I just don't have it published. When she had me come on the thing, and I was in the car stream, and I pretty much made Pena look like according to the people who were watching it, I did a pretty good job of getting on him. So I played that video on my channel. Ariel acted like she didn't... Daisy, get that mouse. Ariel acted like she didn't give me permission. And got Pook and all that mad at me. I didn't tell him because, what's his name got mad. What's funny is, I took the video down even though I shouldn't have. Because she wasn't coming clean saying, hey, I gave him permission. You're going to play victim after you gave me permission? You know you didn't care about that shit. There was nothing in that video that made you look bad. It was just like me talking like an adult to Pena.
Well, Gonzo, you're going to be pegging for pesos before long. I figure that.
I'm glad, Gonzalez. That shit's toxic.
No, I like Ariel. She's not a bad person. She just has
She's got
What do you
some
call it?
crooked abilities at times. Like sometimes she's straight and narrow, and sometimes she attacks. Attack!
She's got daddy issues, and she is obsessed with having some old man, and she can't find the old man where she lives. I guess she just does it on
I'm
the internet.
surprised. There
Dude,
should
she
be a
could find
dime a dozen, the old man thing. There's
exactly.
there's gotta be a
She could find-
skeleton somewhere.
She could find an old man with a decent job or pension and a house and shit easily where she lives. Her area in Virginia is full of retired Navy and military and government officials and shit. People who have real pensions. Who would love to have a woman 20 years younger. They don't give a fuck what they look like.
She should have tried to bury me with real life, with all I know about them. Wait, translate that comment.
How? Oh, so she said some real life shit about Gonzo, and Gonzo's saying, I know a lot about their personal life. So what did they say about you? I didn't see shit.
Oh, God. Wouldn't
I
it
didn't-
be great if Gonzo was like, you know what, let me come on Discord. And we just called the show Gonzo Night? The return of Gonzo?
Gonzo tells all.
And there's a picture of me in the background like this.
Have a picture of Gonzo from the fucking Muppets. Gonzo explains all. Gonzo! Hey, how's it going there? What did they say? I have no idea. I didn't see any kind of fight or anything. I didn't see shit. It was just one day. There was no
Gonzo
group no
knows
more.
knows all the good shit.
He says it was the last conversation in her chat. I have no.
Her nuking the chat, that's normal.
Yeah. Well, she's made like 10 different groups. I'm not. Guess who's back?
Never left.
Guess who's back? It won't even let me access
Goddamn
that. Gonzo.
motherfucking Pesci and Schmidt were over there promoting it. And guess what,
Gonzo-
Bob? Out of all
Gonzo-
motherfuckers, they're running with that
Gonzo-
boss man. That fucking Trump blowing fucking right winger motherfucker.
Gonzo, it won't even let me. It won't even let me open that shit. All the other group chats I have, I can open, but that one I can't even open it at all.
I'll name the show Flattered Mermaids, starring Chris Gonzalez. I'll bring I'll bring the clipboard.
Dude, hey Gonzo, if I try to click that old chat, it makes my messenger shut down. So she must have really deleted that shit.
He's got Penya's got her people on it. She probably erased it, without a doubt.
Yeah, because I didn't do shit. It was just like all of a
It
sudden.
did have a
it was-
creative name, Star Horse. At least she didn't hide.
Yeah, it must be deleted because you can't even access it. I don't need that. What the fuck? The fuck is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, it deleted the shit. You can't message this group. Removed. Boom, boom. Michael Lurie, Norma, Obi-Wan, blah, blah, blah.
We should
Denise.
do a show called Sorry, Pena. We know. Starring Chris Gonzalez.
Hold on, let me see.
Damn, the mice are goddamn fucking in there screaming and shit.
Okay, I found it, Gonzo. So I see where Pook's woman was like maybe sometime on the YouTubes. Sucks. You and Ariel can debate it out. Right, Melody, blah blah. There's pictures of me and Bolin.
Bob, you're never gonna believe this. He had that goddamn fucking stalking piece of shit Allison, the one that was after Rico. And goddamn Schmidt was over there condoning it.
Some of us have to work for a living.
Who said that?
Allison to Gonzo the Hutt.
Some of us had to work for a living.
And then he says, don't you work less than part-time, Gonzo says. No, I work 4 to 5 days a week, 7 hours a day.
I want to know the real reason she never used that laptop I sent her.
He says, she says, how long are your hours? All day. Okay.
She talked
Sitting
about
on
your
desk
family?
doesn't count.
How does she even know your family?
And
I told you,
Gonzo
man,
says,
she's crooked.
Gonzo says, well, clearly I have enough money to sit at home. I don't have to ask no one for shit. How about you? Really? And Tiff stopped working? Who said she worked? You did. Nope, never said anything. So you just live off your kids' SSI? No, that was you. Our kids don't have SSI. Really? So another lie. So only one of us lies. How long do you
Kids
bring in
broke
the income?
laptop.
No, maybe
We're on
you
the
should ask
chop.
them and see who lies in his rotation. Yes, you. No need to. So how do you bring in the income? Online live debate. This is Pook. Gonzo vs. Ariel. Someone book it. He don't want no smoke with me, and he says, find out. Pook says, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a humdinger verbal battle, Ariel versus Gonzo. Find out. Winner gets the PWOHFWO Unified Shit Talking Championship.
Good.
Loser gets the BWO Filipino title. And then it was a bunch of memes. And then it was Ariel versus Gonzo would be a good one. That'd be like shooting
It's
fish
like
in a barrel. So,
lying is such a bad quality. It really is. It's like sometimes the truth is the winner.
and then it was a bunch of memes. And then Pena says, be respectful, people. Keep it comfy in Ariel's pool of infants.
That guy's,
then-
it's the weirdest thing is when, tell me that guy ain't weird, Gonzo.
And then
Telling us to
Pook,
be respectable. Meanwhile, this guy's like a dominatrix or whatever.
and he has a wife. Then Pook and his wife left the chat. I asked folks to be respectful. Don't see how that caused Pook and Lady Ninja to bail. Now call Gonzo out for being rude, says Ariel to Pena. Call being respectful of your girlfriend, or you let him talk shit about like you allowed. And then that was it.
Well, she's a turncoat. We knew that. Because if you make her upset, she'll push the red button. You saw what she did to Pena in the beginning.
She talked about CM's family, he said. That's why. Oh, like your family's you're living off your kids' SSI or whatever. Well, who cares? Even if you were, it don't matter to her.
Whoops. I haven't had a job in fucking decades.
No. It's not about work. It's just about the whole. I get where Gonzo's coming from. Like, why are you talking about how I support my family, my wife and kids? It's like, oh, you must be rich or you do this. You know, I get it. Gonzo says her kids broke the laptop you sent.
That's
I'm
what I
not
said.
surprised.
I did my shit. The only thing I didn't approve was when. I think now I should relaunch the video of me shitting on Pena and call it the video Ariel didn't want anyone to see.
Hey, when you do, bring on Granny for commentary, because Pena wants to murder Granny, and nothing more would be better than to have Granny do commentary about that video you did. Live with you.
Guess what, Gonzalez? Now that you're not in bed with her anymore, I'm going to release the Pena video. And guess what, Ariel? Look on the bright side. She actually did give me permission to show this video.
Well, we're going to bring Granny on with Pesci for live DVD commentary of the premiere of the video. You'll play it live, but you'll commentate on it live with
I
Granny.
actually get along with good old Pena. We always got along.
Yeah, I do too.
Even when I had to talk to him like an adult that one day, it wasn't like he was screaming back at me. I think he was surprised. I forget what I say in the video, but I'm
think
posting it.
just like
Pesci's over
Jacob
there
said.
goddamn condoning it.
Just like Jacob said, Pena can do some good shows.
But ever since the Travis thing, I said he'll never come live again. He can't get past that Travis shit. He wouldn't be able to look us in the eye.
we talking about he's been live since then. He's been on her show and he's been on Jacob. I think he was on when she was cool with Jacob again for a minute. He was over there on a show live.
I don't think he's been. Jacob Waters says I don't think he's been live since that Travis shit. Am I wrong, Gonzo?
I'm pretty sure he's gone live on her show. I know that.
Fuck it. This video deserves to be up.
Well, either way, just bring Granny on because he wants to murder Granny. Like he thinks about murdering him different ways. Ever since the flex off. Yeah, he was on. CM says he was on her last show that she did. He was on there live.
The last message she sent me was, "I need 20 to get my kids food." I'm like, get a food
I just
card.
think it would be good entertainment.
I was gonna say if they gave me a food card, they'll give you a food card, Allison. Mermaid, whatever your fucking name is, Jim Crick.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you got kids, they'll give you a food card. As long as you don't make a lot of money. All right, Pesci, it's time to go. It's getting late.
All right.
All right, later.
We
Fuck
will see
off,
you guys
Brad.
tomorrow on Fern Gully.
Or not. Fuck off,
Shout out to
Brad.
Sands. Special guest appearances, Harry Barnett. Special
Chris
thanks
Gonzalez.
to Chris Gonzo. Shout out to Brad on his way to Idaho. Thank you for Punch Hole and Boss Man being on the show.
Gonzo,
Reverend
don't
Robbins
be.
did not make an appearance. Granny
Well,
made an appearance.
And
Shout out to
Gonzo,
Jake Hudson. Evo
He
Uno.
made an appearance.
That's me.
and don't forget, Gonzo, don't be pegging for those pesos too hard.
As soon as I get off, I'm about to relaunch the Pena video. Hold on real quick before I end the stream. What should I name that video? It's a video where literally, I forgot, Pena said something really stupid, and I literally had Ariel send me a link. And I popped in there, and I don't want to say I was... I did a good job, we'll put it that way. They wanted that video down.
Return
If I
of
was
the
Pena, I would want that video burned.
Return of
Thanks
the
to the-
Pena.
Thanks to the good folks. No, not Return of the Pena. He doesn't even do shit anymore. Hold on, where is that video?
Return
There it is.
of the.
Pesci on Ariel's show, 7/21. Holy shit.
It's been almost 2 years ago. Has it been that long?
Was it that long ago? Hold on, is that the date? I don't know. I don't know if that's... Frank sent me it. It says Pesci on Ariel's show, 7/21/22. 7/21/22.
Oh, okay, so it was last year. Yeah. That makes more sense.
The king is here, so we got all hail to the king.
Oh, it was right when... Wow, what's crazy is...
The Gonzo
The
strike.
only reason why I know this is because of the outfit I'm wearing. It was right a couple days after I went to my mom's funeral, because the outfit I'm wearing I bought on the day of my mom's funeral, and obviously this wasn't. I didn't talk to Pena and them, so this is right around when my mom passed. I think I was just, and I was letting a lot of shit out then.
The king is here, so we got all hail.
Return of the
Ariel
Gonzo.
started out by saying the king is here. Thanks, Ariel.
With the what is it? The Wrath of the Gonzo.
Jacob Waters once said, we got a tough crowd over here. With the return of Jake Hudson, we just got a
Yeah.
little bit more rougher.
And I don't mean bold it. All right, hit that button. We're out of here.
All right, later.